This is a Lego island, and today I'm gonna build my own dream vacation in Lego by turning it into a complete resort full of different activities. Then at the end, I'm gonna simulate a tsunami to see if it will survive. So anyway, let's go. Now, once upon a time, there was a tiny island in the middle of the ocean inhabited by natives. So the first thing we need to do is to acquire the island from them. Greetings. Me come from far land. Me give 100 banana, you give me island. Okay, now they're happy, which means the island is officially ours. So we can deploy the helicopter and drop off the first payload of supplies which we can use to build the island. Now the first thing this island needs is a hotel to accommodate all the tourists who will soon be visiting this place. So I started by building the first level of the hotel, which has a lobby area to check in, a breakfast area with complimentary food, and a highly trained chef to prepare any dish you may request. And the food is so good you're gonna get fat afterwards, so I also built this gym for people to work out. Now this is only the first level of the hotel, so for the next level I'm gonna begin building the first rooms for our visitors, which are the cheapest but crappiest ones. You get a tiny bed and a tiny bathroom that can hardly fit a person. So for the third level I'm gonna build upgraded rooms which cost more money but have more to offer. You get a larger bed, a living room with a couch and a TV, and a larger bathroom with a walk-in shower. And for the fourth but final level, I'm gonna build the most expensive premium rooms that only the richest tourists can afford. These ones come with a mini fridge full of free drinks, a computer with high-speed internet, a giant TV with a PlayStation 5, and an indoor hot tub. You even have a personal butler to bring you 24-hour service. Okay, all the hotel rooms are now finished, so on the very top of the building, I'm gonna add a giant pool. Nice. Now you can swim while having a beautiful view of the ocean. And now that our hotel is complete, it's time to bring our first visitors to this island. So a while back, I built a giant Lego cruise ship that we're gonna use to transport the visitors to the island. And just like that, they're all on the island and ready for vacation. This guy's vlogging the island for his YouTube channel. This girl is taking pictures for her Instagram. And these people are literally getting married on the island. Wow, that is so romantic. And to welcome the visitors, the natives of this island are gonna put on a traditional performance with drums and fire dancing. So I built a stage for them to perform, and there's already a crowd watching. Now surrounding this island is a beautiful sandy beach. So I built a pathway going to it from the hotel, and once you arrive, you'll find a man selling beach towels and umbrellas, which are the perfect essentials to a great day at the beach. So now the tourists can come down to the beach to hang out and swim. So I also built a small tower for a lifeguard, a giant net so people can play volleyball, and I also built a tiny hammock between two trees using a net piece. And now that the tourists are spending time at the beach, that's a new activity added to the list of things to do on this island. But this is only one of the activities I want to build. Another activity is scuba diving. So next to the beach, I built a tiny shop with scuba diving equipment, like wetsuits, flippers, and goggles. So in exchange for money, people can rent scuba diving equipment to explore the ocean and find all different kinds of sea life. So in the ocean, I built a Lego coral reef with plants and sea animals. So anyway, this Lego man can go explore while we return back to the island. Okay, I have another idea, but this time I'm gonna need to use the roof of the hotel. Because going from the roof all the way down to the beach, I built a giant zip line using string. So let's test it out and see if it works. Nice. Another activity is skydiving. So in order to skydive, we need a way to get up into the air. So I built a tiny plane that can seat a few minifigs, and I added a working door that people can jump out of. But most importantly, we need a parachute. So I bought one off the internet, and this one is actually a real Lego piece. So now it's time to load our passengers and go skydiving. So let's test this parachute to see if it actually works. Okay, it does. Another activity is surfing. So in front of the beach, I built a surfboard rental shop with a space to put all the surfboards, and there's even a professional surfing instructor. But the most important thing is that we need a wave to surf on. So I built a giant wave using the satisfying bendable wall using round bricks. And when you twist it, it looks like the perfect wave for someone to surf on. I built a Lego jet ski that can seat a single person, a jet boat that can seat 3 people, and there's a spot in the back to attach a rope that way someone can water ski. I also built this tiny yacht, and it can actually be opened up, so inside is a bed, and in the back of the boat there's a spot to fish. And the final boat I built is this party boat, which has 2 separate levels, and on the boat you'll find a hot tub, a slide that goes into the water, and there's even a private DJ. So now we can add all the boats we just built to the island, and I even built a tiny dock on the beach, that way people can park them. Okay, the next thing I want to add to this island are shops that sell different things people can buy while they stay here. So the first shop I built is a fruit stand that sells fresh bananas and coconuts. And these are so fresh that they're even picked right off the trees around the island. And I even built a blender in the back with cups so people can purchase a delicious banana smoothie. This next shop is a small souvenir store that sells island merch, like postcards and t-shirts. This third shop is a convenience store, where you can buy drinks that I put in this refrigerator, or you can buy snacks like hot dogs or ice cream. I also built a small travel shop where you can buy things you might have forgotten to bring before coming on vacation here, like sunglasses, hats, or sunblock. And with how sunny and hot it is on this island, you definitely don't want to forget it, or else you're gonna end up like this guy. Okay, all the shops are complete, but we still have a lot more space on this island. So next to the hotel, I built a tennis court with 2 people playing. And to build the actual tennis rackets, I used this round tile. So while these people play tennis, next to the tennis court, I'm also gonna build a basketball court. And to shoot the ball, I'm using a special minifig that has springs in its legs. Okay, we've added a tennis court and a basketball court to this island, but on the other side of the hotel, I'm gonna build a relaxing nature walk with 2 giant trees and a platform built around the trees that people can walk on. And perched on this tree are tons of parrots. So I also built a stand of a guy selling bird food. So if you have money, you can pay to buy bird food and feed them. Another thing we should add to this island is a restaurant, but not just any restaurant, because I'm gonna build a gourmet 5-star restaurant where you sit outside and have a beautiful view of the ocean. So it's very romantic. And in the very middle of the restaurant, there's a kitchen where a chef is cooking all the food. I wonder what's under the chef's hat. Yep, I knew it. And now, we're left with one final space on this island to add something. So I'm gonna build this island its very own water park with a giant pool for people to swim. I built 3 slides so people can race each other to the bottom. And I also added 2 diving boards, like this one for noobs, or this one which is way higher up, but it's only for professional athletes. Okay, the island is now completely full, and there's nothing left to add, which means it's now finished. I would definitely pay to go on vacation here. But even after all that work, there's actually one more thing we have to do, because I want to see if this island can survive a giant tsunami. So to simulate it, I have a giant bucket of water and I'm gonna pour it down the slide. Okay, here we go. That's what happens when your mom jumps in the water. But surprisingly, nothing actually happened, and everybody is still alive. Go watch this video where I review weird Lego products with Hafu Go. Thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next one.
On my minifix, put your place against up in the air. We be cruising to the city like we just don't care. We be running up there like our money like an ATM. I be dripping with the Lego watch, catch me with the bands.
In this video, I'm gonna be conducting over 10 different experiments with Lego, each one getting cooler and crazier. So anyway, let's begin. For this first experiment, I bought a $100 Lego set. This one is a tiny Lego rocket, but there's something really lame about it, and it's the fact that it can't fly like a real one. So I thought to myself, what if we can build an actual Lego rocket that flies? So my first step was to go to the store and buy this small pump that pushes air out of this narrow tube. So let's put our rocket on top and see if we can launch it into space. No, that was so lame. What the heck, that thing only came like a foot off the ground. But thankfully your boy has a backup plan, because my next step is to attach an actual rocket to this thing. 3, 2, 1. Did you see that? It did a backflip in the air. Also, like the video if you think this should become a set. What about launching a plane? I mean, those fly too, right? So I strapped a rocket to the back of this one. Here we go. Okay guys, we landed. Thank you for flying. For this next experiment, I'm gonna construct a giant Lego building that's 6 stories tall. And we're gonna see how it holds up to a massive Lego wrecking ball that's gonna swing down on it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Bruh. Okay, I changed the string out. Next experiments, we're gonna see if we can build indestructible Lego sets using super glue. So to give you a little taste of how strong this stuff is, here's what happens when you super glue 2 Lego bricks. Yeah guys, you get the point, it's not gonna come apart. So for this next experiment, here's 2 Lego vaults. Each one holds $10,000 in Lego money, but one of them is super glued while the other one isn't. And in just a second, I'm gonna drop a weight on each vault and we're gonna see which one can protect my money more. Okay, let's start with the one that isn't glued. Yeah, that one was terrible. Literally all the money spilled out. And now, let's drop the weight on the vault that is super glued. Wow, this safe is like the premium subscription version of the other safe. Then I tried kicking it, throwing it, dropping it off a ledge, hitting it several times, but none of that worked, so I had one final idea. Wow, this stuff is actually so strong. I can see why Emmett hates it so much. And now, the final but biggest item we're gonna super glue is this giant Lego man made from over 600 pieces. Literally every piece on this minifig was super glued. And for those wondering, here's the same Lego man that isn't super glued. Dang, well, that guy died. And for reference, here's what it's like to punch the super glued Lego man. Nope. It's like he has a superpower or something. So for the ultimate test, I'm gonna drop him off a 5-story parking garage, which is close to 100 feet in height. Okay guys, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Well, that's a lot of fall damage, guys. This is a tiny hydraulic press I bought off the internet, and when you pump this lever, this metal piece pushes down as much as the weight of a car or your mom. So for this next experiment, we're gonna hydraulic press different Lego items to see how strong they are. Oh shoot, look at that. The studs are completely gone now. This is the world's strongest brick, and it's special because it's made entirely out of metal. So let's try hydraulic pressing this one. Whoa, what just happened? Okay, still broke, but it took double the amount of weight. Next up is a Lego minifig. All right, time to die, Lego man. Oh, I'm feeling the pressure. What the heck? Oh! Bro just left the chat. The top of his head is flat. And look at his legs. Bro thinks he's Michael Jackson. Next, I'm gonna smash this Lego ball and also this tiny Lego car. Oh shoot, the roof is gonna break. Oh. Okay, the entire roof got dented, and we better have car insurance. And for the final test, let's try hydraulic pressing the super glued Lego vault that we built earlier. Oh crap, it's cracking. Whoa, it put a hole in the thing, look at that. Another experiment I want to do is seeing what Lego looks like under a microscope. Okay, let's start with the Lego man. Whoa, if you look at his eyeball, there's like little imperfections in the paint around it. Lego really got caught lacking on this one. Okay, next up is a Lego brick. Oh dang. Each of the studs has the Lego logo, so I zoomed into that. I then looked at a spider and found one of its eyeballs, and I also got bored and looked at some of the toppings on a pizza. This is a working Lego train, and what's cool about it is that you can control it with the remote. And it looks like this train is transporting a few cars, lots of fruit, and some cows. And with everything on this train, it weighs a lot, and it's gonna be really hard to stop. So for this next experiment, we're gonna see what it takes to stop a Lego train, starting with a single brick wall. Here we go. Oh, that was easy. That was no problem. Now, let's see how the train can handle 10 brick walls. Okay, here it comes. Bruh. Dang, this kind of reminds me of the train from GTA. That still doesn't seem to be a problem, so let's see how it handles a crowd of 100 Lego minifigs. Surely it's gonna stop the train this time. Okay, here we go. Really, bruh? Not one minifig could stop that train? That's such an L. Okay, we need to step this up even further, so what about 5 Lego cars? Okay, full speed, here we go. Yes! We finally stopped it. Look guys, the wheels are still spinning, but it can't move forward. For this next experiment, I built a Lego volcano with a happy little village at the very bottom. And using vinegar and baking soda, I'm gonna create a chemical reaction that will make the volcano erupt. Okay, let's hope this works. Go. Oh my gosh. Evacuate, evacuate. What are you doing? Get out of the village. Oh, it smells so bad now. I hate vinegar. Now, one of the most painful things in the world is stepping on Lego. So for this next experiment, I had the idea of inventing the ultimate torture device, which is this treadmill that's literally covered with Lego. Okay guys, here we go. What the heck? I think it's messing up the treadmill. Screw it, let's go. Ow, ow, it hurts. Let's go! Oh, my feet hurt so bad, guys. Okay, I literally super glued that Lego to the treadmill, so I don't know why so much came off. But I did run a mile, so that was a W. This is a custom Lego house that I built. It looks very modern and expensive, and it even has a removable roof with a detailed interior. But for this next experiment, we're gonna see how it holds up to a massive water balloon. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh, there's no walls left. Look at that though, the minifig's still watching his TV. And for the final experiment, we're gonna see how many layers of Lego it takes to stop a bullet. But before we do that, we're gonna test to see what a tiny metal bullet can do to a Lego minifig. Oh, look at that, guys, his hand came off. He looks like he's about to break like one of those characters in the Lego games. Okay, now that we've done that, it's time for the ultimate test. So here in front of me are 30 layers of Lego bricks, and we're gonna see how it can hold up to a massive bullet shot out of a real gun. Please do not do this at home, by the way. We're doing this in a safe area, and this is only to educate people. Okay, yeah, people are gonna roast me in the comments now for my aim, but it actually did break through all 30 layers. Also, this thing made a huge mess. And as a bonus, let's set up the giant Lego man we made earlier. I just realized, but this Lego man has gone through so much torture in this video. To see even more experiments, like drop testing a Lego phone case and building working RC cars, check out this bonus video that I did with my other YouTube friend, Hafu Go. Comment what your favorite experiment was. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Take care, y'all.
Just like the Lego, I'll never get enough, so please don't let go. Like my Lucy, don't let go. My Lucy, don't let go.
Today, I'm gonna build a giant Lego battle between 1,000 minifigures, adding weapons, giant structures, and simulating different attacks at the end. Anyway, let's go. Okay, here's my plan. I'm gonna build 2 civilizations from around the world to go to battle with each other. So my first step is to build a battlefield for them to fight. Okay, now the first thing that every battle needs are soldiers. So let's begin by adding the first 10 soldiers to each army. On one side, I built medieval knights armed with swords, and on the other side, I built Japanese samurai warriors that they'll be going to battle with. But this is the most basic Lego battle I've ever seen. So let's increase our first army from 10 soldiers to 100 of them. Wow, this looks like the copy and paste button in real life. But the other army is now outnumbered, so let's add more soldiers to the other army. And some of these soldiers have different weapons like ninja stars or these metal claws. Okay, now both armies are equally matched, and this is looking much more like a real battle. But my goal is to make this battle so big that it takes up the entire table. Okay, our soldiers are ready for battle, but they need weapons to fight. So the first weapon I built is a giant catapult that launches bolters. Okay, let's see if it works. Huh? Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, I used a different piece. Let's try it. Huh? Nice. The second weapon I built is a giant crossbow. There's a seat to put a minifig, that way the person can control it. It can be adjusted to shoot at any angle, and it works just like a real crossbow because it can be loaded with these giant arrows and shot using a rubber band. Okay, new weapon unlocked, so we can add that to the battlefield. Okay, we've added a weapon to each army, and at the end, we're gonna test them in battle to see how much damage they can do. But first, let's add another 100 soldiers to each army. So now there's 400 total minifigs on this battlefield right now. But this time, I've added minifigs with bows and arrows. So for my next plan, what if we built giant towers that they can shoot from? So on one side of the battlefield, I built 2 towers. Each tower has 3 separate levels, which allow people to attack at different angles, and I added a ladder on the back that people can use to climb up and down the tower. Okay, we just built towers for the first army, but now we need to build towers for the other army. So let's quickly grab some resources to build them. Nice. Okay, now we can build the next tower, so I built 2 of them. But these ones have tiny windows that the archers can shoot through, and above each window is a door that can shut and block any attacks. Okay, I think it's time to add more soldiers to the battlefield, but this time we're gonna add them on horses. On these horses, I added plate pieces on the side to act as armor, and on these horses, I added a small chariot in the back that they can pull, and each chariot can fit a single rider, and I built these small weapons that shoot arrows. Okay, let's try all of them. Nice. And to feed the horses, I built this Lego cart full of apples. There's other little things we can add to this battlefield, like spikes to go in the ground, and I built this random weapon, and it's a giant ball on the end of a chain. Wow, it's really effective. Okay, the next thing that this battlefield needs is a medical tent to heal any soldiers that are injured in battle. So I built a small tent with a bed, basic medical supplies, and a highly trained doctor. I also built a small wagon that can be pulled to help transport any injured soldiers around the battlefield. So now if a soldier is injured, he can get proper medical attention. Okay, our battlefield has grown a lot more, but I think it's time to add more soldiers. So on both sides of the battlefield, I'm gonna add an additional 100 soldiers. So now we're looking at 600 soldiers in total. But there's still more empty space on the battlefield, so my next plan is to build a giant fortress to put soldiers. So I started by building a giant wall with a staircase going to the top, making this fortress harder to access. And on top of this large wall, I'm gonna build the actual fortress. So I made this Japanese-style castle. To enter the castle, you climb these stairs and enter through this large wooden door that opens. I added 4 towers on each corner and a large tower in the very middle, and you can actually open it up and see the inside. But there's nothing in here, so let's customize it and add different rooms. The first room I built is a training room for soldiers to practice their combat skills with a large mat and training equipment. And for the second level, I'm gonna turn it into a large storage space to put different things that people would need in battle, like a range of different weapons and food supplies. Okay, the fortress is finished, but now we need to build one for the other army. What if we built a giant medieval castle? Now, I've never seen a castle or been inside of one. So before building one in Lego, I drove 2 hours from my house to visit an actual castle built in the real world. So after exploring it, I took notes and I have lots of ideas now that I can use to build my own castle. My first step was to build a giant wall surrounding the castle, a large moat full of water, and I built this working drawbridge. Okay, lower the bridge. Okay, it works. Now we can continue building the castle. So I built a tower on each corner of the castle to put a guard, small platforms around the wall to put more guards, and I built one giant tower in the very middle. Now something we can add to our castle is a small prison to put captured people with torture devices.
Hey bro, so we're executing you for committing an illegal Lego technique.
No! And in the largest tower of the castle, I saved an empty room, so I'm gonna turn it into a small Lego prison for captured soldiers. And inside, I put a bed of nails, a small bucket of drinking water, another bucket to poop in, and rotten chicken. The worst part though is that there's no Wi-Fi. Okay, I think our castle is now finished. So now that we've built a fortress for each army, our battle is almost finished. So let's add the final wave of soldiers. And after adding all of them, there's now 500 soldiers in each army, so that's 1,000 minifigs in total. Oh my gosh. The minifigs almost fill up the entire table, guys. Okay, and now that both armies are complete, it's time for them to battle each other. For this first attack, let's see how much damage we can make with the catapult we built earlier. Okay, we just lost 13 soldiers from that, but compared to how many more are left, that's nothing. Okay, for this next round, we're gonna attack the other army, but this time with the giant crossbow. Okay, that did way more damage than the catapult. And after counting, we've lost 38 soldiers from that attack. Bro got hit so bad, he's upside down. Okay, it's time to attack the other army. But this time, we're gonna see how much damage we can make with the Nerf gun. Nice. That was a nice comeback. And from that attack, we've lost 34 soldiers. Okay, it's time to step it up. So for these final few attacks, I'm gonna do them outside because we're gonna use tiny explosives and see how much damage we can make. Okay, here we go. Okay, that did a lot of damage. And from that attack, we've lost 77 soldiers. And now, it's time for one final attack, but this time, we're going to attack the medieval castle with 100 fireworks that will go off all at once. Wow, well that castle got completely destroyed. And from that last attack, we've lost a total of 79 knights and 124 samurai. So the knights have taken that dub. This is like a real life version of a battle I'd imagine in my head. Go tell your dog to watch this video. I'll catch you in the next one and see you later.
Feeling like a minifig, cause I'm in my element. We be sticking to the end, if you second let it click. I'll pop in the Lego car and pull up in a whip. On break, 2 brick, rap break, blue brick.
In this video, I'm going to be taking 15 popular and iconic video games and building them in Lego. Let the challenge begin. Okay, so a year ago, I built famous people in Lego, but this time around, I asked my fans on Instagram what their favorite video games were because I'm going to turn them into custom Lego sets. The first video game on my list is Mario, and there's actually a lot of different Mario games out there. But let's start with Mario Kart. Lego doesn't make any Mario minifigs, so I went onto Amazon and bought some knockoff ones for a few dollars each. Okay, we got Mario and Luigi, and we also got this Goomba. Now it's gone. Now to make this feel like Mario Kart, I'm gonna build some custom karts for Mario and Luigi to drive. Next, I want to build one of the most iconic racing maps in the game, which is Rainbow Road. All we need are a lot of colorful bricks, and I also put it above the ground using transparent bricks to make it look like it's floating. Is it weird that I want to lick this right now? It literally looks like candy. Then using clear pieces, I'm gonna build those question blocks that give you random power-ups when you hit them. Nice. Now, insert the hype racing montage. Now, Lego actually makes official Mario sets, so I bought one off Amazon for $200 and it has 1,000 pieces. Okay, so this one comes with a brick-built Bowser character, which is the main villain in the game, and a massive castle for him to rule with lots of details, other characters, and there's even moving features. Wait, where did Bowser go? Oh, there he is. Wait, what's he doing? Oh my gosh, he's playing that song again, guys. Next up is Fortnite. I went on the internet and bought these custom knockoff Fortnite minifigs for a few dollars each, and they come with these super realistic looking weapons. I'm gonna build some custom accessories for these minifigs, so I made a glider, a shield potion, and a pickaxe. And now I'm gonna build a battle bus that drops you off at the beginning of each round. It's pretty much a blue school bus with a hot air balloon on top to make it fly. Now it's time to get the squad together and drop somewhere. So next up, I want to build the most iconic location in Fortnite, which is Tilted Towers. I'll start by building a large clock tower that goes up very high, and a second building made from brick and concrete. I'm then gonna add some finishing items to this build, like a vending machine where you can get a gun, a launch pad to jump on, a chest full of loot, an ammo box, a supply drop with the balloon, and finally a golf cart that can fit 4 different players. And when we combine everything we built together, we have our very own custom Lego Fortnite set. Like the video if you think this should become a Lego set. And most importantly, to go with the set, I built some materials. Whoa, what a sweaty player. He's cranking 90s. So now our Fortnite characters can get sweaty, crank those 90s, and take the high ground. Uh-oh, there's a guy bush camping. Another popular game is Roblox, and I want to make one of those blocky characters in the game. If you take a normal minifig, remove the head, and replace the body with Lego bricks, you can turn him into what looks like a Roblox character. My boy looking so blocky now. Life is Roblox. Another game I want to build is Portal. It's a puzzle game where you use a gun to generate portals and progress through a series of rooms. I'm going to build a tiny room in Lego, and to build the portals, I'm going to use arch pieces to form holes in the walls, then cover the inside of them with transparent pieces. All we need now is a character to play and a portal gun that I custom built. Okay, for this map, you have to make it up to this platform here. So I put one hole down here and I put another up here. So let's see if it works. Nice. Yes, it does. Okay, it's time for a round of building popular mobile games. Yes, the ones you play on your phone. My personal favorite is Temple Run, and basically you have to run through this obstacle course to escape these evil monkeys. First, I'm gonna build the running guy that you control in the game. Then I'm gonna use random pieces to build the creepy monkey guy that chases you. And now I'm gonna build the obstacle course that you run on in the game. So I'm gonna build a large ancient wall with water on the side and cover the wall in plants so it looks really old. Then I'm gonna build a few obstacles like a tree root that you're supposed to jump over, and fire that you're supposed to duck underneath. And finally, I'm gonna add coins on the ground like in the game using these tiny gold plates. And there we go, now it's time to test our obstacle course. No, you were supposed to swipe up to jump, not swipe right. That's how you turn. Another game is Subway Surfers, but instead of running from monkeys, you run from a police officer. First, I'm gonna build a little boy that you're supposed to play as, then the police officer that chases you, and he also has a pet police dog. As you run in the game, you're supposed to jump on top of subways and avoid hitting them, so I'm gonna build a small obstacle course with a train and a few other things you're supposed to avoid hitting, and finally, coins. Now we can add our minifigs, and there we go. That's another mobile game down. Another popular mobile game is Fruit Ninja, where you're supposed to slice random fruit with your finger. So here's a bunch of Lego fruit, and here's a ninja. And now it's time to test his skill. Ready? Go! Well done, student. But let's see how he does with a real fruit. Another popular game is Pokemon. I'm gonna build one of the iconic Pokeballs in the game they use to catch the Pokemon. So I'm gonna take a bunch of plates and use a sideways building technique to create this massive ball. It looks really satisfying and it also fits perfectly in my hand. Oh look, it's one of those rare Charizards. I call dibs on this. What about Among Us? Yes, the very sus game. The first thing we need to build are the crewmates, and they come in different colors, so I'm gonna go ahead and build 5 of them. Then I'm gonna give them some custom accessories to wear, like different hats. I'm then gonna build a section of the map with a few different rooms to do tasks in. So I'm gonna start with an electrical room that's full of power boxes, wires, and switches. Then I'm gonna build the cafeteria where meetings are held and crewmates get to decide and vote who the imposter is. And finally, I'm gonna build a medical room which has an interesting tiling design, a bed for injured people, and I also went ahead and built this custom medbay scanner. So now that we have the rooms built, the crewmates can go ahead and get their task done. Wow, this is looking so good. Oh crap. Wait, who did that? Next up is Angry Birds. Pretty much in this game, you launch birds and try to knock over things. Lego actually makes Angry Birds sets, so I bought one off Amazon worth $40, and let's see what we get. Okay, we get 4 different characters, including 2 birds, a catapult to launch them, and a set with random play features, like when you hit these balloons, it makes this bridge collapse, and when you hit this fan, it releases this boulder which plummets down and hits this crate of dynamite. But I honestly just bought this set for the characters because I don't have any, and I want to make an actual tower that can get knocked down like in the game. So I made these tiny walls that can be stacked in any way you want to form a massive tower. Okay, let's see how much damage we can make. Wow, that was literally the first try. What about Wii games, like Wii Sports Resort? In this game, you're on a tropical island with lots of random activities to do, like this one called Swordplay, and the objective is to make it across this bridge while defeating everyone in your way. I'm gonna build this in Lego, so I'll start with some large rock pieces to build 2 cliffs. Then I'm gonna take string pieces and connect each side together to build one massive suspension bridge. Now we can add people on the bridge, and since the swords in this game glow, I'm just gonna use lightsabers. And now that our build is complete, it's time to fight. Another Wii Sports game is boxing, so I'm gonna build these 2 boxing minifigs that have gloves, then I'm gonna build a custom boxing ring for them to fight in. So now, let the challenge begin. And there we go, looks like we have a winner. Another game is Call of Duty. It's one of the most popular first-person shooters. Here's a bunch of custom army minifigs that I used in a few videos back, and I want to make a giant map for them to battle in. One of the most popular in Call of Duty is Nuketown, and it's pretty much a tiny neighborhood with houses, so I'm gonna build the first house. There's also a school bus in this map, so I went ahead and built one in Lego as well. So now we can add our army men, and they can go ahead and battle it out.
Enemy chopper incoming!
Call of Duty is also known for its really toxic lobbies full of angry players, so I'm gonna build a sweaty gamer playing Call of Duty on his computer and yelling into his mic. Absolute dog water, you're trash, you literally can't aim. One of the most popular games to exist is Minecraft, and I want to recreate the part of the game where you get to fight the Ender Dragon. It's pretty much the objective of the game. First, we need our character to play, so here's a Lego Steve minifig. I'm now gonna build the end world, so I'm gonna start by taking some bricks and building a simple landscape. Then I'm gonna build massive obsidian towers, and at the top, I'm gonna put the crystals that you're supposed to hit with your bow. I'm then gonna add 2 Endermen, and most importantly, the Ender Dragon, which is the final boss that you get to fight in the game. So now Steve can go ahead and fight the dragon, and we can move to our next idea. Another popular game is Grand Theft Auto, an open-world game where you explore a city as a criminal, completing crazy missions to survive and earn money. In this game, you can customize your character to have the most expensive-looking clothing and flex to other people in the lobby. You also get to purchase weapons and drive really expensive cars, so I'm gonna make a custom Lamborghini in Lego for our character to drive. This one has a lot of advanced building tricks, and it looks really sporty and fast, which is gonna be important because you spend a lot of time in this game trying to run away from cops. So the next thing I'm gonna add to this build is a police helicopter to chase down our car. Dang, bro's got a 3-star wanted level. And now, for the final video game we're gonna make. I just realized, since this video is about Lego, what if we made a Lego video game in Lego? These games usually have puzzles you have to solve to get through certain parts of the map, so I'm gonna go ahead and design my own custom level. Finally, we can add our character, and okay, the level is finished, so now let's play it. comment your favorite video game. There's gonna be a part 2 on Sacred's channel with even more games, so make sure you subscribe to my boy so you don't miss it. So thank you for watching, I'll see you later.
I'm a Lego man, I'm a fall in the river. Collecting all the such, yeah, money getting bigger.
In this video, I'm gonna take over 10 different things in Lego and buy them in extremely large numbers. And for each item that I multiply, I'm then gonna challenge myself to make a custom Lego build with it. Let the challenge begin. This is a $15 Lego set, and after unboxing it and building it, it's a Lego Ferrari that comes with a minifig to drive it. But I just got a package in the mail because for this first round, we're not gonna be looking at one car, but 10 of them. And now we gotta put these together, so insert the time lapse. Okay, and after 3 hours of building, our 10 Lego cars were completed. Guys, I think this is the most stickers I've ever used in one sitting. Like, look how many packets I ran through. Like, this car was actually so stressful. Why does it need to have 100 stickers on it? And looking at all these different cars, I feel like it's straight out of a racing game.
It is time to defeat your enemies. Choose your car.
Okay, let's see which one makes it down my driveway first. Okay, here we go. Go, 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 go. Oh, the Ferrari. The Ferrari. Oh, the Mercedes. The Mercedes is first. Let's go! Okay, the Mercedes made first, but none of the other cars actually made it to the bottom. So that gives me the idea of making a giant Lego creation to put all these cars in. So I'm gonna quickly speed build a giant racetrack with lots of people to watch. And all we have to do now is add the cars. And there we go, the Lego cars now look like they're all racing each other. Oh, what the heck? Who invited Lightning McQueen? Bruh. Whoa, he's actually Speed. And there we go, round 1 is officially complete. This is one Lego ball, but for the next round, I ordered 20 of them. Oh, it's like massaging my hand right now. Okay, we got 10 soccer balls, and we got 10 basketballs. But instead of hitting buckets like I'm Kobe, or scoring goals like I'm Ronaldo, I want to make one giant obstacle course for them. Okay, here we go, test 1. Very nice. Now, obviously, I want to take this to a different level, so I then spent the next couple hours speed building the best obstacle course I could. Now, it's time to put this thing to the test. Okay, I'm gonna turn this thing on. Let's go, it works. Okay, so when the balls reach the top, they go down this chute, then they go through this, like, Plinko board, then down the slide, and then into this container where they get scooped back up. It's definitely not the biggest contraption, but I'm pretty satisfied. This is one Lego train track, but turns out I actually ordered 100 of them. And of course, to go with the tracks, your boy had to buy a Lego train. So it's time to quickly speed build this thing. And after 2 hours of building, the train was completed. And my plan is to take the 100 tracks that I bought and make one massive train track that goes around my room. Okay, well that turned out pretty well. The train actually comes with the remote controller. Let's go, it's actually working. And all we have to do now is add some final finishing details around the track to bring it to life, like some houses, this tunnel that I built, and now it's time to test it. Okay, here it goes, through the tunnel. Let's go. Bruh, I'm probably making every 7-year-old so jealous right now. If you've ever wondered what 100 Lego train tracks look like together, well, now you know. Wait, sir, you can't park there. You gotta move your car. Sir, move. Sir. Crap. A lot of people say that when you put something in front of a train, it can never stop it. So here's 14 minifigs. Let's see how many it can plow through. Holy crap, it actually plowed through everybody. For this next round, I bought 100 Lego spiders. And I did it because I wanted to see how creepy it would look. Oh my gosh, this is so cursed. I'm gonna put my hand on it. Oh, that feels so weird. And now we need to make a Lego build for this. I'm gonna build a lot of people's biggest fear in Lego, which is the fear of spiders. I'm gonna make a tiny boy's bedroom with decorations, furniture, and a bed with someone sitting in it. And all we have to do now is just fill the room up with spiders. One of my biggest fears is to be asleep and have spiders crawling on top of me. This is a Lego gold bar, a $100 bill, and a Lego diamond. But for this next round, I ordered 100 gold bars, 200 bills, and 500 diamonds. We also got them in different colors, and these ones look like emeralds. Oh wait, no, they're not for you. I'm not trying to trade these right now. And now it's time for the very satisfying part where I mix all of them together. Wow, there's so many diamonds. I feel like I'm in a music video right now. Now, because we have all these valuable items, I want to make one massive Lego bank to put them all in. So I'm going to quickly speed build one. Okay, the outside is complete. It looks like a pretty stereotypical bank. It's got the columns on the outside. And now that we've finished the outside, we can move inside where I'm gonna build a lobby for the bank with an ATM machine, a bench, and a desk with a bank teller. And behind this wall, I'm gonna build a massive vault where we can store all the precious diamonds and gold. Dang, if Mr. Beast was a minifig, this would probably be his net worth. Okay, for this next round, I speed ran to the Lego store, and in the very back is a giant wall full of Lego pieces like these transparent bricks. I thought these were really interesting, so I copped an entire cup of them, and after bringing them back to the crib, I counted them out, and there's about 250 of these. But I have an interesting way to use these pieces, and it's to make water. I'm gonna quickly speed build a Lego coral reef. I'm gonna take plants in different colors and spread them throughout the build, and I'm also gonna include some aquatic animals like fish, a crab, a turtle, dolphin, and an octopus. And now to make the coral reef look like it's actually underwater, I'm gonna add the transparent bricks we built earlier on top. I'm also gonna add a boat and a guy swimming. Dang, this is kind of trippy to look at. From above, it just looks like the ocean, but once you go beneath the transparent bricks, you feel like you're underwater. Nice. Tell him to bring out the whole ocean. The next item I bought are these string pieces, and I bought 30 of them. And they kind of look like Spider-Man webs, so I'm gonna combine them all together to make one giant thread that I'm gonna put Spider-Man at the very end of. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. Let's go. He's actually swinging. Oh my gosh, it literally is touching the grass. We can also use the string pieces as a lifeline for a rescue helicopter.
A man has fallen into the river in Lego City.
Okay, it's time for another package, and after unboxing it, we got 10 Lego cows, 20 Lego sheep, and 30 Lego chickens. And speaking of chicken, it's time for a quick snack break. And these black and white cows costed almost $50 each. And to combine them all together, I want to make one massive Lego farm. I'm going to build a very stereotypical red barn in the very middle. Then around it, I'm going to use fence pieces to build pens for each animal. So the cows have their own crib. Then I'm going to build another one for the sheep and then the chickens. Wow, look at all those chickens. And there we go, the Lego farm is complete. There's so many animals, I feel like I'm in Minecraft creative mode right now. And of course, I had to add a farmer. I'm going to name him Billy Dirt Tiller. Bruh. He can go ahead and milk the cows and get those eggs. Okay, it's time for the next round, so I got another package in the mail, and let's unbox it. Okay, so in front of me are 2,000 of these transparent orange studs. Dang, what the heck? These look like salmon eggs. But you know what this also looks like? Lava. So that gives me the idea of building a massive Lego volcano where we can simulate an actual volcanic eruption. Okay, the volcano is finished. If you spin this gear, this platform inside the volcano moves up. So I'm gonna use it to push the lava pieces. Nice, that's like me in the bathroom. And now, it is time for the final but biggest round of all, because inside this package are a bunch of minifig parts. Oh my gosh, there's so many pieces. I feel like I'm in one of those character customization screens in the video games. Oh, wait, no, that sucks. That's right, because we're not gonna just be building one minifig, but 300 of them. And after speed building these people for 2 hours, they took up 2 massive base plates. Yo, check this out, it's like a duplication glitch. That's right, I made 30 of the exact same person. So, if you've ever wondered what 300 minifigs look like, here you go. And since all these minifigs are just standing here, how about we turn this into a massive concert with a stage full of lights and speakers? And just like that, cue the music. Whoa, what the heck? What is this? Oh, this is so lame. But you know what? I think I have an idea to fix this. Okay, we're gonna hit 3 million. Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, this is actually kind of fire. Oh, he's cooking. Well, there we go. I think we've successfully made a hype concert in Lego. Let's go. Thank you guys for 3 million. Let's get it, baby. The winner of the Lego Tesla was this person on Instagram. I already shipped it out with an extra Lego set. So thanks for watching. See you later.
My heart's like a Lego set, please don't break it. I don't like mega blocks, please don't fake it. Everything is lit, yeah, everything is awesome. I build illegal tricks, yo, and we never stopping.
In this video, I'm gonna test over 50 secret illegal ways to build in Lego that you probably never knew were possible. Anyway, let's go. Okay, now what's the entire point of Lego? To build things, right? But what if I told you there's actually secret ways to build in Lego that Lego has never told anyone or never intended? Okay, for this first trick, you can take a plate and stick it between the studs on another plate. And this is illegal because if you do it enough times, the plate will literally bend. But there's different things you can build with this trick, like a ladder. Or you can build a house that looks like it's still being built. Dang, what Lego set is bro building? You can also build police sirens. I also built a simple work table to put tools on. You can also build a waterfall like this one, where I'm able to put bubbles on the side, that way it looks like the water's actually flowing. And for my favorite hack, you can use this trick to build the walls of a house, that way you don't need to use so many bricks. You can also build a giant spoiler for a car. Okay, now if you've built a Lego wall long enough, you'll notice that it can actually bend. So for these next illegal tricks, we're gonna try building crazy Lego shapes. How about a triangle? Okay, here we go.
Nope.
Let's try that one more time. Oh my gosh, no way. Yes! This is a normal Lego square, but what if we added an extra side to it and turned it into a pentagon? Nice. This is actually so satisfying. Now, what's the whole point of a Lego piece? To be connected to something, right? But what if we were savage and didn't do that? So for this next trick, it's taking Lego pieces and not connecting them all the way. Now, this is actually really strapped because you can use this to do some really cool things. Like, I built an archway for a gate. I also used this trick to build a curved wall for a garden. Or just for fun, you can build your very own Lego circle. Wow, that was actually so satisfying. For these next illegal tricks, we're gonna find ways to put Lego pieces on the opposite way. This first method uses 2 flower pieces. They fit perfectly between 2 bricks. You can make 2 plates face the opposite way if you shove 2 coin pieces between them. For this method, I'm connecting 2 plates using the stick on a lever piece. You can also use Technic pieces, like these pins, or this longer axle that can connect 2 1x1 pieces. For this method, I'm using 2 tiny slopes, and for this method, I'm using 2 panels and I'm squeezing them between the studs on a plate. And for my favorite method, I'm using 2 glass window panels. And these tricks are actually really helpful. Like, I used them to build a round bathtub for a minifig, and I also made this modern looking table. For this next trick, you can take a plate with a clip and it actually fits inside of a round plate. So if you keep doing this on every corner, it has an interesting shape. So now I can use this as a ninja star. I also used it to build a Lego drone. For this next illegal trick, you can put a tile piece inside of another tile. I took these tiles that look like triangles and I built a very fancy abstract piece of art that looks like something that could go in a museum and sell for millions of dollars. Also, it looks like a Fortnite build battle. I used this trick to build a towel and make it look like it's hanging off a table. I also made this small bench and I also put them on the bottom of this chair for legs. Okay, there's a lot of secret illegal tricks you can do with plants. For this first illegal trick, you can take leaf pieces and overlap them with each other. And this trick is very satisfying, so if you do it enough times, you can make a giant pine tree. If you take a default Lego bush and shove pieces into it, it looks like there's fruit growing on it. If you take a Lego gear, you can put a plant inside of it and it turns into a pot. Or if you have a Lego horn like this, you'll notice that the tip is very thin. So thin, you can actually put it in the tiny tube underneath a plate. Now it's been turned into a tiny looking plant. If you take a Lego brick, you can actually flip it upside down and you can fill in the empty spaces with plants. If you break off the bottom piece of this lever, you can attach it to a flower and now it makes the flower look bigger. Okay, this next trick is extremely illegal because if you have scissors, you can cut the tiny leaf pieces off of this piece. You can use it as a cool decoration for a hat, or you can put it on the bottom of a plate and it kind of looks like a small sailboat. For this next illegal trick, you can put a clip piece inside of a clip. So if you have a palm tree leaf, you can actually stand it up and it turns into a bush. For these next illegal tricks, we're gonna look at things you can do with car tires. If you have small tires, a stud actually fits perfectly inside of it. So if you attach this to the end of a bar, your minifig is now a gym bro because it looks like a giant weight. If you have a larger tire piece, it actually fits perfectly around a 2x2 round brick. So it makes a really cool looking pot for a plant. You can also use this trick to build a giant speaker for a party. If you want to turn a sword into a lightsaber, all you need to do is take some transparent bricks and put them over the blade. Now you have the at-home version of a lightsaber. If you put a sword between the leg and torso piece of a minifig, it actually looks like the sword is going through him. You can also put a sword through the ribcage of a skeleton to make it look like this guy died in battle. And for this next illegal trick, this one's actually really satisfying, but you can put a sword inside of a round brick and it makes an interesting display item. For this next illegal trick, you can take any transparent transparent bricks, and you can use them as display cases to put tiny Lego items that fit inside. You can display ancient weapons, guns, a tiny ring, or a rare Charizard Pokemon card. If you have a satellite dish, you can turn it into a different type of dish. So simply flip it upside down and it becomes a dish for food. If you flip a white stud upside down and place it on top of a coffee mug, it looks like there's a drink with cream in it. This next trick is very illegal because if you remove the helmet off a Lego Stormtrooper and place it upside down, it turns into a toilet. Definitely wouldn't want to put the helmet back on my head. This is a Lego coin piece and it's super weird because there's literally no way to connect it to anything. But I discovered if you take two of them, it actually fits in the hand of a minifig. If you take the arm off a skeleton, you can use it to build a lamp. This is a Lego whip piece, and there's a small spot on the tip to connect things, so if you put a fish on it, it's now turned into a fishing rod. For this next illegal trick, you can take the handle off a bucket, and you can shove it into a 1x2 brick, and now it becomes a luxurious looking handbag, or you can use it for a drawer handle. For this next secret trick, if you take a rollerblade, you'll find that the tiny wheels can actually connect to things. So I built this tiny looking robot. If you have a Lego torch piece like this, you can flip it upside down and use it as a tripod for a camera. Or if you have a tiny bar piece, you can use it as one of those smaller tripods that vloggers always use. Okay, fun fact, but a Lego brick and a plate fit perfectly on the front of a minifig hand. So using that trick, I built a simple shield using basic parts. Also, if you remove the legs off a minifig, you can replace one leg with a square brick, another with a round brick, and just like that, that's the DIY way of building a Lego pirate leg. Okay, now when you buy a Lego Harry Potter set, they give you these wands, but they come together in this interesting looking mold. But don't remove them yet because you can use them for some interesting builds. Like you can use it to build the back of a chair. If you have an instruction booklet you don't need, you can rip off some of the paper, crumple it, and use it as realistic looking trash. Oh wait, is that sacred? Oh, never mind, sorry. If you look at the bottom of a plate, you'll notice tiny holes, but you can still fit pieces inside of them like flames. So I built this small fire pit. This is a Lego window that looks like it's made from wood. It almost looks like a chopping board or a tray to serve food. If you have a larger window piece like this one, you can turn it into one of those futuristic computers you see from the movies. There's a lot of secret tricks you can do with minifig parts. Like if you detach a minifig's legs, you'll notice they have an interesting shape, so I use them to build the armrest of a couch. Minifig hands are another very useful piece. Like I used one to build the faucet of a sink. If you clip a hand to a small plate, it looks like a walkie-talkie. Or you can attach hands on a pole and it turns into a working hat rack that can actually hang hats. Or you can use it to connect two pieces together, like a diamond on the end of a staff. And for these last illegal building tricks, there's a lot of things you can do with food, like ice cream. Now, ice cream can actually stack on top of each other. So you can use ice cream to add smoke to a build, like the smoke coming out of this train. Or if you put a round brick on top, it can move around in different directions. So I used two ice cream pieces to make these palm trees lean over like they're being blown in the wind. If you have a chicken egg, you can flip it upside down, put a small plant piece inside, and the egg has turned into a pot. And these last few tricks involve a hot dog, and I actually thought of a lot of them, like building the stand of a television. I also used a hot dog to build a lamp, those rope barriers that you see in a museum. And for this final trick, I discovered that the tip of a hot dog can fit on the bottom of a plate, so I used it to build this relaxing bench you'd find in a park. Wow, after all those illegal tricks, the cops have pulled up and we have a 5-star wanted level. Subscribe or your next haircut will look like this. Thanks for watching, see you in the next one.
On my minifigs, put your against up in the air. We be cruising to the city like we just don't care. We be running up there like our money like an ATM. I be dripping with that like a wash, catch me with the bands.
Today I'm gonna be building and testing over 20 satisfying and impossible looking things you can do with Lego. So anyway, let's go. This first Lego build I made is a car with square wheels. Yeah, you're probably confused where I'm going, but let me cook real quick, because it turns out there's a special road you can build which will actually allow the wheels to spin. I built this really bumpy road, but apparently it's supposed to actually help. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. Holy crap, that is so satisfying. I did not expect that to actually work. Like the video if we should make cars like this. For this next Lego build, we're gonna need lots of gears, but these ones are special because they can actually interlock at different angles. So because of that, I'm gonna attempt to build an entire ball out of them. Okay, this thing looks cool, but it's gonna be even cooler if it works, so let's try it. Oh. Oh my gosh, that is so satisfying. This would make a great fidget toy if you're bored. Okay, I have this special cup that's actually designed to connect with Lego because it actually has Lego pieces surrounding it. So I went ahead and used it to make this special build, which makes the cup look like it's pouring water and floating. So to build the water pouring from the cup, I used these blue Lego pieces, and I found a way to put the cup on the top so it's balancing. Okay, on to the next build. Okay, now if you take a bunch of Lego bricks and stack them, you can twist them to build a giant spiral. So using this trick, I went ahead and built this satisfying giant sample of DNA, which uses these red bricks and these round bricks in different colors. Nice, this looks like something I'd see out of a science textbook. Another thing you can do with bricks is build a giant line out of them until it actually becomes flexible. Let's see if we can put it in a circle. Yes, let's freaking go. It actually works. This feels so illegal right now, guys. It also makes a nice piece of jewelry on my neck. For this next Lego build, you'll need lots of these special Technic pieces with holes, because if you crisscross a bunch of them together, you can build this satisfying springy thing. Nice, this reminds me of those lifts they use in construction. This next Lego build looks like a boring square, but if you pull up on the very middle, it magically turns into a giant pyramid. So to build it, I made squares in different sizes that all connect and slide together. For this Lego build, I made a giant cube, but inside the cube are other cubes. So basically, it seems to never end. I also built this Lego cube, but it's special because it uses hinges to actually rotate and turn into different shapes. But no matter how many times you rotate it, it will always turn back into a cube. So basically, it goes in an infinite loop. Wow, it literally doesn't end, guys. It feels like an unskippable ad. This next Lego build is impossible, but in a different way, because it's impossible to take apart. Both of these red pieces hold this orange piece in, and I literally can't remove them. Okay, now Lego makes these special plates, which are triangles. So using enough of these pieces, I went ahead and built an entire ball out of them, which has 20 sides on it. Let's see if we can use this as a basketball. All right, here we go. Bruh. Oh shoot. Crap. Forgot I can't do that. For this next interesting build, we're gonna make some custom Lego art. So I went ahead and added different colors of Lego to this base plate in different lengths, which make it look like paint that's dripping down a canvas. And if you ever build something like this, it'll make a great piece of art in your room. Another thing you can do with Lego is create interesting 3D shapes, like this one, which I made out of pentagons, to create this interesting 20-sided ball. Nice, this would make a great decoration for my room. You can even build some simpler shapes, like this tiny pyramid. This next impossible looking Lego build is actually a single piece that my friend 3D printed, and it's this giant ball that has studs surrounding it, which means you can actually connect Lego to it. Also, this confuses my brain. For this next build, you can take 6 tiny plates and you can fit them between each other to build this interesting looking shape, which looks like some fancy expensive piece of art. It's also illegal, so just watch out for the cops. Now, something cool you can do with Lego is make certain items look like they're melting. For example, I made this minifigure look like it's melting, and to do it, I used these smooth tiles. I even used that technique to build this chocolate bar, which looks like it's melting. Mr. Beast would not approve of this. Nope. This next Lego build is gonna require some very genius engineering, and it's this very interesting rotating L-shaped mechanism. Apparently, this is supposed to actually turn, so let's try it. Wow, whoever invented this needs to be accepted into Harvard. For these next few builds, we're gonna look at simple illusions you can make with Lego, like this one I made from black and white bricks to create this interesting, confusing pattern. I feel like I'm gonna get a headache looking at this. I also built this illusion, which uses black and white checkers that are separated into rows by these thin lines, but if you look closely, you'll notice the lines for some reason don't look straight. So if you have OCD, I'd suggest that you look away right now. I also built this Lego triangle that seems to connect in an endless loop and looks extremely illegal, but before you call the cops, it turns out that it only looks that way because the angle you're looking at it from. I even did the same thing with this Lego staircase, which seems to infinitely go up. So if you're a Lego minifigure, never use these stairs. But it turns out it's actually not connected at all, but they appear to be depending on how you look at them. This next Lego build is a sign that says no, but if you look at it from a different angle, it will say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
And it's actually a really simple trick to do this because I actually hid certain letters behind other letters. That way you can't actually see it. For this next Lego build, I made this wall full of Lego bricks that look like they're magically floating. And nope, I'm not using hacks because it turns out I use these special clear pieces that hold the bricks at a certain angle. Nice. This looks like an expensive piece of art that I'd see in a museum. I also made this floating Lego build, which uses tiny squares to create this satisfying shape. But if you turn it around, you'll notice I actually use transparent pieces behind the build to hold them up. For this next Lego build, I made a cube and a ball that appeared to be magically glitching through each other. And it looks super confusing, but it turns out I actually built part of the cube around the ball. Another Lego build I made is this confusing looking cube that appears to be floating, and the edges don't seem connected. But it turns out I actually made it from one single piece that's built at different angles. This next idea is going to require a minifigure, because if you stack a bunch of tiny plates, you can then put it behind the minifigure to make it look like it's running extremely fast. Like the video if you think this guy should compete in the Olympics. Another thing you can do with minifigures is make them shrink. But it turns out to do this, I just move the person back, which makes them look smaller. For this next Lego build, we're gonna need a lot of these special bricks that have studs on the side, because I use them to build this giant Lego cube that will allow us to build in any direction we could possibly want. So using this, I made an impossible looking cube that appears to be made from different layers that are floating, and they appear to get bigger as you move outward. And now, for this final Lego trick, you'll need a Lego net piece, because you can use it to make this satisfying Lego build that is actually flexible and can bend. So now that we've discovered this trick, I'm gonna combine every Lego net that I own to build one giant flexible surface in Lego. Okay, this took forever to build, so this better work. Oh my gosh, look at that. Wow, that was actually worth it. This looks like that one fish from Finding Nemo. So using this build, I made a small Lego ocean where we can simulate realistic waves. Okay, now time to simulate a tsunami. Nice. Comment your favorite Lego build. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Nope.
Purple stars in my bank account, run up the digits, counting up the Lego money like Lord business. Always with my minifigs, I'm with the crew, master spins jitsu, call me say woo.
Today, I'm gonna attempt to build and test dangerous Lego builds, each one getting more dangerous, from tiny builds to a massive temple full of traps. So anyway, let's go. This is an official Lego piece, and it's a literal saw blade, so that gives me the idea, what if we build an actual working saw using it? Okay, the saw's finished. I built a table where we can place the items to cut, and underneath is a motor that actually spins the blade. So let's see if it works. Oh, let's go. Okay, we're ready to test the saw. So I went to the store and bought a bunch of random food that we're gonna try cutting, starting with a single noodle. Next, let's try a green bean. Nice. Okay, what about a single chip? Yes, sir. Okay, next is a piece of bread. Nice. What about a piece of lettuce? Yep. Okay, next up is this carrot. Okay, and for the biggest final boss item, we're gonna try cutting this cucumber. Oh, let's go. Bro, that's actually crazy. It literally cut all the food. Next, let's try my finger. Don't try these builds at home, by the way. Okay, this next dangerous Lego build we're gonna make is a Lego rat trap. Okay, basically you pull this piece back and this pole locks it in place. And when you push on this plate, the trap will activate. So let's see if it works on this glizzy. That's the rat trap. Let's go. Ratatouille's got nothing on me right now. Yeah, I would not want to put my finger in that. But we're gonna try anyway. I then trapped this blueberry, and I also trapped this Lego man. I also built this Lego trap, which is a lot smaller, but it's a simple floor trap. Basically, if you step on this yellow piece, the trap will activate. So let's test it with this minifig. Nice. I also tried it with this glizzy. Yeah, I would not want to step on this. This is a Lego propeller piece, like you'd find on an airplane. So that gives me the idea, what if we build a working Lego blender using it? Okay, the blender is finished. I built this clear container where we can put all the things we're gonna blend. And this button should turn it on, so let's see if it works. Yes, let's go. So I went to the store and bought a bunch of random fruits, which we're gonna try blending into a delicious smoothie, starting with a single blueberry. Okay, the blender is still spinning, so let's add more. Uh-oh, the blender is leaking. Okay, that's 10 blueberries. What about adding a strawberry? Okay, it's not really blending, it's just spinning around. And finally, let's see if we can blend a banana. Okay, I think we found this blender's limit. This is a $40 Lego set made from 600 pieces. And after building it, it's this giant Lego Minecraft creeper. There's even a secret room in its head to hide a minifig. But you might be asking, how is this dangerous? Well, I'm about to make it dangerous, because I'm gonna make it explode like one from the actual game. So I bought this tiny explosive, and I'm gonna load it inside its head. Here we go. Okay, its entire head blew off, and now I gotta clean this up. Oh, let's go, the Steve survived. Now, something dangerous about Lego is stepping on it. So next, I'm gonna combine random dangerous Lego pieces I own to form the most dangerous Lego build to step on. I found this whale with a sharp fin, this Batman minifig with pointy ears, this guy with pointy hair, this spiky bush, this leaf. I found this exhaust pipe, this flower stem, this stick of dynamite, a banana, this sword, and this other random weapon, this wand or this horn, this hot dog, this piece of fire. I found these sharp plates, this plate with literal teeth, this fence piece, a clip, this plate with a pin, and this cursed Lego brick that my friend 3D printed. Wow, we have so much Lego now, so let's add it to our base plate. Wow, please like, because this is gonna actually hurt. So time to bring out the dogs and step on it. It feels like someone stabbed my foot. For these next dangerous Lego items, I'm gonna try building some Lego weapons, starting with a working Lego crossbow. And what's special about this one is it can launch literally anything, from a regular brick to a literal minifig. So let's test it and see if we can break my balls. Nice, let's also try breaking my heart. This next weapon is a single Lego piece, and it's this tiny ninja star. Yep, this is a real Lego piece. So let's see if we can slice through something like this water balloon. Bruh. Wow, this is literally a weapon. So for the ultimate test, I'm gonna see if I can get this through a security checkpoint at the airport. I also built some dangerous torture devices for a Lego minifig, like this one where you're attached to this pole and spun infinitely. Wow, that is super useless, but it worked. I also built this device, which uses a simple mechanism that will infinitely punch you in the face. Wow, this is probably the most unemployed thing I've ever done. Okay, this next dangerous Lego build is what looks like a boring, empty road. But it turns out there's actually a hidden slingshot underneath the road, which will launch anything we place on it. So first, let's test it with a minifig. What the heck? How did bro land behind the slingshot? I then tried it with this giant head. I launched Donkey Kong. I then launched this Mario Kart. And I even launched this Lego Porsche. This next dangerous Lego item is a Lego shredder. It uses 2 motors, which spins these sharp gears with teeth. And it should blend anything we put in it. So first, let's test it on some money. Nice. I then shredded some Roblox money, my social security number, and my birth certificate. And for the final test, I tried shredding this cracker. And for the final, biggest, but most dangerous Lego build, I'm gonna build a huge fortress full of dangerous traps that these 10 people are going to explore, and only one will make it out alive. So first, we need to build the actual entrance for the fortress. So I built this old ancient temple in the jungle with this skull to remind you that after exploring, you'll probably look like this. So now we're ready to send our minifigures in and build the first trap. This one looks like a normal staircase, but when you walk on it, there's a feature that actually lets it explode. Okay, on to the next trap. This one looks like a normal platform that you could walk on. But when you pull on this piece, the floor will actually break and drop you into this pit of spiders and snakes. I also built this trap where you walk onto this net, but above there's actually an arm which will raise the net and trap you. And for this trap, it's actually built into the wall because as you're walking, random darts will shoot at you. Okay, now we're down to half of our men. I then built this trap where spikes come from the ground And I built this trap where spikes come from above. And for the final trap, I built this small bridge which goes over lava, but when you pull on this piece, the bridge collapses. Wow, let's go. We're left with one survivor, which means it's time to reward him. So at the end of the temple, I built a secret treasure room with the Lego store gift card. Every Lego man's biggest dream, because now he can go to the Lego store and buy as much Lego as he could desire. Comment what I should do next, subscribe, thanks for watching.
Your business wants to glue me down. I run from the crack, run round and round. Lord business. Run from the crack, run round and round.
Today I'm gonna buy, build, and test 16 fake Lego items to see how they compare to real Lego and if Lego should make them actual sets. So anyway, let's go. Okay, so last week I searched the internet and spent over $1,000 on some of the most interesting fake Lego sets possible, and today's the day they come to my house. Let's begin with our first item. I paid $60 and it's made from almost 1,000 pieces, and it's this small futuristic robot dog. This thing actually looks so complicated, but using this remote and a motor inside, the robot can actually walk. Okay, let's see if he's a good boy. Oh my gosh. Good boy. No freaking way, it actually walks like a dog. Guys, this is the future. I don't even need to own a real dog now, I can just have this. Go fetch. Oh shoot, his foot got stuck. Bad boy. And because we built a robot dog, let's see how my real dog reacts to it. Okay, it's keeping him entertained, and now he has someone to play with. Okay, this next item is made by General Jim's Toys and Bricks. It costs $30, it's made from 300 pieces, and it's a fast food burger restaurant. There's a giant burger statue on top of the restaurant, and the logo of the restaurant, which has this interesting face on it. There's a small drive-through window, and inside there's an employee taking orders and serving food, and this drink called Coca-Cola. Why does that literally look like Coca-Cola? The restaurant even has a second level with this small playground for children. There's also this guy, which looks like Ronald McDonald. So does this pass, or does it deserve to get smashed? Well, not only is this a fake Lego set, but there's fake Coca-Cola and a fake Ronald McDonald. So I'm gonna smash it. Okay, this next box was $25, and it's made by this company named Blocks World. And inside are 12 giant eggs. But it turns out each egg actually has a tiny dinosaur inside. So let's hatch one of them and see what we get. Okay, we got our first dinosaur, and it's this green one with horns on its head. So now let's build all 12 of them and see what we get. Okay, all 12 have been collected, and I think they gave me the same one on accident. This dinosaur has a long neck, this one flies, and I definitely wouldn't want to step on this one because it has horns on its back. Or instead of collecting all 12 dinosaurs, you can combine them together to form one giant dinosaur. This next item costs $70, and it's a working Lego gumball machine. The machine has a clear ball on top which you can fill with all the prizes, and to unlock them you're given these large coins that you insert into the machine. Then when you twist this piece on the front, the machine dispenses a random prize which come in these balls that have small random Lego builds inside. And after opening every ball, I collected this small lamp, a penguin and a train, this tank, this heart, and this music player. And I even unlocked these little slips of paper that have fortunes written on them. A giant lobster shall enter your room. Wait, what? What the? Okay, those are all the prizes, and to get these, I had to smash all these balls. The next knockoff Lego item I bought are these cheap army men for $15. Drop and give me 50. Good boy. They come with different accessories like these vests and backpacks, and these special camouflage suits which go around them and make them blend in with nature. They look like small bushes. You even get these small Lego guns which look like guns from the actual military, like this one which sits on a tripod, and this rocket launcher which actually has a spring inside so the rockets can shoot out. And for $30, I bought this knockoff Lego battlefield that the soldiers can fight on. It includes this watchtower, this building with tiny windows that the soldiers can shoot out of, these large spikes, chain link fences, and armored boats that the soldiers can roll up in. So now the soldiers can go to war with each other. Okay, I bought this one from Buildify, and it's this Lego Skibbity toilet. Okay, the build is finished, and basically it's a dude's head sticking out of a toilet with 8 guns attached to it. So do I give this 5 stars, or do I hit this with my car? Well, this is probably the most brain rot Lego thing I've ever seen, and I don't know what's up with this guy's teeth. What the heck? Where did his head go? Oh, I found his teeth, guys. Okay, I'm on Amazon and I found this. It's this knockoff Lego toaster for $49. It has pretty good review. Look at this. The person in the ad looks so happy. So she clearly likes it. So I probably will too. And 1 week later, it arrived. Okay, and after building it, this thing actually looks like a real toaster. It comes with 2 slices of bread and these tiny pieces of butter to go with them. The actual toaster is made using this complex mechanism inside with this lever that loads the bread down, this dial which lets you pick the level of toastiness, and this button which will eject the bread from the toaster. So let's put the bread inside and see if it works. When I push this button, the bread should come out. What the heck? Why is it not coming out? Oh, and the handle broke. Are you serious right now? I spent 4 hours for something that doesn't work. Wow, that's so disappointing. So it looks like this one takes an L. But if we can't cook Lego bread, what happens if we try cooking real bread? What the heck? Okay, another website to buy fake Lego is Temu, so let's see what they have. This one's $38 and it's called Mutated Monster. I'm confused, why is it on this guy's face? Is it supposed to go on your face? So after buying it, I waited a week and it came in the mail. So let's take it inside and put it together. Okay, I still have no clue what this is. Maybe it's like a lizard or a snake. It has this tail that bends and these arms. So let's put it on my face. Okay, let's try it. Okay, it's on my face, and I can't breathe very well now. Yeah, this one's weird. Don't buy this one. This next item costs $35, and it's made from 1,000 pieces. And after building it, it's this small retro TV. But what makes it special is the actual screen of the TV is this small Lego build inside, which actually starts moving when you twist this piece on the side. Or if you want, you can remove the entire build and replace it with your phone, which actually mounts to the back of the TV. That way now you can watch anything you want. I also bought this item, which is a Lego telephone. Okay, it's this vintage looking phone that looks like it's 100 years old. So to put in the digits, you rotate this dial in the front, and the actual phone can be picked up and placed on this stand. There's even a small crank on the side that rings this bell on the bottom. Nice, this actually looks like a vintage phone, and this would make a great way to talk to the Huz. Okay, this next item is Lego Shrek's Swamp. Okay, the Lego set is finished. It comes with the Lego Shrek and Fiona, which are made from bricks, so they're not like an actual minifig. It comes with this outhouse with a toilet inside, a small swamp, and this house, which looks like it's built into a tree and has vines growing off it. There's a tiny place for Shrek to live inside, and the switch which turns on these working lights. I think this house might be too small for him because he can hardly fit in it. Okay, that's another item finished, so on to the next one. Have you ever wanted to own a pet fish? Well, now you don't need to do that because this next product is a knockoff Lego aquarium with tiny Lego fish in it. It costs $30 and the aquarium has every type of sea animal in it, including this jellyfish which actually moves when you twist this piece on the side. It even comes with these small lights, so even at night you can still look at all the fish inside. Okay, let's see what's in this next package. Okay, it looks like we got this fake Lego gun. Okay, the gun's finished, and why does it actually look so real? Okay, the gun comes with these tiny gold bullets that you load into the front, and when you pull the trigger, the bullet actually shoots. So now that we know it works, let's test it on some basic targets. Oh yeah, America. Okay, this thing costs $60 and it's this knockoff Lego lightsaber. It's the exact size of a real lightsaber. It has a silver handle and the actual blade lights up in the dark. But I want to put this lightsaber to the test, so let's try hitting this Lego man with it. Okay, this thing is not strong at all. It's literally wiggling. Okay, the lightsaber broke, but the dude's head came off. Okay, this one's made by tech creators, and it's this giant snake. Okay, after finishing it, this snake comes with a long tail that actually bends. It has these giant fangs, and its eyeballs can even glow in the dark. Let's try charming it. For the final biggest item I bought, I paid $60 and it's made from almost 2,000 pieces. And after building it, it's this knockoff Lego bumper cart ride, like something you'd find at an amusement park. First you walk up to this booth where you buy tickets, then you walk up to this platform where you're then loaded onto the ride. There's 6 different bumper carts, and in the very back there's a battery box which activates the ride. I spent 4 hours building this, so this better be worth it. No freaking way. Yes, they're actually hitting each other. But to move the cars, there's this complex system of magnets underneath the build that the cars actually connect to. Comment which of these you think should become a real Lego set. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Purple studs in my bank account, run up the digits, counting up the Lego money like Lord business. Always with my minifigs, I'm with the crew, master spins, jitsu, call me say woo.
In this video, I spent over $1,000 on old Lego from the 1980s, and with all this Lego, I'm gonna challenge myself to combine it together to make my very own Lego city. So anyway, let the challenge begin. Okay, so Lego's a giant company that's been around for a thick minute, so clearly it has a very rich history. So out of curiosity, I spent several hours last week searching the internet for old forgotten Lego, then grabbed my mom's credit card and spent $1,195.36 on it. And today's the day that everything comes in the mail. So it's time for a very satisfying unboxing experience. I'm doing this so you guys don't have to, and if you want to know what a little over $1,000 looks like in Lego, then now you know. Okay, so everything's disassembled and bagged up, but throughout the video, I'm gonna be building these things one by one, then adding them to this empty plot of land to form a Lego town at the end of the video. Let's start with the most basic and simple thing I bought, which is a bunch of old Lego minifigures that came out between 1982 and 1992. They have one thing in common, and it's that they're smiling. Like, constant smiling. Can you guys maybe not smile at me so much? Why are you guys looking at me? Old minifigures from this time also had a totally different head design. The new ones have a hole on the top, that way if a little 4-year-old sticks this up their nose, they can still breathe. Some of these minifigures have different skills and professions. This guy is rocking some very expensive shades, very dripped up. That person's hair looks like flaming hot Cheetos. And this guy has a very exquisite mustache. These are the very first minifigures to live in this town, and since I'm building this town for them, they see me as their ultimate leader, and they will do anything I tell them to do. Hey you, build me a house right now. That's right, it's about time we add the first few houses to go in this Lego town for our citizens to live in. These construction workers are so diligent that they've already dug out some of the ground, built a bucket loader, gathered materials, and are now getting to work on the first house. This one is a Lego set from 1989, comes with a large outdoor space to eat, and the owners moving in even have a luxurious camper van with a fancy interior and a boat. These construction workers are a walking W. No, like actually, they're a walking W. But I don't think one house is enough, so on the other side of town, I'm gonna add one more house. I don't want them to know my next move, so I'm gonna build it with the glizzy. This house is located in a forest on a beautiful river next to a giant cliff with a suspension bridge going to it. And the owners really seem to love the outdoors because they own a Range Rover sports truck with a little boat to go fishing. And they also own a horse that loves drinking water from the river. And in the case that a Lego man falls into the river on accident, I bought a 1985 Lego rescue helicopter set. Cue the Lego City commercial.
Build the helicopter. And off to the rescue.
Now we can deploy the chopper, rescue this random guy that fell in, and bring him to safety. So while I was building that one house with the hot dog, it made the citizens of this town really hungry. So now it's time to supply this town with some food. I bought a Lego pizza restaurant set, so we're gonna add this to the very center of the town. Wow, this pizza do be looking real bussin', and the owner of this restaurant really looks like he loves his job, and I'm gonna name him Chef Linguini. This set even comes with a delivery car and a minimum wage high school worker. That way the people of this town can hit up Chef Linguini on the phone and order hot and fresh pizza delivered straight to their door. And next to the pizza restaurant, I'm gonna add this 23-piece Lego set, which is a lady selling ice cream. A great dessert choice after eating some delicious pizza. This is definitely one of the smallest Lego sets I've ever built, and that doesn't look anything like ice cream, but keep in mind, this was a Lego set from 1997. And just like that, the people of this town are flooding in, forming a giant line to try some of this amazing food that this town now offers. And Chef Linguini is racking in thousands of dollars. These people are even filming a mukbang video. But as the creator of this town, I didn't really think about the nutritional levels of these meals, so now it looks like despite the bussin' pizza and ice cream, the citizens of this town are experiencing severe digestive problems and heart heart failure. Oh no, what have I done? Now they're all laying in the street and being a traffic hazard. We need to build them something right now to take care of their medical issues, or else they're all going to die in the street. So this next Lego set is from 1987, and it's a hospital that comes with a large headquarter building, several medical field workers, and an ambulance. So we can now send out the ambulance to get people off the street and take them to get the proper medical treatment they need. And one by one, our citizens are getting back up on their feet as good as new. And just like that, the people of this town have been saved. Oh, we did lose one guy though, but that's okay. And for making such disgraceful food that violates health code, we're going to send Chef Linguini and the ice cream lady to jail. But wait, in the middle of making this video, I realized I actually had to move, so I'm gonna go do that real quick, and that also explains why this video took 3 freaking weeks to make. Sorry about that, y'all. Anyway, as I was saying, we need to arrest Chef Linguini and the ice cream lady for taking advantage of people's health for the sake of making tons of ching-ching. So next to the hospital, there's some extra space to add this next Lego set I bought, which is a giant police station. It comes with a lot of play features, including a cop car, helicopter, 2 motorcycles, and a prison, which will definitely come in clutch shortly when we arrest our suspects. And just when you thought this was enough, you thought wrong, because I also bought this Lego surveillance truck set, which comes with a computer room inside for the police to do undercover work. And I also bought this tiny pursuit truck. Probably not gonna make much of a difference, but it's something. I just realized this, but the police station looks exactly like the hospital. And I think our police force now looks complete. So it's time to deploy the ops, pull up to Chef Linguini and the ice cream lady, arrest them, and send them to jail. And instead of a pizza restaurant, it's time to welcome Gordon Ramsay, because he's moving into this town to open his own restaurant, which offers far more gourmet and nutritional meals.
With Chef Linguini and the ice cream lady in jail, the town was finally at peace. But aside from Gordon's bussin' food, this town still needs something special and unique to keep the people happy. How about I add a beach over here for them to relax and have fun? And yes, I am Morgan Freeman. And since Tyler is currently playing Minecraft with the boys, I'm doing this part of the video for him.
Yes, I told you to feed the villagers bread. Okay, I gotta go, bye. Oh wow, what's this? Okay, I don't know who added this here, but I think it would be very cool to put a beach in this city. So the first attraction I'm gonna add is a 30-year-old Lego set, which is a surf shack. You can rent surfboards, or you can go up to this guy with the mustache and order drinks. It also comes with this guy on a sailboard who's doing tricks in the water. Now there's tons of space out in the water for people to take their motor vehicles, so let's add some boats. This first one is a $45 yacht I bought. This next set is a dock with a guy on it, and he's fishing for a shark. I also bought this boat with a fan on the back, kind of like those boats you see in the swamps. And I also found these interesting pieces that go in between the studs on a brick, and I don't think Lego makes these anymore. I also bought a $5 set of a guy in a kayak, and another tiny set I bought is this jet ski, which can fit a single minifig. Now those are all the water vehicles I got. So moving to the sand, I'm gonna add this off-road SUV I paid $20 for, and this camper van that's carrying a surfboard on top. And yep, I bought a second one on accident. This is honestly really trippy to look at. This kind of feels like a duplication glitch. And finally, here's a couple of $5 dune buggies that we can add. Now this beach looks perfect. There's so much to do, and the people of this town will love me for it. But even with that, this town still feels a little empty, and I want to fill this entire street with different kinds of vehicles. And thankfully, I bought a bunch of them. So here's a quick speed round of Lego cars that I bought. This first car I bought is a TV van that comes with a satellite dish on top, as well as a camera guy and his own personal camera. And this is perfect because he can pull up and film Gordon Ramsay's next cooking show. And same goes to this next Lego set I bought, which is a Lego camera truck. It's got a giant adjustable arm on it with a guy on top holding a camera. Oh yeah, there you go. Come on, get all those angles. What if someone has a shopping spree on Amazon? Well, here's a delivery van with a delivery guy that can travel in and out of town bringing packages to people's doors. This next Lego set is a 1985 family car. Not sure why it's meant for families though, when it can only fit a single dude. And this next set is a monster truck from 1988. This thing is pretty massive because it has 8 wheels, and I like how the truck looks super tough and hard, but then there's the driver whose shirt looks like something a 5-year-old would wear to kindergarten. And the final vehicles I bought for this speed round are these 2 race cars. These are like the ones that you find on the drag strip. So now these 2 people can have fun and go race. Oh, wait, that probably wasn't a good idea because now they crashed into this person's house and it's burning. This is not good because the only thing that should be fire right now is this video. So in this corner of the city, I'm gonna build a fire station. And yes, I got hungry, so I was eating Mr. Beast chocolate while building this. But anyway, this fire station comes with 2 garages, one to store a fire truck with a ton of features like a ladder and a long hose. On the top is a helipad for a helicopter, and there's also a large surveillance tower up top. So it's time to deploy the troops and send them out to extinguish the fire off of this house before it's lost forever. Wow, that was a very close call, but we successfully did that. At this point, this city has had so many problems that we've had to build a hospital, police station, and fire station. Now, since there's so many cars in this town, we need to provide a service for them. So in this final empty space of town, I'm gonna add a gas station. It comes with 4 gas pumps, a tow truck, and even a convenience store where people can buy snacks and drinks. Uh-oh, it looks like a dog chewed on this piece. I hope you don't do that. And this gas station is specifically based off of a Shell gas station, like the global gas company. And at this point, we're pretty much out of space to add anything, so it's time for a final round of small touch-ups to this town. I'm gonna add lots of trees, a few benches, light poles, and all of these Lego pieces are from the 80s. That way it matches the style of this town. And just like that, with a little over $1,000 in old Lego, we completely transform this empty space of land into a thriving city with tons of life. But there's a myth that when you leave your toys alone in a room, they start moving like they do in Toy Story. So I'm gonna bounce, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thank you for watching. Today, I'm gonna build 8 secret bases in Lego, each one in a different place you wouldn't expect, to see which one will be the hardest to find. So anyway, let's go. Before me is a very exquisite looking, luxurious room. But what if I told you there's actually 4 secret entrances that lead to a completely different room behind it? I'll give you a second to guess. Okay, well, if you guess the painting on the wall, you're correct. Or if you guess this fireplace, this wardrobe, and this bookshelf, you're also correct. So behind this wall, we have a perfect place to build our first secret Lego base. And I'm gonna turn it into a secret vault to put rare, valuable items like money, gold, diamonds, Lego game money, and V-Bucks. We can even hide secret items in here, like secret weapons, the Krabby Patty formula, and Victoria's Secret. What? Nice. If I ever did an illegal building technique, I could hide here and the cops can't find me. Okay, for this next Lego base, I'm gonna build one in a tree, but not a Lego tree because I'm gonna put this base in an actual real tree. Okay, I attached this large platform, so now we have plenty of space. Now we're ready to build the actual base. So I made this small house with a bedroom, a dining room, a kitchen, and a small living room with a couch. That way someone can actually live here, including this ant, by the way. And for the outside, I made this wall using wooden planks, and I built a hay roof. Let's see how strong this building is. Nice. And because this treehouse is so high, we need a way to keep people from falling off and dying. So surrounding the platform, I added this large wooden fence. But to make this the ultimate treehouse, I also added a giant suspension bridge between 2 branches. I also added a giant swing so people can view the forest beneath. And finally, I used dental floss to build a giant zip line and this handlebar that a minifig can hold on to. Okay, that's our second base finished, and if I were a minifigure, I would actually want to live here. Oh yeah, this isn't my tree, by the way.
Hey, what are you doing in my yard?
For this next secret base, I'm gonna put it underground. No, like actually underneath the ground. So to build it, I'm gonna use this large base plate. Okay, we're ready to build the base, but this time I actually have help. So get to work, boys. So I built some sturdy walls with 4 separate rooms, and my plan is to turn this into a secret survival bunker you would use during an apocalypse. So for room number 1, I built a small storage unit with guns, bottles of water, medical supplies, and food. For room 2, I converted it into a bedroom with 2 bunk beds which can sleep 4 people, and this wardrobe to put clothes. For room 3, I built this indoor garden which will allow us to grow different fruits and vegetables to help us grow our own food and survive. And finally, for room 4, I built a small entertainment room with a couch, television, this small mini fridge full of soda, and I even built a complete computer setup with this gaming PC and chair. Wow, I actually like this base so much that I actually wouldn't mind if the world ended. That way I could live here. So now that this base is complete, we're ready to take it outside and put it underground. And to get in and out of the base, I even built this small hatch on top. Nice, you can't even see it. Okay, so we made a Lego base underground, but what about underwater? So, yep, that's what we're about to do next. So I bought this fish tank and filled it with water to simulate the ocean. And this will make the perfect place to put our base. But since this base will be surrounded by water, we need a way to keep it dry. So I bought this clear container, and my plan is to turn this into a small home that someone could live in. So I built a bed, a dining room with some freshly made pancakes, and I even added this small living room with a couch and TV. Okay, there's no more space to build, so now let's try putting it in the water. But because this build has air, it's gonna try floating to the top, and we don't want that, so to stick it to the bottom, I bought this special putty, which apparently should work underwater. Please work, please work. Yes. Yes. Nice, this looks like an expensive hotel that I'd spend my life savings to stay at. Okay, I was recently watching SpongeBob and I noticed this house which is literally under a rock. So that gives me the idea for this next base. So the first step is to build a giant rock that the base will go underneath. Okay, I built this giant rock out of bricks and this will make a good roof for the house. Okay, now we're ready to build the actual house. So underneath the rock, I added this bed, a dining room, a living room with a couch and TV, and this small kitchen. Nice, this guy is living under a rock. No, like actually. And because it's a rock, it should be the most secure base in the world. So let's test that theory. Here we go. Okay, never mind. Another good spot to put a secret base is in the middle of the Arctic surrounded by snow. But I'm in Florida and there's no snow here, so I went ahead and bought some fake snow off Amazon. And my plan is to build a top secret Arctic military base. So I built 3 rooms which we can fill with essential things that every soldier could need. So for this first room, I added beds so they can rest, and this small kitchen so they can cook and prepare food. In the second room, I turned it into a small hospital so the soldiers can revive themselves after battle. This guy needs knee surgery. And this third room is so top secret you need Face ID to get inside because it's a locker full of weapons, armor, and it's a place where the soldiers can plan their next attack. I think they're gonna go to war with Mega Blocks. And to cover and protect the base, I built this glass roof. That way we can still look inside. So now that our base is finished, we're ready to add it in the snow. And that way the soldiers can get in and out of the base. I built this small hatch which can open and lead to some stairs going down. My next plan is to build a secret base inside a cave. So I spent a couple hours building this large cliff, but as you can see, I left a giant cave in the middle, which will make the perfect spot to put our base. And because it's a cave, this will make a perfect place for Batman to live. So I added a locker where he can keep all his different suits. I also added a small gym so he can train to fight, his weapons, lots of money since he's a billionaire, his sidekick Robin, and his butler Alfred. Okay, our base is finished, but to make this feel even more like a cave, I bought this special machine off Amazon, which apparently is supposed to simulate a realistic waterfall. Yo, let's go. It actually works. Okay, I thought the waterfall was gonna cover the base, but you can still see through it. But it makes a great shield so people can't get in. And now I have one final idea for a secret Lego base. This is my couch, but what's special about it is the cushion actually lifts and underneath it's completely empty. So this will make a perfect place to put one. Okay, I added base plates inside, so now we're ready to build. And my plan is to build a giant indoor Lego theme park with different attractions. So the first thing I built is this Lego roller coaster which goes in an infinite loop. And because this ride is so extreme, I added some flames and this garbage can because after riding this, you're definitely gonna need it. And because this ride is so cool, the wait time for it is 1 hour. This next attraction is a Lego trampoline park. So I used these net pieces to build the actual trampolines which are very bouncy, and I even added this foam pit. That way people can practice their flips and not break their neck. For this third attraction, I'm going to build a small indoor water park. So I built this pool so people can swim, and surrounding the pool I added multiple slides and this small diving board. I also built this Lego rock climbing wall where 2 people can race each other to the top to see who's faster, and I even added these safety harnesses so they don't fall off and die. And for the final attraction, I built a small go-kart track which has lots of turns and goes in a loop. Wow, okay, this Lego base is finished, and not gonna lie, but this is probably the most random thing I've ever made. Comment your favorite base. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you the next one.
On my ops, switch up. Good cop, bad cop. Run it back like free play. Hit my dance like TikTok. Might have missed a step. Can't get the connection. I be running up the Lego studs, I be flexing.
In this video, I'm going to unbox and review over 15 dumb, weird, and cursed Lego products that I found from several days of searching the internet, and you probably never knew most of these existed because neither did I. So anyway, let's go, people. This is a Lego minifigure, but there's actually something special about him because if you rip off his legs, then stick him into the side of your computer, he turns into a USB stick that stores files. But we have to test this Lego man's true power and see if he actually works. Here's a bunch of random files on my computer, so let's transfer those over. And wow, that actually worked. Whoa, he even has it in real life. Oh, wait, ignore these other files, by the way. Okay, so Lego's done a bunch of different collabs before, like McDonald's, the NBA, but did you know that Lego collabed with Adidas to make a pair of shoes? Usually I hate stepping on Lego, but I'm actually wearing Lego on my feet right now. But we need to answer the question, do these drip or do I skip? First I want to see how these feel on my feet, so I'm gonna go run real quick. Okay, so I just ran 3 miles, and my feet actually still feel good. The colors are honestly really aggressive, and they're kind of hard to dress, and they also kind of look like dad shoes. Also, you can't connect Lego to these, but for being really unique and actually pretty comfortable, even though I ran 3 miles, honestly, I'm gonna have to say these drip. They drip so much, I just made a puddle. This is a real life mug. This is a Lego mug, but this next product is a real life Lego mug that I bought off Amazon. And pretty much it has a bunch of spots on the sides of it to connect Lego, so while I'm sipping my tea, I can be watching a movie or have Buzz Lightyear watching me. But the real question is how many Lego pieces can I stick onto this without it falling apart? Here's 100 parts, not that bad. 200 parts, still not that bad. 300 pieces, still not bad. But I don't think I can drink at this point. This next one's from Japan. Pizza! This next product is a giant Lego man, but not only does he look like he gets all the ladies, but he actually can help you get good grades in school, because you can actually take him apart and there's actually school supplies inside of him. Pencil sharpener, pencil holder, stapler, tape, eraser, and paper clips. Pretty much he goes together like a normal minifig. Man, I really wish I knew about this in school. For this next product, we're gonna need to cop us some Mickey D's, because this next product is a Lego McDonald's Happy Meal toy that came out in 2008. Dang, Batman looking kinda zesty for real though. I'm here to save the city. Okay, I gotta be real with you, but this doesn't really look anything like a minifigure. It's bigger than a minifigure, and then also, those legs ain't looking so nice. Why are his legs at such a weird angle? Like, that's how Charlie Brown stands. Oh, he's doing like that one Fortnite dance. Yeah, bust down. Fragile? Yeah, right. In the year 1998, Lego invented this product, and it's called the Brick Vac, aka the Brick Vacuum. If you have an annoying sibling or a kid that just spills Lego all over the floor, then you can take this and just scoop it up. Just run over the Lego with the vacuum, and it gets sucked up into this container. Okay, now it's time to put this vacuum to the test. So here's a bunch of Lego bricks, and I'm gonna throw it on the ground. So I got the vacuum, now it's time to get the floor clean. That took about 12 minutes. The pieces kept getting jammed, so it was honestly really slow. Okay, now I'm gonna do the exact same thing, but without the vacuum. And that only took 3 minutes. Bruh. So obviously the Lego vacuum doesn't work very well, and I can kind of see why Lego doesn't make these anymore. Okay, now it's time for a quick speed round of small and simple but random Lego products. This first product is 4 Lego bricks, and even though they look like real Lego bricks and stack like Lego bricks, they're actually school erasers. So to put it to the test, here's a bunch of things I want erased. So just like that, wow, they're gone already. For this next product, we're going to become a Lego minifigure, because here's a pair of Lego gloves I bought, and pretty much when you put them on, they make your hands look like a minifigure hand. I feel like one of those characters in the Lego games. There's not really much I can say about these. I mean, I don't have opposable thumbs anymore, so I can't really do anything. This is a Lego head, this is a giant Lego head, and this is even a more giant Lego head. Honestly, that kind of looks average. But what's cool about these is they're actually storage containers for Lego pieces, and same goes to this giant Lego brick that you can put other Lego bricks inside of. Okay, can that please stop? Chopstick unboxing. Guess what product this one is? Oh my gosh, it's Batman! Oh, his head even bobbles. Yes, it is a giant Lego Batman minifig, but you know what? Not only does he have a superpower of saving a city, but he also has a superpower of waking me up in the morning. Because implanted into his chest is an alarm clock, so we're gonna put him to the test, and we're gonna see if Batman can wake me up in the morning. Yep, it worked. Okay, have you ever seen these Lego display cases you find at the store? Sometimes they even have little features on them like lights. Well, guess what? I was searching online and actually found one for sale. ASMR time. This one has a feature on it where you can revolve the set. These always hit different as a kid, and these were the things that would keep me stuck in the Lego aisle while my mom would slowly get angry at me, telling me that we need to leave the store. I've always wanted to see how fast I could spin these. Oh my gosh, they glued this thing so much. Here's 2 giant Lego heads with multiple faces on them, and for the next 3 seconds, take a guess what you think these could be used for. Well, most likely you were wrong, because this thing is actually designed to hold an egg. At this point, I genuinely have no idea why I bought this, but it is for content. Just remember that. So earlier, we got dripped up in some Lego shoes, but for this next product, we're gonna get our wrist dripped up because here's a Lego watch. It's even got a firefighter on it because of how fire this actually is. Okay, please don't make that joke again, Tyler. Is this goated or do I throw it? Well, it doesn't even work and the back ended up breaking apart and can't go back on, so I'm gonna have to say throw it. Okay, now it's time for our craziest Lego product, but here's some honorable mentions I couldn't buy. Lego underwear, this hat that you can attach Lego to, a Lego toothbrush that even comes with a random Lego person, and I even found this official Lego cigarette lighter that goes under the category smoking supplies. Wow, great children's product, but it looks like you legally can't buy this anymore, which I guess makes sense. I also have this Lego driver's license that I got from Legoland around 6 months ago. I was rocking a Shrek shirt that day. Let's see if I can get pulled over for speeding and show this to the cops. Just kidding, I'm not trying to pay $300 speeding ticket and have my insurance skyrocket. For this final product, we're gonna talk about waffles. I'm making waffles. This is a waffle maker. You can cook up some delicious bussin' waffles. ASMR. But when you really look at them, they actually stack like real Lego bricks, and you can make anything you could possibly imagine from these. But I'm a master builder, so I need to make things with these waffles. Okay, Sacred, what should I build with these Lego waffles?
Lego waffles? I think you should build the tallest tower possible with the Lego waffles.
I got you, Chief. Little did I know, this would actually be way harder than I thought. Aw, dang it. But one more attempt and I had my very own Lego waffle skyscraper. Wow, I never knew those 2 words would go together, but they do in this case.
Honestly, that looks like absolute garbage. Throw it over.
It fell without me even having to do it, so there you go. Let's see what other things we can make with these waffles. Here's a Lego waffle house, Lego waffle car on a road with pedestrians, table with someone eating a waffle on top of it, Lego waffle bed, and even a Lego waffle throne for our giant Lego school supply man. I mean, my mom always told me not to play with my food, but this product is definitely an exception. In my previous video, I announced a giveaway for these 10 juicy Lego sets, and here are the 10 different winners. I already messaged them and shipped out the first few sets, so thank you guys for watching. Also, let's get my beat producer to 1,000 subscribers. See you in the next one. These are 100 Lego children, but today we're gonna be educating them because I'm gonna build a giant Lego school with classrooms, teachers, and everything else that a school could need. So anyway, let's go. Let's begin by introducing the students who will soon be going to the school. This kid looks like that one bully who's gonna make me give him his lunch money. There's also the one spoiled rich kid, the cool popular kid, the nerdy kid, the emo kid, that one kid who got held back 10 grades, and finally the class clown. Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. Now, before we begin building the school, the first thing that our students need are school supplies. So let's quickly run to the store and purchase them. Okay, step 1 complete. Now we have all the essentials like pencils, these notebooks, backpacks, and lunch boxes. And for these, I just use briefcases. And now that our students have their school supplies, they're ready to start learning and getting smarter. So it's time to begin building the Lego school. And we have a lot of land to build it on, so we have no time to waste. The first thing I'm gonna build is the entrance to the school. So I built this long hallway where soon all the classes for the school are gonna go. I added lockers, that way the students can put their valuables away. a vending machine full of drinks, drinking fountains, a bell so people can know when class is over, and a speaker so the principal can make announcements. And now that our school has begun, we can now introduce the first staff members that will be working here, like the principal, the janitor, the school nurse, and school nurses love ice, so I even gave her some ice. And I also built all the teachers who will soon be teaching the different subjects here. But most importantly, every school needs a name, so I'm gonna name it Plastic Valley Elementary because it makes sense since Lego is literally plastic. Okay, now that our school has begun, it's time to build the first subject on our list, which is math. So in this corner of the school, I'm gonna build a Lego math class. Inside, I built this desk for the teacher with a computer, this chalkboard, that way he can explain things to the class, and I even built all these desks for the students. And now that our first class is complete, it's time for the students to have their first day of school. But to get to school, they need a school bus. So that's the next thing we need to build. Okay, so I built this school bus, which has a removable roof, and inside are plenty of seats. We all know the loud, annoying kids are gonna sit in those back ones. There's a spot up front for the bus lady to drive, and this door, that way kids can get on and off the bus. So now we can send off the bus to go pick up kids from their houses and bring them to school. Okay, everybody is now in school, and these people already took their first quiz, and they got their grades back. And now that that's finished, it's time for them to progress to the next period on our list, which is science class. So next to the math class, I'm gonna build a Lego science laboratory where people are doing different experiments. Like this kid is dissecting a piece of chicken, this kid's looking at stuff through a microscope, and this kid's trying to make a potion. What the heck is he mixing? And now that the students are getting smarter, I think it's time to reward them with a quick session of recess. Yes, everyone's favorite time during school. So in this area of the school, I'm gonna build a Lego playground. Okay, now we can start adding things that a playground would have. The first thing I built is this giant slide, and to build the actual slide, I'm using this giant Duplo piece, but fun fact, it actually fits perfectly with real Lego bricks. I also built this working swing and this carousel that can rotate. Okay, let's see how fast we can spin it. No way! Bro is so nonchalant about that. I also built one of those springy chairs you sit on that go back and forth, and to build the actual spring that makes it work, I use this flexible tube piece. And the final thing I'm gonna add is this seesaw that I built using a long plate. Okay, now that the playground is finished, I think that's enough playtime, so on to the next class. Our next subject is English class. So time to build the next classroom to add to our school. I use these special tiles with letters to build the alphabet, and up front there's two kids giving a class presentation. Okay, just by looking at this presentation, I can tell one person didn't even contribute, and the other person probably finished it the night before. Okay, now to continue building this school, it's gonna cost money. So I think this school should have its very own fundraiser. So to do that, I built this wagon, and I'm gonna fill it up with cookies. So now the students can go knock on people's doors and sell them. And now that the cookies have been sold, we have lots of money, and I feel like I'm in a rap music video. So we're ready to continue expanding the school, and the next thing that every school needs is its own bathroom. So in this space, I'm gonna build two bathrooms, one for girls and one for boys. But of course, everyone knows how scary it can actually be going into a school bathroom. Because while you're trying to go, there's a chance that one random kid will spawn and try looking underneath the stall at you. The next thing the school needs is its own library. So next to the bathroom, I built a small library, and I built these books using tiles. In the back, there's a quiet zone where people can read, where I added these two couches and this relaxing looking wall which looks like a sky full of clouds. And when you're ready to check out your books, you can come up to this desk where there's a librarian ready to scan them. Okay, the next class we're gonna build for our school is PE class, because instead of exercising our brains, we're now gonna exercise our bodies. So I built a Lego gymnasium with a basketball court, and one of the most popular PE activities of all time is dodgeball. So I have these tiny balls, and now we can give them to the students so they can play. Uh-oh, this kid needs to go to the nurse's office. But we actually haven't built a nurse's office yet, so that's the next thing we need to make. There's a chair for patients to lay down in, and everyone knows that school nurses love ice, so I actually built an entire cooler full of it. So now the school nurse can get to work. Oh yes, perfect. Actually no, he needs more. Every school needs its own sports, and the most popular sport in the world is soccer, so why not give this school its very own soccer team? I built this team of students and they're ready to play, but they need a place to practice, so outside in front of the school, I'm gonna build a soccer field with 2 goals that I use these nets to build. But most importantly, every team needs its own mascot to represent it. So what about the Lego City hot dogs? Okay, that's very embarrassing. We're definitely getting bullied for that. What about the Lego City chickens? Yeah, no, not that either. Or the Lego City sharks. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Sounds very tough. And now that our team is ready, we can send them off to play their first game. And while they do that, let's build the next class to add to our school, which is art class. Inside, there's a table where people can paint, and it looks like they're already working on their first assignment. There's a cabinet in the back with bottles of paint, and in the very corner, there's a bin where students have to put their phone because no phones are allowed in class. Nope. Okay, now before sending the students off to their next class, it's time for a quick lunch break. So in the middle of the school, I'm gonna build a cafeteria where they're gonna eat. It looks like this table's where all the popular kids are sitting, and for today's meal, it's apples and pizza. And now that the students have eaten, their brains are nourished and they're ready to continue their day. Okay, every school has bad kids, like this kid who's cutting in line at lunch, this kid who's using his bathroom pass to play games on his phone, and this kid's pushing another kid off the slide. So the next thing we need to build is a principal's office to send them to. The principal is extremely strict, and she even has a phone on her desk. That way she can call the students' parents and tell them what they did. There's a filing cabinet to keep all the students' records, and there's even a couch where the students will sit for their time out. The next class on our list is special because it's actually an online class. So my plan is to build a Lego Zoom call. I started by building this giant black screen with buttons on the bottom, and I left empty spaces to put all the cameras of the people in the call, like the teacher who's ready to teach the class. This first student forgot that his camera's on. This student is trying to take a nap while calling, and this kid has really crappy internet. Okay, we only have one more class left until our school is finished, but there's a few more things that every school needs, like an auditorium where the school can hold special meetings and events. Like right now, the students are putting on their very own talent show. Every school also has clubs, so I built a room for all the school clubs to take place in, like chess club, robotics, photography club, and debate club. They're debating right now if pineapple should be on pizza. And now, we're ready to build the final class for our school, and this time, it's music class. So there's a conductor with sheet music ready to lead the class, and everyone else has their instruments and is ready to play. Let's freaking go! Our Lego school is finally finished. Wait, what's Drake doing here? But to celebrate this brand new Lego school, I think we should send the students off to their very first school field trip. So they're gonna go to the zoo. And while they do that, I think it's also time to give this school its very own yearbook. Okay, let's see how it turned out. Okay, wow, that actually turned out really good. Very well done. But I also just realized I think this school is about to experience its very first snow day. Okay, it looks like school's getting canceled for a week. Thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next one.
On my mini fix, put your plus against up in the air. We be cruising to the city like we just don't care. We be running up the Lego money like an ATM. I be dripping with the Lego watch, catch me with the bands.
Today, I'm gonna test over 40 quick and easy unexpected ways to use Lego in the real world. So anyway, let's go. For this first trick, I'm gonna build a working Lego whistle. And all you need to do is take 4 round bricks with a hole and stack them together. There's another few ways of building a whistle, like using these 3 pieces. Or you can use a single piece, like this long tube. This one is definitely the loudest. For this next trick, you can take Lego base plates in different sizes, and they turn into drums. Each base plate makes a different sound, and to build the drumsticks, I took Lego poles and put round bricks on the end. Also, if you build a tiny box in Lego, fill it with studs and close it up, you can shake it and it turns into an egg shaker. You can also use Lego to build simple accessories, like this simple wallet with the space inside to put money, and this money sign to flex on people. Or you can build a fancier wallet, like this one which opens up and inside is a fine collection of Lego diamonds, Lego money, and Lego game studs. Wow, after looking at this, I truly believe that flexing has reached its peak. If you have Lego chain pieces, you can connect them together and wrap them around your neck, and now you look iced out because you have a fresh looking chain. But if you want to unlock even more drip, you can add something on the end of the chain like a minifig. If you have string or dental floss, you can use any Lego pieces with a hole as beads to build something like a bracelet. You can also use any colors to customize it the way you want it. Or if you don't have the right pieces, you can build a simpler one like this bracelet, which uses chains. Or you can build something like this satchel, which opens up so you can put different items inside, and using some rope you can actually wear it. Another thing you can do with Lego is build small playable mini games like this Lego tic-tac-toe board, or the simple ring toss game where I set up different targets labeled with different colors to indicate how many points you get. You can also build a simple game of bowling, like this one which uses minifigs as the bowling pins, and I built this tiny round ball to bowl with. Another thing you can build with Lego are hygiene items, like this comb that can actually brush your hair. To build it, I took these bricks with holes on the side and filled them with these bar pieces. But there's other ways of building a comb, like this one which only uses plates, or this one which uses these Technic pins. Now I was digging through my Lego pieces and found this fuzzy brush piece which comes in a car wash set. So for this next hack, I'm gonna put it on the end of a stick and see if I can use it as a toothbrush. Wow, it actually works. And there's other ways you can use this brush, like you can use it to clean off dusty Lego sets. Another thing you can do with Lego is build sport items. For example, if you take a Lego base plate and build a handle, you can use it as a ping pong paddle. Or if you have enough Lego string, you can combine it together to build a working jump rope. Oh my gosh, I'm tired now. For this next round of Lego items, we're gonna look at things you can use to eat with, like this small Lego plate that you can put food on. And to eat our food, I built a bunch of Lego utensils, and we're gonna test to see if they work, starting with the fork. Yup. Another essential utensil to eat with is a spoon. So I built one in Lego using a dish piece, and finally I built this Lego knife using plates, so let's test that. Wow, that was really trash, but at least it got the job done. Another popular utensil are chopsticks, so I built these ones using long Technic rods. I also built this working Lego drink cup, and to build the actual cup for the liquid, I'm using this clear dome piece. Quite exquisite. I also built this simple Lego drink mixer using long rods and these overlapping plates at the end to mix the drink. And finally, if you take any hollow tube piece, you can use it as a straw to drink, like this very thin one, or this tube which we used as a whistle earlier. If you have lots of candy, you can build your very own Lego candy dispenser. There's a small glass case to put the candy in, and when you pull on this lever, it opens a hole for the candy to fall through. For these next few ideas, I got them from my subscribers on Instagram. This person said you can make a wristband using minifig legs. Dang, those yellow legs are kind of looking sus. You can also use Lego to scratch your back, so I built this Lego back scratcher. Oh my gosh, this feels so good right now. But to build this, I made a long stick and just put a brick on the end. Sometimes if you have a broken Lego piece, it will be so sharp that you can use it to cut things open like a box. And for the final but most genius idea, if you're outside and find a bug, you can build it its very own Lego habitat, like this one with transparent pieces for the glass, lots of plants, and this Lego man. If you just finished a Lego set and you have the box, don't throw it away, because for this next hack, you can cut out the front cover of the box and use it as a picture, so you can build a custom Lego frame around it using plates, and you can even add things around it like minifigs. And to make it stand up, I put some Lego bricks on the back. So there we go, don't be an NPC and throw your Lego boxes away, instead use them to decorate your room. Another thing you can do is cut out the Lego logo on the box and add it to the back of your phone case so it looks like a sticker. If you have a favorite Lego minifig, you can decorate your car by attaching it to some rope and hanging it from the rear view mirror. For this next hack, you can take any Lego tire pieces, attach it to a long Technic rod, and now you have a simple tool you can use to massage yourself. You can also use Lego to build simple fidget toys, like you can spin a car tire on a Lego stick. Another useful thing you can build in Lego is a ruler. So I built two of them, each serving a different purpose, and you can use these to measure how long or how tall any Lego build is. This next trick is for all the gamers, because you can build simple weights to hold down keys on your computer and mouse. That way if you're playing Minecraft, you can go eat while you're still mining for diamonds. Come on, give me diamonds, give me diamonds. Oh! If you have any normal pen, you can take it apart to remove the small tube full of ink, and it fits perfectly inside a round 2x2 brick. So if you keep adding bricks and add a small cone at the tip, you can build a working Lego pen and customize it the way you want it. You can also use Lego as a guide to draw different shapes, like circles or squares, or you can use long plates to draw straight edges. For this next hack, if you're ever on a really boring Zoom call, you can prank people by building a simple platform to hang from the top of your computer with a minifig that covers your camera. For this next trick, if you take a magnifying glass for a Lego minifig, you can actually use it just like a real magnifying glass. Also, if you detach the arms off a Lego minifig, you can stick it around the camera on your phone, and now you can take pictures and videos and feel what it's like to be a Lego person. If you have an annoying sibling, you can scatter Lego bricks around the door of your room, that way they can't come in. For this next hack, you can use a brick separator to open a soda can, or you can use it to peel off any Lego sticker without damaging the end of it like your fingernails would. You can also use a Lego base plate as a fly swatter. There's lots of other ways to use Lego, like you can build dice and label it with a dry erase marker, or using 2 plates you can build a coin flipper. If you have a cable lying around, you can build a simple Lego tool, and you can latch the ends to tie it together and keep it organized. You can also use Lego to build a simple phone stand that you can also use as a tripod to take pictures. This is a special rubber Lego piece that's flexible, and you can use it for many things like an eraser, or you can use it to build something simple like a working bag clipper. That way your snacks don't go bad. For this next hack, if you build a long stick in Lego and customize the end of it, and you can use it as a bookmark. This next item I built is a working Lego safe. When you try opening it, the door is locked, but only when you turn this knob, the door will actually open. If you look from the inside, you'll see that I'm using a very simple lock mechanism. If you're ever looking for other ways to hide your money, you can hide it in a Lego set, like this airplane. And for this final hack, I noticed that Lego base plates are very slippery on the bottom, so using that science, I'm gonna attempt to use Lego to build a working snowboard. So I took 3 large base plates and connected them together, adding some detail. But there's actually no snow where I live, so I'm gonna have to go somewhere that has it. And now we can finally test to see if this thing works. Okay, nice. Yes, it does. Go try some of these hacks yourself. Comment which one you like the most, and thanks for watching.
Run up the studs, I'm a true Jedi. Connect the bricks like it's the Wi-Fi. I am the top dog. They call me titties, stacking so quick they cannot see me.
Today, we're gonna be comparing cheap Lego minifigures with some of the coolest, most rare, and expensive Lego minifigures to exist. Here's the game plan. There's hundreds of different Lego themes out there. I'm gonna take 10 very popular ones, cop the cheapest minifig, then the most expensive minifig from that theme. Okay, let's go. Let's start with Minecraft. The cheapest minifig I could find was Steve. He comes in 40 different Lego sets, making him extremely common, and he only costed 25 cents. And for the most expensive minifig, I bought this villager. It only came in 1 Lego set that sold for $200, meaning not many people bought it, and for this one, I had to pay $80. I want to build a custom Lego set for this villager. I made it a tiny home to live in, and then I'm gonna give him a bunch of emeralds, that way he can flex. Okay, another popular Lego theme is Ninjago. So I went ahead and bought this red Lego ninja by the name of Kai. He was sold in 13 different Lego sets, making him really common, and I only paid 50 cents. Meanwhile, for the expensive minifig, I bought this blue ninja by the name of NRGJ. He only came in 1 Lego set that was available 10 years ago, and I paid $90 for him. I mean, at least he looks cool. He literally looks like he's been electrocuted or something. What about superheroes? The cheapest minifig I could find was the Spider-Man. He's the most common Spider-Man because he came in all of these Lego sets and only costed $1. But I also bought this Lego Spider-Man, and this one costed $65. This was apparently the first Lego Spider-Man to be made, and Lego stopped selling these almost 20 years ago. I also bought this Lego Green Goblin minifig. This one only came in 1 Lego set, and the cheapest one I could find was $80. Now before we continue looking at more minifigs, I'm gonna speed run some Lego 2K Drive. It's an open world racing adventure game that recently dropped, and you need to play it. You can collect between hundreds of unique vehicles in Lego, from race cars to boats to off-roaders. Like, look, you can literally drive a burger. You can customize them to your dream ride, pick your driver, and pick between hundreds of different races to challenge yourself in, whether it's a single race or a World Cup tournament. There's road races, off-road races, water races, and they happen across several unique maps with lots to see and do along the way. Like, there's special side missions and challenges. $5. It's an open world game, so you're never gonna get bored by how much there is to do. Everyone can enjoy this game, even my dog did. So make sure you check my description and click that link to buy the game and get racing. Anyway, let's get back to buying overpriced pieces of plastic. What about Toy Story? Here's a Lego Woody minifig that came in 4 different sets and only costed $1.50. His legs are extra tall and his arms are extra long, and if you put it on a normal minifig, it looks like someone's been hitting arm day. And then look what I did to Woody. Meanwhile, I bought this Lego Buzz Lightyear minifig that appeared in 1 set. He's different than a normal Buzz Lightyear because he has a different face, and he also has random dirt stains on him. So compared to a normal Buzz Lightyear that only costs $5, I paid $35 for this dirty one. Here's a quick life hack. If you want to save money, just take your regular Buzz Lightyear and go rub it in some dirt outside. Look, see? There's no difference. I also bought this Toy Story minifig, which came from the same Lego set as the Buzz Lightyear. The cheapest one I could find was $80. It looks like an insect, so definitely not something I'd want to find chilling on the side of a wall in my house. Now, what's a custom Lego Toy Story set we can make? How about Andy's bedroom? I'm gonna start by building a wooden floor and some large walls with clouds on them. Then I'm gonna add a massive bed and a chest full of toys. That way these minifigs appear tiny and look like actual toys. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Another popular superhero is Batman. The cheapest Lego Batman minifig I could find was this one, and it costed $1. But that's super lame and way less cool than this next Lego Batman I bought. Dang, this one low-key looking zesty though. The cheapest one I could find was $105. He goes by the name Disco Batman, but you could only buy him in 1 Lego set that costed $270. And speaking of heroes like Batman, I also bought a villain. Here's a Lego Harley Quinn minifig that came in 1 expensive Lego set that didn't sell very well, and I paid $250 for her. She's also a movie-accurate replica of the Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad. What about the topic of sports? Well, here's a Lego NBA player that I only paid 75 cents for. He can hold a basketball, then shoot it with his legs that have springs in it. Meanwhile, I bought these 2 Lego NBA players. One is Kobe Bryant and one is Shaquille O'Neal, which are some of the only minifigs to this day to be based off of real people. And because of that, I paid $25 for Shaq and I paid $50 for Kobe. Next up is Pirates of the Caribbean. Here's a Lego Captain Jack Sparrow minifig. He came in all of these Lego sets, meaning he's very common and only costed $1. And for the most expensive minifig I could find, I copped this Lego Davy Jones. Oh look, it's got like a crab pincher. It could actually hold stuff. And the cheapest one I could find on the internet was $100. But it turns out he only came in 1 Lego set that was sold over 10 years ago. Next up is Harry Potter. The cheapest minifig I could find was Harry Potter himself. He also came in many Lego sets, meaning he's very common, and he only costed $1. Meanwhile, I bought this Lego minifig. It's a 20th anniversary Lego Dumbledore. He's completely gold. He only came in 1 limited edition set, and I paid $35 for him. Next up is Lego City, the city of Lego. It's a pretty big topic, so I actually bought a lot of different minifigs, and all of these costed $1. The first one is a $1 Lego astronaut. Here's a $1 civilian, a $1 criminal, $1 construction worker, $1 garbage man, $1 firefighter, a $1 Lego nurse, a Coast Guard minifig, a $1 Lego mechanic, another $1 civilian, and a $1 person that looks like he lives in an igloo. Then I bought this Lego minifig. It's so old, you have to put a sticker on it. Oh crap, I hate putting stickers on. It's a truck driver that came in 1 set from 1995, and the cheapest one I could find was $180. And it's super rare because the hat it comes with is in a special color that you can't find in any other Lego minifig. Okay, now it's time for a quick speed round of really super cheap figures I bought that aren't quite minifigures. The first thing I found was from an old Lego theme from the 80s called Fabuland, and it's this alligator guy. He looks nervous. Wait, what's going on right now? I also bought this weird Duplo person for 50 cents. This figure that I bought for 20 cents, and apparently it's supposed to be a finger puppet. Wow, I really can't believe I'm making a living doing this. I also bought this cheap Technic minifig for $1 that can actually move in a lot of different ways, and Lego doesn't make these anymore. This tiny baby that costed $3. These tiny board game figures that go onto a single stud. Each of these costed 50 cents. And these even tinier figures that are hardly over a brick tall. These ones costed 25 cents each. And the final Lego theme on our list is Star Wars. And it's also where I bought the most expensive minifig in this video. The cheapest figure I could find was this battle droid, and it costed $1. They're extremely common. Some Lego sets literally have over 10 of these per box. They're so common that I actually bought an entire army of them. Wow, this is actually pretty satisfying to look at. Now I can fulfill my childhood dream and have an epic battle with them. Now, for the expensive minifig, we actually have 3 of them. The first minifig I bought was this Lego Darth Vader. It costed $90, but apparently someone told me that its lightsaber actually lights up. I think you're just supposed to push his head. Wow, this minifig's almost 20 years old, so I'm surprised that still works. I also bought this chrome Lego Stormtrooper for $100, and it came in one tiny Lego set from 2009. Wow, it's so shiny, I can literally see my own reflection. And honestly, it makes a normal Stormtrooper seem really lame. And finally, the most expensive Lego minifig in this video. I bought this one off the internet for $1,075, and today's the day when it arrives on my doorstep. This is Lego Cloud City Boba Fett. He came in set number 10123, Cloud City, which sold in the year 2003 for $100. And over the past 20 years, many of these Cloud City Boba Fetts have either been lost, locked away by collectors, or destroyed by little children. So to get one of these in the present day, you might have to pay as much as $3,000. Now at the time, Lego released another Boba Fett. It appeared in more sets and only costed $40. But what makes the Cloud City Boba Fett so special is that it was the first Lego minifigure to have arm printing, making this minifigure very ahead of its time. Wow, I really did spend $1,000 on an overpriced piece of plastic though. Not gonna lie, that feels a little selfish, so to compensate, I'm gonna buy a bunch of Lego sets to hand out to random people. Wow, I low-key feel like Mr. Beast right now. And for the final moment, it's time to combine all the expensive Lego minifigs we bought in this video. Dang, this is how Lego fans flex on each other, I guess. Click the link in my description to secure Lego 2K Drive and flex on all your friends by how fast you can race. I'll see you later, take care. Today, I'm gonna build 8 secret bases in Lego, each one in a different place you wouldn't expect, to see which one will be the hardest to find. So anyway, let's go. Before me is a very exquisite looking, luxurious room. But what if I told you there's actually 4 secret entrances that lead to a completely different room behind it? I'll give you a second to guess. Okay, well, if you guess the painting on the wall, you're correct. Or if you guess this fireplace, this wardrobe, and this bookshelf, you're also correct. So behind this wall, we have a perfect place to build our first secret Lego base. And I'm gonna turn it into a secret vault to put rare, valuable items like money, gold, diamonds, Lego game money, and V-Bucks. We can even hide secret items in here, like secret weapons, the Krabby Patty formula, and Victoria's Secret. What? Nice. If I ever did an illegal building technique, I could hide here and the cops can't find me. Okay, for this next Lego base, I'm gonna build one in a tree, but not a Lego tree because I'm gonna put this base in an actual real tree. Okay, I attached this large platform, so now we have plenty of space. Now we're ready to build the actual base, so I made this small house with a bedroom, a dining room, a kitchen, and a small living room with a couch. That way someone can actually live here, including this ant, by the way. And for the outside, I made this wall using wooden planks, and I built a hay roof. Let's see how strong this building is. Nice. And because this treehouse is so high, we need a way to keep people from falling off and dying. So surrounding the platform, I added this large wooden fence. But to make this the ultimate treehouse, I also added a giant suspension bridge between 2 branches. I also added a giant swing so people can view the forest beneath. And finally, I used dental floss to build a giant zip line and this handlebar that a minifig can hold on to. Okay, that's our second base finished, and if I were a minifigure, I would actually want to live here. Oh yeah, this isn't my tree, by the way.
Hey, what are you doing in my yard?
For this next secret base, I'm gonna put it underground. No, like actually underneath the ground. So to build it, I'm gonna use this large base plate. Okay, we're ready to build the base, but this time I actually have help. So get to work, boys. So I built some sturdy walls with 4 separate rooms, and my plan is to turn this into a secret survival bunker you would use during an apocalypse. So for room number 1, I built a small storage unit with guns, bottles of water, medical supplies, and food. For room 2, I converted it into a bedroom with 2 bunk beds which can sleep 4 people, and this wardrobe to put clothes. For room 3, I built this indoor garden which will allow us to grow different fruits and vegetables to help us grow our own food and survive. And finally, for room 4, I built a small entertainment room with a couch, television, this small mini fridge full of soda, and I even built a complete computer setup with this gaming PC and chair. Wow, I actually like this base so much that I actually wouldn't mind if the world ended. That way I could live here. So now that this base is complete, we're ready to take it outside and put it underground. And to get in and out of the base, I even built this small hatch on top. Nice, you can't even see it. Okay, so we made a Lego base underground, but what about underwater? So, yep, that's what we're about to do next. So I bought this fish tank and filled it with water to simulate the ocean. And this will make the perfect place to put our base. But since this base will be surrounded by water, we need a way to keep it dry. So I bought this clear container, and my plan is to turn this into a small home that someone could live in. So I built a bed, a dining room with some freshly made pancakes, and I even added this small living room with a couch and TV. Okay, there's no more space to build, so now let's try putting it in the water. But because this build has air, it's gonna try floating to the top, and we don't want that, so to stick it to the bottom, I bought this special putty, which apparently should work underwater. Please work, please work. Yes. Yes. Nice, this looks like an expensive hotel that I'd spend my life savings to stay at. Okay, I was recently watching SpongeBob and I noticed this house which is literally under a rock. So that gives me the idea for this next base. So the first step is to build a giant rock that the base will go underneath. Okay, I built this giant rock out of bricks and this will make a good roof for the house. Okay, now we're ready to build the actual house. So underneath the rock, I added this bed, a dining room, a living room with a couch and TV, and this small kitchen. Nice, this guy is living under a rock. No, like actually. And because it's a rock, it should be the most secure base in the world. So let's test that theory. Here we go. Okay, never mind. Another good spot to put a secret base is in the middle of the Arctic surrounded by snow. But I'm in Florida and there's no snow here, so I went ahead and bought some fake snow off Amazon. And my plan is to build a top secret Arctic military base. So I built 3 rooms which we can fill with essential things that every soldier could need. So for this first room, I added beds so they can rest, and this small kitchen so they can cook and prepare food. In the second room, I turned it into a small hospital so the soldiers can revive themselves after battle. This guy needs knee surgery. And this third room is so top secret you need Face ID to get inside because it's a locker full of weapons, armor, and it's a place where the soldiers can plan their next attack. I think they're gonna go to war with Mega Blocks. And to cover and protect the base, I built this glass roof. That way we can still look inside. So now that our base is finished, we're ready to add it in the snow. And that way the soldiers can get in and out of the base. I built this small hatch which can open and lead to some stairs going down. My next plan is to build a secret base inside a cave. So I spent a couple hours building this large cliff, but as you can see, I left a giant cave in the middle, which will make the perfect spot to put our base. And because it's a cave, this will make a perfect place for Batman to live. So I added a locker where he can keep all his different suits. I also added a small gym so he can train to fight, his weapons, lots of money since he's a billionaire, his sidekick Robin, and his butler Alfred. Okay, our base is finished, but to make this feel even more like a cave, I bought this special machine off Amazon, which apparently is supposed to simulate a realistic waterfall. Yo, let's go, it actually works. Okay, I thought the waterfall was gonna cover the base, but you can still see through it. But it makes a great shield so people can't get in. And now, I have one final idea for a secret Lego base. This is my couch, but what's special about it is the cushion actually lifts, and underneath it's completely empty. So this will make a perfect place to put one. Okay, I added base plates inside, so now we're ready to build. And my plan is to build a giant indoor Lego theme park with different attractions attractions. So the first thing I built is this Lego roller coaster, which goes in an infinite loop. And because this ride is so extreme, I added some flames and this garbage can, because after riding this, you're definitely gonna need it. And because this ride is so cool, the wait time for it is 1 hour. This next attraction is a Lego trampoline park. So I used these net pieces to build the actual trampolines, which are very bouncy, and I even added this foam pit. That way people can practice their flips and not break their neck. For this third attraction, I'm going to build a small indoor water park. So I built this pool so people can swim, and surrounding the pool, I added multiple slides and this small diving board. I also built this Lego rock climbing wall where 2 people can race each other to the top to see who's faster, and I even added these safety harnesses so they don't fall off and die. And for the final attraction, I built a small go-kart track which has lots of turns and goes in a loop. Wow, okay, this Lego base is finished, and not gonna lie, but this is probably the most random thing I've ever made. Comment your favorite base. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you the next one.
On my ops, switch up. Good cop, bad cop. Run it back like free play. Hit my dance like TikTok. Might have missed a step. Can't get the connection. I be running up the Lego studs. I be flexing.
Today, I'm going to build a massive dream Lego theme park with every ride imaginable. And along the way, I'll be adding and testing 100 levels of rides, each one getting bigger and more extreme. So anyway, let's go. These are 100 angry and depressed Lego minifigures, but I'm about to make that change because I'm gonna give them the best day of their life and build them a dream Lego theme park. But the first step is to load the map where it will go. The first thing we need to build is the park entrance so we can start letting people in. So I decorated it with flowers, and I even added this mascot to welcome people in and take pictures with them. To enter the park, you scan a ticket on your phone, then you pass through the security checkpoint where you're scanned for weapons.
No.
And every park needs a name, so I named it Chaos Land, because that's what it's gonna be when this park is finished. Okay, now people can begin entering the park, which means we're ready to build the first level 1 ride. And it's this tiny one, designed for children and little babies. First, you load a coin inside to pay, then when you're ready, you sit in the rocket, and when you crank this piece in the back, it starts moving. Wow, this is like one of those crappy rides at the mall that are covered in fart and boogers. So let's build our next ride, which is the level 10 ride. And it's this tall drop tower ride, which launches people into the sky. First, you load someone in this chair, which then locks them in place. And when the ride is ready, you then push on this piece as hard as you can, and the person launches into space. Nice, now that's an actual ride. But that's only the level 10 ride, and we have 9 more to build. But before we build the next ride, I built this outdoor amphitheater for guests who are too wimpy and chicken to do any rides. So I built this stage where people can perform shows and music.
I be with my ninja, one red, one blue. Master of spinjitzu, my sensei name is.
Okay, we're ready to lock in and build the next level 20 ride. And this time, it's this ocean-themed ride with this huge octopus. First, you sit on these tiny sea creatures like this shark or this crab. And when the octopus spins, the animals begin spinning with it. Wow, that's actually so satisfying. But this ride is too slow, so let's try it at max speed. Okay, it looks like the people got ejected. Okay, that was our level 20 ride, so now it's time to build the level 30 ride. And this time, it's this ride where you sit in these chairs several bricks above the ground, and when you crank this piece, it makes everybody on the ride spin. Yeah, if you're afraid of heights, don't do this ride. And now for the level 40 ride. And this time, it's this huge slingshot which will launch people into the sky. First, you lock this chair in with this pin. Then once you're seated, you're secured in place. And when you're ready, you pull the pin. Oh my gosh, this thing is so tight. This better not hit me in the face. Oh, it looks like the ride didn't follow safety protocol. Alright, let's go. This is starting to actually look like a theme park now. But we're not even halfway finished. But before we build the next ride, this theme park needs food to feed all the guests. So I built a small food court where you can buy hot dogs, ice cream, and spicy Mexican food. And to make it easy to understand, I put the actual food as the sign. And because of the spicy Mexican food, this theme park also needs its own bathroom. So I built one right next to the food court. Okay, it's time to add the next ride, which is our level 51. For this ride, you sit in these chairs attached to this pole several feet above the ground. And when you rotate this gear, the people begin swinging back and forth. But if you thought this wasn't that bad, the ride can literally go upside down and in circles. Yeah, we're definitely throwing up on this ride. So because of that, I added a trash can so the people riding this can use it. And just like that, this park is officially halfway complete. But the rides moving forward will only get bigger and worse. For this next ride, I want to build a Lego roller coaster. So I bought this $100 Lego set and it's made from 1,000 pieces. Okay, the ride is finished, and from the look of it, it's completely space themed. You'll find tiny planets, this meteorite that lights up, this rocket ship, this house that an astronaut's living in, and this weird creature living in this cave. And now that the ride is finished, it's time to load our first riders and send them to the top. Wow, that's a really short ride, but it's the biggest one yet, and it takes like 1/5 of the park. Okay, that was the level 60 ride, so next up is the level 70 ride. So I bought this Lego set made from 2,000 pieces, and we'll be adding this to our theme park. Wow, that actually took like 4 hours to build, but it's this Lego carousel. Basically, the ride has random animals you sit on, like this frog, this tiger, this swan, this flamingo, or this elephant. But the best part is the ride actually works. It has an actual motor underneath that makes the entire ride spin. No freaking way. Why is that actually so satisfying? And as the ride spins, the animals you sit on even start bouncing. Okay, that was the level 70 ride, and we only have 3 more to build until our theme park is finished. And for this next ride, I want to build a giant Ferris wheel in the very center of the park. Okay, the ride is finished, and look how tall it is. Yeah, if you fall off this ride, you're actually cooked. So now it's time to fill the ride with people and see if it works. Okay, to turn on the ride, you have to twist this crank. Yo, this is actually peak. Look at the people go. But it's not fast enough, so I have a plan to fix that. What the heck? How is this guy still smiling? Okay, that was the level 80 ride, and wow, we're actually starting to run out of space to build. Okay, for this next ride, I hired a crew of construction workers, which are gonna build it for us. Nice. Good boy. Okay, the ride is finished, but what's special about this one is that it's haunted. Yep, it's this huge old haunted mansion, which is literally taller than the Ferris wheel. And hidden inside is the actual ride. So to enter, you first twist this piece on the side of the house, which opens these doors. And once you enter, the house splits into 3 parts, where you'll find multiple levels and rooms with creepy items, like this cursed painting that lights up, this guy which didn't escape, and this organ. You then walk up to this counter to buy tickets, but now you might be asking, where the heck is the actual ride? Well, it turns out it's actually built into this huge tower in the center of the house, because inside is this elevator which takes people to the very top. But just when you think you're about to get off, the elevator breaks and drops you. Wow, new fear unlocked. Next time I'm in an elevator. And now, it's time to build the final level 100 ride that we've all been waiting for. And this time, it's this huge roller coaster with a literal drop that goes straight down, which then forces you into these 2 massive loops. First, you're loaded onto the ride, then there's a working elevator which lifts you into the sky and sends you to the top. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow. Okay, who's next?
Nope.
And because this is now the best ride in the whole park, the line is extremely long. So I then built a fast lane where people can pay extra money to cut and flex how much money they have. This ride is also so extreme, you can't be too short to ride. You also can't be too big. Wow, this theme park is actually so cool. I literally want to transform into a minifigure so I can go here. Subscribe, comment what I should do next. I'll see you in the next one.
Everything is awesome when I walk in the room. In my Lego speed champion, hit the gas, let it zoom. Put the bricks together.
In this video, I'm gonna use Lego to recreate and test over 10 trendy, popular, and iconic childhood toys. Let the challenge begin. The first toy that I want to build is a Nerf gun. So for reference, here's a Fortnite pistol that shoots single foam bullets. So I'm gonna try building my own Nerf gun in Lego. So I made this working trigger using a rubber band, and I want this thing to be colorful so it looks just like a real Nerf gun. To use the gun, you basically pull the sliding piece in the back and it locks into place until you pull the trigger, and that will let this piece slip and push the bullet out the gun. Oh yeah, I'm about to take all those dubs now with this. But I want to put this gun to the test, so I built 3 different targets out of Lego, and let's try shooting them down. What the heck is this? My favorite toy aside from Lego are Hot Wheels, and I actually love collecting these. So how about we try building these in Lego? I want the size to be very similar to an actual Hot Wheel. So I built this tiny red sports car that's only 4 studs wide. And I want to put this thing to the test, so I copped a bunch of these Hot Wheel tracks that connect, and I built a giant ramp going down my stairs with a big loop and a jump at the end. And okay, alright, it's going. Let's see if it can finish this course. Come on, make the jump at the end. Let's go! Another popular toy are Barbies. Fun fact, but over 20 years ago, Lego sold a bunch of these figures that look just like Barbies. Lego stopped selling these a while ago, so I went ahead and bought this used one off the internet. And to prove that this is Lego, it literally connects to it. They're a lot bigger than a normal Lego minifig, and they also have lots of joints. But I want to build this Barbie her own dream home. First, I'm going to build the outside of the house, so I added this large window with flowers and this pink door. Now, pink seems to be a popular Barbie color, so turning the build around, I'm going to make the inside of the house where almost everything in here is pink. I feel so zesty building this right now. There's a couch, dining area, this kitchen with a refrigerator, sink, and an oven with a chicken being cooked inside. And I want to give our Barbie girl a hobby, so here's an art easel where she can paint. Also, I searched the internet and I copped this knockoff Barbie themed Lego set. Basically, it's a giant pink car. It's made from almost 1,000 pieces, and it's actually the perfect size to fit the minifig we bought earlier. Oh my gosh, this whip be looking so fresh. Also, I really am playing with a Barbie toy right now as a grown man. But come on, y'all, I did it for the content. Oh no, we need car insurance. Wow, the car and the house actually look really good together. This would actually make a hard album cover. A remote-controlled car is another popular toy. But to my surprise, Lego actually made their own version of one. So I bought this discontinued $100 Lego set. Basically, it's a small dune buggy with giant off-road tires. It's very bouncy, and it's got a battery box with a computer inside. And using an app on your phone, you can actually connect to the thing and control it. So I brought it outside, and let's test to see how good this thing is. Okay, let's see if it can handle this ramp. Let's go! Yes, okay, what about this one? Wow, that was a lot of fall damage. Also, my GoPro just cracked. Okay, for this next test, let's see if it can drive over a pile of Lego bricks. Go, go, go.
Nope.
We're gonna need to get some speed on this one. And for this final experiment, I'm gonna drive the thing down this playground slide. Let's hope there's not a kid in here. Here it comes. Okay, after all that building, I need to go outside, and also I need more ideas. So I ran to the store to see what toys they have. What the heck is this? Doo-doo kangaroo. What do kids play with now these days? Then I used my mom's credit card and took them back to the studio. Wow, I feel like Ryan's Toys reviews right now. The first toy that I bought at the store were Beyblades. Basically, they're tiny spinners that can fight with each other, then they break apart when they die. Point! And after searching the internet, I found these small tops from old Lego Ninjago sets. Basically, you take 2 of them, put a minifig on each one, let them spin, and the minifigs will actually fight each other. But they keep falling off my table, which is really annoying, so instead, I'm gonna build my own custom Lego battle arena, and now they can fight with each other. Dang, the old wise man keeps winning. I think he's the Dragon Warrior. Another toy is a magic 8-ball. Basically, you ask it a question, shake it, and then it will tell you an answer. I want to make one of these myself in Lego, so I built this round black ball. And inside is a slot to put this 2-sided plate, green for yes and red for no. And when you shake the ball, it flips on a random side. So all we have to do now is just ask it a question. Do I have good riz?
Nope.
Another toy are G.I. Joes. Basically, they're these tiny green plastic army men. And Lego actually makes their own. They come from this old Toy Story set. Uh-oh, I'm starting to get flashbacks. These are like those toys that kids make epic imaginary battles with. And using a piece of paper and some dental floss, I built this parachute. Okay, let's see where bro drops. This next toy is called a tech deck. Basically, it's a tiny skateboard that you use with your fingers. I built a simple one in Lego using a few plates and some car wheels without the tires, and it actually works pretty well. But to take this to another level, I'm gonna build a complete skate park for it with some railing to practice my balancing skills, and a giant half pipe that I built using this bendable base plate. Call me the Lego Tony Hawk. Another simple toy that I found at the store is a yo-yo. But instead of spending $10 to buy one of these at the store, what if you can build one for free using Lego pieces you have at home? So I found these giant dish pieces, and taking multiple of them, I built a simple Lego yo-yo design that we can now attach string to, and now we can test it out. Perfect! Yeah, I'm pretty crusty because I've never used a yo-yo before, but it looks like this thing actually works. Another popular toy is a Tonka truck. Basically a small construction vehicle like this dump truck. Now, I want to build my own Tonka truck in Lego, so let me cook real quick.
Oh, yes.
This thing has a giant dump truck bed in the back, and I think this is one of the biggest Lego pieces I've ever seen. But after taking this thing outside, it actually works just like a real dump truck, so I'm very happy. This is probably what Lego people use to build their great cities. Now, before we build our final but coolest Lego item, here's a quick speed round of other small toys that I built in Lego. This first one is a Kinder Egg. Oh, sorry. Basically a chocolate egg that has a toy inside. So I built this tiny hollow one in brown to make it look like chocolate, and there's something inside. Ooh, look at that, we got a shiny crystal. I also built this Uno reverse card using different shapes and sizes of plates, and one of those games for babies where you're supposed to put the different shapes in the corresponding holes. I'm accepting scholarships, Harvard. I also built this life-size Lego boomerang using plate pieces. No! It got stuck in the tree. And I also built a pet rock. Yeah, pretty boring. Fidget spinners are another popular toy, and I built 3 of them. This first one looks like a ninja star. This one literally looks like it's on fire. And this last one was also the easiest to make because it just uses minifigs. And finally, this next toy's about to get physical. Because using a long strip of tiny bricks, I'm gonna build a hula hoop. This is extremely illegal. And now we just have to see if this thing will actually work like one. I'm a pro. Come on, let's go! No! Okay, the thing's extremely flimsy, so it doesn't really work. And for this final toy, I want to build a working Lego Rubik's Cube. I tried building one of these a while back, but failed miserably. But my boy Puzz Lego actually built a working Rubik's Cube himself, and he's letting me try his design. So for the different colors on the cube, I'm gonna use these small plates, and after building all the pieces needed to make this cube, we can put it together and see if it works. Not gonna lie, it's still pretty fragile, but it actually works like a real Rubik's Cube. So that's a big W. Okay, let's try solving it. No! Wow, well, after acquiring all these toys, I feel like I'm Andy from Toy Story. Thanks for giving me the excuse to buy these, by the way. That way I can feel like a kid again. Thank y'all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
You're a Lego girl, got a plastic heart. Think I missed a step, hit the restart.
Today, we're gonna be comparing cheap Lego minifigures with some of the coolest, most rare, and expensive Lego minifigures to exist. Here's the game plan. There's hundreds of different Lego themes out there. I'm gonna take 10 very popular ones, cop the cheapest minifig, then the most expensive minifig from that theme. Okay, let's go. Let's start with Minecraft. The cheapest minifig I could find was Steve. He comes in 40 different Lego sets, making him extremely common, and he only costed 25 cents. And for the most expensive minifig, I bought this villager. It only came in one Lego set that sold for $200, meaning not many people bought it, and for this one, I had to pay $80. I want to build a custom Lego set for this villager. I made it a tiny home to live in, and then I'm gonna give him a bunch of emeralds, that way he can flex. Okay, another popular Lego theme is Ninjago. So I went ahead and bought this red Lego ninja by the name of Kai. He was sold in 13 different Lego sets, making him really common, and I only paid 50 cents. Meanwhile, for the expensive minifig, I bought this blue ninja by the name of NRGJ. He only came in one Lego set that was available 10 years ago, and I paid $90 for him. I mean, at least he looks cool. He literally looks like he's been electrocuted or something. What about superheroes? The cheapest minifig I could find was the Spider-Man. He's the most common Spider-Man because he came in all of these Lego sets and only costed $1. But I also bought this Lego Spider-Man, and this one costed $65. This was apparently the first Lego Spider-Man to be made, and Lego stopped selling these almost 20 years ago. I also bought this Lego Green Goblin minifig. This one only came in one Lego set, and the cheapest one I could find was $80. Now before we continue looking at more minifigs, I'm gonna speed run some Lego 2K Drive. It's an open world racing adventure game that recently dropped and you need to play it. You can collect between hundreds of unique vehicles in Lego, from race cars to boats to off-roaders. Like look, you can literally drive a burger. You can customize them to your dream ride, pick your driver, and pick between hundreds of different races to challenge yourself in, whether it's a single race or a World Cup tournament. There's road races, off-road races, water races, and they happen across several unique maps with lots to see and do along the way. Like there's special side missions and challenges. It's an open world game, so you're never gonna get bored by how much there is to do. Everyone can enjoy this game, even my dog did. So make sure you check my description and click that link to buy the game and get racing. Anyway, let's get back to buying overpriced pieces of plastic. What about Toy Story? Here's a Lego Woody minifig that came in 4 different sets and only costed $1.50. His legs are extra tall and his arms are extra long, and if you put it on a normal minifig, it looks like someone's been hitting arm day. And then look what I did to Woody. Meanwhile, I bought this Lego Buzz Lightyear minifig that appeared in one set. He's different than a normal Buzz Lightyear because he has a different face, and he also has random dirt stains on him. So compared to a normal Buzz Lightyear that only costs $5, I paid $35 for this dirty one. Here's a quick life hack. If you want to save money, just take your regular Buzz Lightyear and go rub it in some dirt outside. Look, see? There's no difference. I also bought this Toy Story minifig, which came from the same Lego set as the Buzz Lightyear. The cheapest one I could find was $80. It looks like an insect, so definitely not something I'd want to find chilling on the side of a wall in my house. Now what's a custom Lego Toy Story set we can make? How about Andy's bedroom? I'm gonna start by building a wooden floor and some large walls with clouds on them. Then I'm gonna add a massive bed and a chest full of toys. That way these minifigs appear tiny and look like actual toys. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Another popular superhero is Batman. The cheapest Lego Batman minifig I could find was this one, and it costed $1. But that's super lame and way less cool than this next Lego Batman I bought. Dang, this one low-key looking zesty though. The cheapest one I could find was $105. He goes by the name Disco Batman, but you could only buy him in one Lego set that costed $270. And speaking of heroes like Batman, I also bought a villain. Here's a Lego Harley Quinn minifig that came in one expensive Lego set that didn't sell very well, and I paid $250 for her. She's also a movie-accurate replica of the Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad. What about the topic of sports? Well, here's a Lego NBA player that I only paid 75 cents for. He can hold a basketball, then shoot it with his legs that have springs in it. Meanwhile, I bought these 2 Lego NBA players. One is Kobe Bryant and one is Shaquille O'Neal, which are some of the only minifigs to this day to be based off of real people. And because of that, I paid $25 for Shaq and I paid $50 for Kobe. Next up is Pirates of the Caribbean. Here's a Lego Captain Jack Sparrow minifig. He came in all of these Lego sets, meaning he's very common and only costed $1. And for the most expensive minifig I could find, I copped this Lego Davy Jones. Oh look, it's got like a crab pincher. It could actually hold stuff. And the cheapest one I could find on the internet was $100. But it turns out he only came in one Lego set that was sold over 10 years ago. Next up is Harry Potter. The cheapest minifig I could find was Harry Potter himself. He also came in many Lego sets, meaning he's very common, and he only costed $1. Meanwhile, I bought this Lego minifig. It's a 20th anniversary Lego Dumbledore. He's completely gold. He only came in one limited edition set, and I paid $35 for him. Next up is Lego City, the city of Lego. It's a pretty big topic, so I actually bought a lot of different minifigs, and all of these costed $1. The first one is a $1 Lego astronaut. Here's a $1 civilian, a $1 criminal, $1 construction worker, $1 garbage man, $1 firefighter, a $1 Lego nurse, a Coast Guard minifig, a $1 Lego mechanic, another $1 civilian, and a $1 person that looks like he lives in an igloo. Then I bought this Lego minifig. It's so old, you have to put a sticker on it.
Oh
crap, I hate putting stickers on. It's a truck driver that came in one set from 1995, and the cheapest one I could find was $180. And it's super rare because the hat it comes with is in a special color that you can't find in any other Lego minifig. Okay, now it's time for a quick speed round of really super cheap figures I bought that aren't quite minifigures. The first thing I found was from an old Lego theme from the 80s called Fabuland, and it's this alligator guy. He looks nervous. Wait, what's going on right now? I also bought this weird Duplo person for 50 cents. This figure that I bought for 20 cents, and apparently it's supposed to be a finger puppet. Wow, I really can't believe I'm making a living doing this. I also bought this cheap Technic minifig for $1 that can actually move in a lot of different ways, and Lego doesn't make these anymore. This tiny baby that costed $3. These tiny board game figures that go onto a single stud. Each of these costed 50 cents. And these even tinier figures that are hardly over a brick tall. These ones costed 25 cents each. And the final Lego theme on our list is Star Wars. And it's also where I bought the most expensive minifig in this video. The cheapest figure I could find was this battle droid, and it costed $1. They're extremely common. Some Lego sets literally have over 10 of these per box. They're so common that I actually bought an entire army of them. Wow, this is actually pretty satisfying to look at. Now I can fulfill my childhood dream and have an epic battle with them. Now, for the expensive minifig, we actually have 3 of them. The first minifig I bought was this Lego Darth Vader. It costed $90, but apparently someone told me that its lightsaber actually lights up. I think you're just supposed to push his head. Wow, this minifig's almost 20 years old, so I'm surprised that still works. I also bought this chrome Lego Stormtrooper for $100, and it came in one tiny Lego set from 2009. Wow, it's so shiny, I can literally see my own reflection. And honestly, it makes a normal Stormtrooper seem really lame. And finally, the most expensive Lego minifig in this video. I bought this one off the internet for $1,075, and today's the day when it arrives on my doorstep. This is Lego Cloud City Boba Fett. He came in set number 10123, Cloud City, which sold in the year 2003 for $100. And over the past 20 years, many of these Cloud City Boba Fetts have either been lost, locked away by collectors, or destroyed by little children. So to get one of these in the present day, you might have to pay as much as $3,000. Now at the time, Lego released another Boba Fett. It appeared in more sets and only costed $40. But what makes the Cloud City Boba Fett so special is that it was the first Lego minifigure to have arm printing, making this minifigure very ahead of its time. Wow, I really did spend $1,000 on an overpriced piece of plastic though. Not gonna lie, that feels a little selfish, so to compensate, I'm gonna buy a bunch of Lego sets to hand out to random people. Wow, I low-key feel like Mr. Beast right now. And for the final moment, it's time to combine all the expensive Lego minifigs we bought in this video. Dang, this is how Lego fans flex on each other, I guess. Click the link in my description to secure Lego 2K Drive and flex on all your friends by how fast you can race. I'll see you later, take care. In this video, we're gonna be looking at over 40 easy, satisfying, dumb, and fun things you can do with Lego when you're bored. Let's go. Okay, it's summertime, which means a lot of people are probably out of school right now and have nothing to do. But don't worry, because I have a lot of ideas for y'all. The first thing you can do is make satisfying items that you can fidget with. This first one I built is a cube, and it has a spinning wheel with a knob on it that you can rotate, 3 interlocking gears, another spinning feature, and some buttons you can press that use these rubber Technic pieces. And finally, even more rotating pieces. You can also build spinners like this tiny one that uses transparent studs. Or you can build this one that's made from 4 pieces, and it literally uses a saw blade. Let's see if this can cut through paper. Okay, that took like 50 attempts, but yes we can. Another satisfying thing is taking a long Technic pole and sliding a bunch of these hollow cylinders through it. Or you can make a button by taking one of these rubber spring pieces and attaching it to the bottom of a hole that you put a large cylinder on top of. And just like that, you can start pressing it. This next item uses 4 pieces, and it uses a satisfying sliding mechanism. This next one I randomly came up with. Pretty much it's a rotating bar that you can spin between your fingers. This next item requires some sort of string or chain, and pretty much you can make some mini nunchucks you can spin around your hand, and it's kind of satisfying. You can also take a tiny box, fill it with studs, then when you tilt it, you can watch the studs move around. You can also build another satisfying mechanism that does this. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh, this is so satisfying. Oh yeah.
Yeah!
In almost every store I go to, I see these fidget toys, and pretty much they're a bunch of random bubbles that you're supposed to pop with your fingers. So I'm gonna remake one of these with Lego and see if these things are as good as people say or if they're overrated. Oh wow, that's kind of nice. I can see why people like these, honestly. Another popular item I see are these pin art boards, and pretty much you can put any object underneath them, and the pins will form into the shape of the object. So I'm gonna make one in Lego. For the boards, I'm gonna use these Technic bricks, and inside each hole, I'm gonna put one of these pins. Okay, here we go. Wow, look at how perfectly flush that is. Oh my gosh, oh, this is so nice. I could do this for hours. And finally, I built one more mechanism using these long Technic pieces, and let's see what it does. Okay, here we go. Wow, I love science. Another thing you can do when you're bored is mess around with your Lego sets. The first thing you can do is upgrade them. Here's a $5 Lego Minecraft set that's made from 45 pieces. But I'm gonna unleash my inner master builder because I'm gonna improve this set by making it look more like a cave, and I'm even gonna add a few features like a waterfall. And also the diamond block still explodes. Another thing you Pretty much it's a tiny house with a family living in it, and there's even an interior. But I'm gonna channel my inner Emmett because I'm gonna add even more stuff to this house, like a garage on the side with a working door. We can also add a car to go inside, and I'm also gonna add a basketball hoop so we can score some threes, a sidewalk, skateboard, and finally I'm gonna build a custom tree to add on the side of the house. Nice, this house is looking so much better now. Also, when you finish a Lego set, you're given a bunch of extra pieces, and another thing you can do is try to build things with them. Like I made these potted plants, a dead plant, this flashlight, a cupcake, a candle, bowl of soup. I used the disposable piece to hold wands for one of those things you put on your house that tell you which way the wind is blowing. And finally, I also made a gun. At the store, you can also find these tiny bags that have a random minifig in them. Let's see what we got. Okay, it looks like we got some sort of zookeeper that comes with a koala. But another thing you can do is take the minifig and build a Lego creation for it. So I went ahead and built a tiny exhibit where the koala can hang from a tree branch. Okay, it's time for a quick speed round of ideas. So I went to Instagram to hear what you guys do when you're bored with Lego, and we actually had a lot of responses. One of you said to put Lego on a speaker while playing music. Wait for the beat drop. Let's add water. Okay, not gonna lie, that was kind of nice. Another thing you can do is build a catapult to launch minifigs off of. Oh yeah, buckets. Someone said you can build a phone stand to watch movies on. This one only took a few Lego pieces, and it actually works really well. You can also take a base plate and fill it with tiles and bricks to make custom images, like this Minecraft villager. Someone also said you can take minifig heads and stack them to make a giant wall. Low-key, this is kind of creepy. Now, there's a lot of tricks you can do with non-Lego items. For example, tape. If you take a base plate, tape the back of it, then you can stick it to your wall and fill it with minifigs. And yeah, this is a really cheap and easy way to display them. For this next idea, we're gonna need a Lego helicopter.
Build a helicopter.
Because if you take some sort of flying vehicle, you can use tape and string to attach it to a ceiling or door frame. Now it looks like it's flying, and that's pretty cool. Look, I even attached it to my ceiling fan. Whoa, whoa. Hey, whoa, stop. Wait, no, don't do that. Also, if you take dental floss, you can tie it between two objects and make a massive zip line for a minifig. You can also take a plastic bag, attach a minifig to it, and just like that, if you throw it from your window, it acts as a parachute. If you have a rubber band, you can use it to make a working Lego gun that shoots them. And I think I found a simple mechanism that will work. And okay, that actually works pretty nice. Okay, it's time for another speed round of ideas. You can try to build yourself as a Lego minifig. That doesn't really look anything like me, but I tried. You can also take Lego brick separators and put eyeballs on them. Or if you take a magnifying glass and hold it above a minifig in the sun, you can summon a powerful beam of light that will burn through it. Okay, that only took like 5 minutes and it already burnt the side of his head. Okay, round 2, here we go. Don't do this at home, by the way. And the second beam was so powerful that it literally burnt through the entire minifig. You can also take a Lego cup for minifigs and then fill it with actual water. Now your minifigs can drink that water and stay hydrated. Give me that. And finally, you can make a Lego bird feeder. This one has a large bowl to put the food in. Then I added a restaurant with a chef because just like this guy can cook bussin' food and feed other Lego minifigs, I'm about to feed some birds. So now we can fill it up with bird food, take it outside, then see if we get any birds to come. And after a few hours of patiently waiting, one finally showed up. Dang, bro is for real the biggest bird. Another fun thing you can do with Lego requires you to have a camera. Pretty much if you take a photo of a minifig, move it, then take another picture, then keep repeating that, you have a bunch of photos back to back that if you go through really fast, it looks like the minifig has come alive. If you have clear pieces, you can use them to make a Lego character look like it's flying. You can also use them to make water look like it's moving. And if you take a Lego car, move the wheels, and move random objects across the screen each frame, it looks like the car's actually in motion. You can also cut a Lego brick in half.
Nice.
When you're bored, you can also make your own Lego games. For the first game, if you make a bunch of smooth-looking bricks, then you can stack them to make a giant Jenga tower. Let's see how many blocks I can take off before it falls. No! Or you can use the same blocks for dominoes. This next game is also a tower, but it's hollow and you're supposed to put a brick in it. Pretty much you slap this plate on the side, then you try to see how high you can make the brick go. Let's put a minifig in it. Another simple item you can build is the spinner that selects one of 4 random colors. This next game is pretty simple and easy because all you need is a base plate, some bricks, and a tiny ball. Because you can make your very own maze that requires gravity to get the ball out. I also spent 3 hours trying to design an accurate Rubik's Cube, and I based it off of the diagrams I saw online. So let's see if my project actually works. Honestly, I'm no engineer, but I have a good feeling this is gonna work. The heck? Yeah, well, I tried, guys. I really did try. Well, that was a lot of ideas that I just showed you guys, and hopefully I cured your boredom. So go have fun, and I'll see you in the next one.
Stack it up like a brick. Call me and make us some build them quick.
This is an ordinary Lego man, but today I'm gonna be building some of the world's biggest fears in Lego for him to face. So let's go. For this first fear, we're gonna need to build a public bathroom in Lego, because a very common fear that people have is sitting on the toilet and someone being able to look at you through the very tiny cracks on the door. Another fear is running out of toilet paper, so let's get rid of that. That's another fear accomplished. Okay, for this next fear, I'm gonna build a Lego school classroom with several students. Because another fear is public speaking, so at the very front of the classroom are 2 students having to give a presentation. There's always that one person who has to do all the work, so another fear is being that person. What about the fear of tight spaces? I keep seeing these YouTube videos of people crawling into really tiny caves, so I'm gonna recreate that in Lego by building one giant boulder underground with a tiny hole in it that can fit a minifig. Okay, there he is, he's inside. Now there's a lot of different animals that people fear, and one of them is snakes. So here's one giant snake in Lego, and here's a bunch of tiny snakes. I'm gonna build a giant glass case for our Lego minifig to go in, then we can fill it with snakes. Another creature that people fear are spiders, so here's 100 Lego spiders. I was also running and found a giant spider in my neighborhood, so let's try building one of those. This one's got creepy red eyes, giant legs, and some fangs. So it's time now for a quick little snack. Now people use technology every day, and a big fear that people have is the fear of getting hacked. So I'm gonna build a tiny Lego office with a computer that our minifig is using. And across the wall on the other side, I'm gonna build a really sketchy looking room with a hacker. And he's wearing a mask, that way he can hide his identity. And this guy's gonna try to steal all of his personal information. Hello, this is tech support. What's your social security number, sir? Okay, for this next fear, I'm gonna build the aisle of a grocery store with lots of products on the shelves and a few customers. Now, a big fear people have is the fear of embarrassment. And an embarrassing thing that I think we've all dreamed about is being naked in public. So here's a naked Lego minifig. When I was a kid, I had a fear of monsters hiding under the bed. So I'm gonna build a tiny Lego bedroom with our minifig about to sleep. But he won't be sleeping well tonight because I went onto Amazon and bought these knockoff 5 Nights at Freddy minifigs. I'm gonna put a couple under the bed and one behind the closet. What the heck? Why is he still smiling? You're supposed to look scared. Okay, now turn the lights down for cinematic effect. And there we go, my biggest nightmare has come true in Lego. And aside from monsters, there's also the fear of ghosts. Check it out, this one glows in the dark. What about the fear of heights? And because there's nothing super tall in my house, I'm gonna strap our minifig to a drone. Okay, we're 1,000 feet up right now. This is what it looks like. Okay, it's time to torture this minifig. Okay, successfully landed. Okay, now it's time for me to build your biggest fears in Lego. So I asked my fans on Instagram and we got some responses. Some of them were really weird. A big fear that guys have is talking to women. So here's a Lego minifig trying to get this girl's number. Bro, come on, get her number. The boys are literally waiting. Oh my gosh, bro literally has no wrist. She's walking away now. There's also the fear of stepping on Lego. Time to let the dogs out. Okay, ready? Here we go. Man, that should have been a trap in the Home Alone movie. Another random fear is the fear of a snake coming out of the toilet when you're sitting on it. There's also the fear of swimming in the middle of the ocean and not being able to see the bottom. So I'm gonna take 2 base plates and build some water and have our minifig swimming. A common fear people have is the fear of unknown sea creatures. So all the way down on the ocean floor, I'm gonna build this massive sea monster with giant teeth. Let's see if it likes glizzies. But that's not enough. We need a human sacrifice. And there's other sea creatures that people fear like octopus and sharks. So surrounding our minifig, I'm gonna add some. It's time for a quick snack. There's also the fear of taking a test in school and then failing, and kidnapping. So here's a sketchy looking guy and a white van for him to drive. And he's gonna go around offering children popsicles. A very random but common fear is tryphobia, and it's the fear of a bunch of holes in one spot. There's also the fear of being on a plane or experiencing turbulence. And what's even worse than that is the fear of crashing. So it's time for an emergency water landing. No freaking way, the pilot is still alive, guys. I don't know if this was on purpose, but it actually floats like a boat, so very good safety features. There's also the fear of getting stung by a bee, dying in hardcore Minecraft. And finally, the fear of old, rotten, expired food. Here's a Lego pizza, and as bussin' as this thing looks, little does our minifig realize that underneath is a giant lump of mold. Gordon Ramsay would not let this slide. Okay, for this next fear, we need to build a Lego elevator. So here's one with a winch on the top to pull it up and down. But a big fear that people have is being in an elevator and it gets stuck. But even worse than that is being over the weight capacity in an elevator and it breaks. Another thing people fear riding are roller coasters. So I built a giant one out of Lego pieces going down my staircase, and it's time to test it out. Okay, the ride's done. That's another fear faced. There's also the fear of werewolves. And people say that werewolves only come out when there's moonlight. Okay, let's see if we can find the moon. Oh shoot, there it is. Let's check on the minifig. What the? Whoa! Okay, while making this video, I got distracted and looked up some of the weirdest fears in the world. Like, this person's scared of pickles.
My name is Diane. I hate pickles. I hate everything about them.
So I'm gonna build a giant pickle in Lego using some dark green Lego pieces. There's also this person who's scared of puppies.
Oh, hell no.
Hey.
So here's a bunch of Lego puppies. It's surprising to realize that this is probably actually scaring some people right now. A weird fear that I have is saying bye to someone and then walking in the same direction as them. Or having the window seat on an airplane and being too afraid to ask the people next to you if you can get up and use the bathroom. Am I super introverted? Maybe. Another thing that people fear are sketchy alleyways. So I'm gonna build one in Lego with a very old looking wall, a broken glass window. Then I'm gonna use a sideways building technique to make the wall look like it's vandalized and there's graffiti on it. I'm gonna also add a garbage bin and fill it with smelly, rotten food, like this old rotten glizzy. I'm also gonna add a rat and a bicycle that's missing a wheel. Here's a Lego guy playing Pokemon Go, and in order to catch a rare Pokemon, he has to go into the sketchy alleyway. So now a guy just popped out and is trying to rob him. Another common fear is the fear of going to the dentist. So I'm gonna build a tiny dentist office in Lego with a reclining chair for our minifig to sit on, a giant light, and a dentist. And most importantly, I brought some helpful tools that he can use to clean the teeth, like a chainsaw, a pickaxe, this massive wrench, and a literal jackhammer. Yeah, this is my biggest nightmare come true. Another fear is the fear of waiting in super long lines. So here's a Lego Apple store with a bunch of people waiting in line to buy the new iPhone. Oh, this guy's so smart, he brought a sleeping bag. And then when you finally get to the front of the line, it turns out you had to book an online reservation on your phone. Another fear is the fear of clowns. So I'm gonna build a Lego birthday party for our minifig with a table full of cake, pizza, and a gift. But we're about to ruin this kid's birthday party because here's some Lego clowns and now we can just fill the room with them. And there we go, that's another fear down. What about the fear of needles and sharp objects? So I'm gonna build a wall in Lego and fill it with these massive spikes. Now we can build a creepy room in Lego and there's spikes coming in on each side. Okay, that's another fear down. And finally, the last fear we're gonna build in Lego is the fear of dying. So I built a hole in the ground with a coffin again, and now we can just put our minifig in it. Dang, bro has left the chat in real life. Okay, we built a ton of different fears in Lego, so comment what your biggest fear is. And since I built these fears in Lego, what if I faced one in real life?
You build me up, just like the Legos. I'll never get enough, so please don't let go. You're like my Lucy, don't let go. My Lucy, don't let go.
In this video, I'm gonna be recreating different natural disasters using Lego. Let the challenge begin. Okay, so let's start with the first Lego item to experiment with. This is a $300 Lego Ferris wheel set I bought, and like any other Ferris wheel, it spins. But like any curious person, I want to see how fast this can actually spin. So let's simulate a tornado, and I bought this leaf blower. Okay, that wasn't too bad, only one piece came off. But I wasn't satisfied enough yet, so I went in for a second round, getting in closer with the leaf blower. Wow, I'm actually really surprised it didn't break sooner than that. Thank goodness, this piece almost hit the dog poop. This thing spun way faster than I thought it would, and while I go ahead and clean up this giant mess, let's continue to our next natural disaster. This is a tiny Lego town using old Lego pieces, minifigures, and sets from the 1980s. But what the people of this town don't realize is I'm about to simulate some natural disasters on them. Let's start with something easy. How about a rainstorm? Dang, this town looks pretty drippy now. Okay, now what would happen if it rained cats and dogs? That literally did nothing. Okay, what about acid rain? Apparently lemonade's very acidic, so let's try it. It smells so good in my room now. Now let's step it up a notch. What about hail? That's so much damage, even Flex Seal couldn't fix that. Good thing this town has a hospital, because it's definitely gonna need one after all these disasters we're about to do. How about 100% liquid death? Oh yeah, feels so deathly. Nope, just kidding. That was honestly really lame. What about purple rain? Oh yeah, what about cloudy with a chance of meatballs? Okay, I feel like I had a basic right now. I can't believe I just did all that and these minifigs are still smiling at me. But I think this town's had enough torture, so let's move to the next build. Another Lego set I bought is this $80 Lego Coast Guard set.
Build the Lego set.
It comes with 3 sharks, tons of minifigs, a lighthouse, and most importantly, a giant boat. But what's special about it is that it floats. Wow, very nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But to truly test this boat's performance, I'm gonna take it to the beach and simulate another natural disaster, which is a hurricane. So let's see if this really floats my boat. And to my surprise, this boat is actually doing very terrible. And I find it funny how Lego Coast Guards are supposed to keep people safe at the beach, but they can't even keep themselves safe. Big shame. Time to whip out the next item I bought. This is a $20 Lego African Wildlife Safari set, and like a lot of places in Africa, temperatures can get very hot. So another natural disaster I want to test is a heat wave, and since I don't live in a hot place like Africa, there's only one place in my house I know that's hot. Ooh, it's very hot. Okay, that pretty much did nothing. It just made the pieces warm. Thank you, Grandma, for letting me use your microwave, by the way. Another natural disaster is a fire. So what are different things we can burn? How about we start with this minifig? I mean, he wore a tree on his head, so what did he expect? What happens when you burn a hot dog? Toasty and delicious. What about a stick of dynamite? Does it blow up? Nope, it didn't blow up. And lastly, what happens when you set Lego fire on fire? Wow, it just made it bend. That's it. Kids, please don't do this, by the way. I don't want any parents telling me that their house got burnt down. Another natural disaster is a blizzard, so let's see what happens when I stick a minifigure in the fridge with some water for a couple of hours.
A few moments later.
Dang, look at all that ice on him. He's even dripping now. This next Lego set is based off of Minecraft. It's a tiny desert village that comes with 2 villagers, 1 farm, a house, and a bell tower. It also comes with this mob that can move its head. And because this is a village in the desert, it gets very hot, which means a drought can happen. So I'm gonna simply take away all these villagers' water, and now we're gonna sit and see what happens. Oh crap, wait, they're dying. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Here, drink Prime. This will help. Drink it quick. Wow, that was a close call. We almost killed this entire village, but now they're good. This is a Lego item I bought, and it's a very tiny tent made from thin plastic film, and it can fit 2 minifigures inside. But what's the purpose of a tent? To keep you from bad weather, right? So to see if this is truly a legit tent, I'm gonna test different types of weather conditions and see if it keeps the people inside dry and safe. I just simulated a giant rainstorm. Now let's see how this tent holds up to a massive snow avalanche. Then I'm gonna simulate a mudslide. I just grabbed that outside my house. And finally, I'm gonna simulate a sandstorm. And the moment of truth, did it keep the people inside dry? Let's find out. Oh wow, it actually did. Great tent, Lego. For this next natural disaster, we're not just testing it on one person or even 100, because we're testing on the entire world. Because this next Lego set is this $200 globe I bought from the Lego store. Now, what would happen if a giant meteorite from the sky came and hit it? Okay, that surprisingly did no damage, so I'm gonna hit it from a different point. Holy crap, this globe is built different, guys. Wow, that is incredibly durable. Great job designing this set, Lego. The next natural disaster I'm gonna test is a flood. On the right side of this map is a tiny lake, and on the left side is a concert with a crowd of people mosh pitting. I'm gonna slowly fill up this lake with water and see how far we can go until the sand barrier breaks. Uh-oh, you can start seeing the water seep through the wall. It's about to blow, boys. That's so sad. Rest in peace, concert. But honestly, that music was pretty trash anyway, so I'm kind of glad this flood happened. This next Lego set I bought is based off of the Minions movie. It's a tiny airplane with a glizzy inside and a few minions. But a natural disaster that planes need to be ready to undertake is bad turbulence, so let's see if this plane does its job and can safely transport these passengers. Well, the good news is that we landed, but the bad news is that we crash landed. And for the final but biggest Lego set to destroy in this video, I speed ran to the Lego store to cop this $400 Lego castle set with over 4,000 pieces. After a full 24-hour cycle of building, I had completed the set, and it had everything a castle could possibly need, from many knights to horses and even a drawbridge. Well, we're gonna put this to the test and see if it can keep the people safe from these natural disasters I'm about to do. In the world of Lego, a common natural disaster is a rowdy 4-year-old child running around. So if you think I'm weird for acting like a child, just realize I have an excuse for content. A rowdy dog is another one. You want the toy? Go get it! Go get the toy! Grab it! Now it's time for some actual natural disasters. So I started with a rainstorm and nothing really happened. Nice, the water wheel works. So I took my water bending to a whole new level and simulated a massive tsunami instead. Oh crap, I wasn't recording on the GoPro. Let's do that again, actually. And seeing the footage roll back, this was actually really satisfying, and I'm kind of surprised how well the castle walls deflected that water. Still, nothing really happened, so I then went ahead and inflicted a deadly hailstorm on the people of this castle. I ran out of ice, so I'm just gonna use Orbeez. But none of these natural disasters had damaged this castle in even the slightest way. So I then went ahead and took my true Asian power and summoned a meteorite. Now that's a lot of damage. Someone call Phil Swift. We need flex tape right now. Just when I thought I already had a lot to clean up after this video, add one more thing to that list. But the set was nice to look at when it was still together. I did this so you guys don't have to. I just moved to Houston, Texas and want to meet new people, so if you're another YouTuber or Lego fan from the area, hit me up on Instagram. Thank you for watching. See you guys later. In this video, I'm gonna buy, build, and test over 20 different weapons in Lego. And at the very end, I'm gonna use them to fight another YouTuber in an ultimate Lego war. So anyway, let's go. Okay, so this first weapon we're gonna look at is a DIY Lego crossbow. And I'm gonna use a rubber band to add a working spring mechanism that can shoot with the pull of this trigger. And for the arrows, I'm gonna use a straw, which is hollow inside, so it should be able to fly through the air really fast. This is a Lego projectile launcher. It's a tiny Lego brick with a spring inside of it, and it can fit these tiny darts that shoot when you touch them. You can connect multiple together to shoot 2 at a time, or even 3. So that's why I built this Lego pistol, and it can shoot 10 of them at a time. Basically, when you pull on the trigger, it moves this lever that activates every dart. So let's see if we can take down some minifigs. Okay, targets have been eliminated. And just for fun, let's see if we can take down an entire army of minifigs with 72 of these shooters. Oh my gosh, that was so satisfying. Only 2 people survived that. For this next weapon, I'm gonna build a life-size sword that looks like something you'd see during medieval times. To make the sword very strong, I reinforced it with plates and I used slope pieces to keep the edges sharp. It's got a textured handle for good grip and a guard. But to test if this is actually a good sword, we're gonna try to smite some cucumbers. Oh, look at that, the brown pieces broke. I think I was maybe too aggressive with that hit, so let's try a couple more. There you go, that worked. Okay, that was pretty easy, so we're gonna step it up another level and try to cut open a watermelon.
Nope.
Okay, the watermelon cracked and there's juice coming out. Okay, it took 5 hits for it to split in half. The next Lego weapon we're gonna build is a butterfly knife. It's basically a knife with 2 handles instead of 1. So because of that, you can do a lot of really cool tricks with them. And there's some people out there who are extremely good at these. And aside from being a weapon, this thing's also kind of like a fidget toy. It's really satisfying. Okay, for these next few weapons, they're actual Lego sets that you can buy on their website. So I ordered some in the mail. The first one is this life-sized replica of Captain America's shield, which costed $200. And it's made from over 3,000 pieces. Let's go. I'm starting to feel the spirit of America right now. Also, this has got to be the most satisfying building technique I've ever seen in a Lego set. Okay, this set is intended to be a display item, so there's no handle on the back to actually grab it with. So I ended up adding my own. And now that I can grab it, we're gonna put it to the test and see if it actually functions like a real shield. So we're gonna see how it can hold up to some water balloons. One water balloon completely broke off like half of it. Bruh. Well, it's gone now. Look at all that damage. The second Lego set I bought is another superhero weapon, but this time it's a life-size replica of Thor's hammer. It costed $100 and has almost 1,000 pieces, but legends say in order to pick it up, you have to be worthy. But we're gonna put it to the test and see how powerful it is. So let's start by smashing some nuts. Okay, that honestly was no problem, so let's step it up a notch and see if we can destroy a soda can. Shoot, it literally destroyed the hammer. Ooh, there's actually Coke coming out of the can. See that? Oh. Okay, that one actually works, but now there's Coke all over the hammer. Okay, now the ultimate test. What's stronger, Captain America's shield or Thor's hammer? Okay, the shield took a lot more damage than the hammer, so I'd say the hammer won that. Now take a trip with me to the continent of Asia, because this next weapon comes from the country of Japan, and they're ninja stars. Basically, it's a very deadly looking snowflake. So I set up some balloons in my house, and let's see if we can pop them. Here we go. Woo! Let's go! Okay, last one. Oh crap, I put a dent in my wall. Woo! They should do this at birthday parties. Another Asian weapon are nunchucks. To make this, I'm gonna build 2 long handles and connect it together with this Lego chain. And this actually feels and looks like a real nunchuck. Great, now I gotta fix it. There's a lot of different tricks we can do, like up and down, behind the back, and other crazy combos. Cobra Kai never dies. This next Lego weapon I built is known as a blowgun, and it's an ancient weapon that was used by indigenous people around the world. They shoot darts, so I built my own in Lego using the sharpest tipped Lego piece I could find. This weapon is very simple. You simply put your mouth on it, and then you blow it. Okay, here we go. Whoa, that's sick. Let's try out some quick target practice. So here's a piece of toilet paper that I grabbed from my bathroom. Ooh, we put a hole through it. It looks like it's actually pretty effective. What if we tried building a stick of Lego dynamite, kind of like this one for a minifig? So to build it, I'm gonna use these round red bricks and a tiny antenna piece on top to look like the piece of string you light. What if we built a Lego slingshot? This one uses 2 rubber bands and a net piece in the middle to fling an object. And the objects we're gonna fling are these round balls that I built. I'm gonna fill this one up with studs and let's see how explosive it is. Nice, that was pretty satisfying. Okay, now it's time to actually test out this slingshot. So here's a Lego police boat that floats in water, and let's try to sink it. Whoa, this boat is built different. Okay, now this whole time we've been talking about life-size Lego weapons, but what about tiny Lego weapons for something like a minifig? This one's called a stud shooter, and like the name says, it's a tiny gun that can shoot a Lego stud. So let's see if it can take down some minifigs. Yes, it can. There's also this, and it's a Lego cannon that you can load with a tiny round brick, and if you pull this thing in the back and release it, it shoots the brick out. And if we want to build our own custom minifig-sized weapon, we can make this. It's a tiny catapult with a bucket that we can load with pieces. So let's see how many hits it takes to bring this castle to the ground. Okay, I think that took about 4 hits. Another Lego weapon I want to build is a lightsaber. I'm gonna use these long Technic pieces to build a sturdy blade. Then I'm gonna cover these ugly holes up with plates. And now that our blade is finished, I'm gonna build the handle of the lightsaber. And just like that, here's a life-size Lego replica of a lightsaber. And it's actually sturdy enough to where you can do tricks with it. What about a wand, like in Harry Potter? That's a weapon, right? So I quickly speed built one in Lego, and this is what I came up with. Oh, heck no, bro. This wand's looking goofy. Yeah, no, not that one. I'm gonna use these Lego bricks with studs on each side to build an even better wand. Sheesh, I feel like Harry Potter right now. But I wonder if we can cast a spell. Expelliarmus! Crap. I think I used the wrong spell. This next Lego weapon actually goes on your wrist, and it actually has those tiny shooters that we used earlier. Basically, with your fingers, you can pull on this lever to activate them. Dang, this feels like something that Spider-Man would have. What if we built a Lego flamethrower that actually shoots fire? So I discovered that if you light a candle and spray air freshener on it, it turns into a giant cloud of fire. So using that science, I'm gonna build my very own Lego flamethrower where the aerosol can will sit inside of this container, and I have this long piece going over the top of it. That way I can push it down with my thumb. And finally, at the very tip, there's a space to put a candle. And to make this look like a flamethrower, I added some flames on the side. So now it's time to take it outside and see if this thing actually works. Okay, ready? Oh! Oh my gosh, that's fire. No pun intended. Well, that's how you make a DIY Lego flamethrower. Please do not do this at home, by the way, okay? And I'm curious if this will catch a minifig on fire. Okay, that didn't really do anything. Okay, I want to quickly go online and see if I can find some cool knockoff Lego weapons. The first thing I found was a Lego bazooka that shoots rockets. This actually looks sick. Let's add that to the cart. Okay, I found this machine gun looking thing. Let's get that one. I found a lot of other military stuff like the sniper rifle. Okay, now it's time to just buy it, I guess. And after waiting a week, they came in the mail. Okay, it took me 2 full days to build, but I successfully completed all 3 Lego weapons. For knockoffs, these actually look very realistic. And according to the instructions, these are supposed to apparently work like real guns. So we're gonna put them to the test by doing some quick target practice. First, let's start with the bazooka. What? That was nothing. I thought there was gonna be way more damage than that. Okay, this rocket launcher wasn't as powerful as I thought, but if you hold the gun close enough to the minifig, it does knock it over. Hey, thanks for taking it for the team. The second weapon we're gonna test is the semi-automatic gun. So I set up 3 minifigs as small targets. And now let's see if we can hit them. Okay, that was actually a piece of cake. And finally, for the sniper rifle, I wanna see if I can hit a shot from far away. Ooh, let's go! I got it! I'll put links below where I bought these, by the way, in case you want to check these out. So now that I have all these Lego weapons, I'm gonna take them across the country to visit my other Lego YouTube friend, Sacred Bricks. And I'm gonna challenge him to an ultimate Lego war. He just got out of school, so I'm gonna pick him up.
No way you just pulled up on my school. What is this?
You ready to go to war with me?
Yes.
He hasn't done a face reveal, so I'm gonna blur his face. And he actually built some of his very own Lego weapons that he's gonna use to fight back, including this Harry Potter wand.
Expelliarmus! Expecto Patronum!
For this first round, we're gonna have a battle at this playground. I'll be fighting with the crossbow I made earlier, and Sacred built his very own mini Lego bow and arrow that shoots tile pieces. May the best man win. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go, let's go.
Started. Okay, I'm gonna get the high ground.
I'm gonna get the high ground.
Crap, I missed. Oh, you missed. You shot missed. Come here, boy. I got you, I got you. All right, that's
Nice
a dub.
job.
That's a dub. For the second round, we're gonna be fighting in this massive backyard with lots of obstacles to hide behind. I'm gonna be fighting with the knockoff Lego gun we bought earlier, and Sacred's gonna fight with his own Lego gun that shoots rubber bands.
This is our spawn point right here. We got the gun. 3, 2, 1. Okay, go.
Come on, let's secure this dub.
Let's go, boys. He's right over there. I see him.
I'm hiding. You're moving up, moving up. Well, this is a piece of cake. Okay, okay. Woo! Go rush him!
Oh, I got you. Oh, shoot. Did you get me before?
We both hit each other.
I think we both hit each other at the same time.
Double knockout?
No way, we shot at the same time, but Sacred hit me first, so he wins this round. And for this final round, we're gonna face off in an ultimate lightsaber battle, because Sacred actually built a lightsaber as well.
Let's compare sizes.
Oh, yours is actually longer than mine.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
But that doesn't matter, because you can't match my power. 3, 2, 1. Ah!
Yours broke. What happened to your blade?
I ran out of plate pieces, so I couldn't reinforce it on the side. But as a Darth Lord of the Sith,
Yeah.
I have another trick.
What? Go subscribe to Sacred because he's dropping even more battles on his channel. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later and take care.
My heart's like a Lego set, please don't break it. I don't like mega blocks, please don't fake it. Everything is lit, yeah, everything is awesome. I build illegal tricks, yo, and we never stop it.
This is a very poor Lego man, and today I'm gonna build him insanely expensive things in Lego, from expensive cars to his own mansion to a literal planet that he will own until he becomes the richest Lego man in the world. So anyway, let the journey begin. Okay, this Lego man currently has no money, no aura, and he lives in a tent made from an instruction booklet. He smells really bad, meaning nobody wants to be near him. He gets all his food from the trash, and he lives on the street with his 2 best friends that perform for basically no money. But today I built him 5 Lego vaults that he will unlock one by one to become more and more rich. Let's first open the tiniest one. Wow, there's only $100 in it. So for $100, I built him a new home. But it's special because it's secretly underground. Yeah, he only has a tiny bed where he sleeps, and he has no space to move. For $100, he can also now afford a single piece of chicken and an old crappy bicycle to get him places. Yeah, his $100 is now spent, and he's basically still living like a homeless person. So it's time to open the next vault, which this time has $10,000 inside. So instead of living in a tiny depressing hole in the ground, he's now going to move into a small cheap apartment. Inside is a small bathroom with a clogged toilet, a tiny bed where he sleeps, a refrigerator full of cheap expired food, this old couch which smells like fart, and this tiny old TV so he can invite his friends over and watch movies together. The ceiling also has a huge crack in it. With $10,000, this Lego man can also buy his very first car. So I built him this cheap old one. Yeah, I think he's ready to get more money. So it's time to open the 3rd vault. And inside is $1 million. Yep, this Lego man is now a millionaire. And he can finally afford the rich, expensive lifestyle. First, he needs a big, expensive house to live in. Okay, his house is complete, and it has everything inside that a wealthy, rich person could want. Like a huge flat-screen TV, a gaming PC, a huge kitchen full of fresh, high-quality ingredients, so he can cook any dish he wants. He now has a huge bed and a luxurious bathroom. He even has his very own backyard with his favorite activities, including basketball. Let's see if he's a shooter. This fire pit, this hot tub, and his own private pool, so now he can invite his friends to come swim with him. Oh nice, the water even changes color. Hey yo, wait, pause. And now that this man is rich, he can also afford the newest iPhone. He can also go shopping for expensive clothes. Wow, he's gained so much aura. This Lego man can also afford an expensive car. So I built him this fast green sports car that he can drive around Lego City and farm aura. For the first time ever, people are finally noticing him, and he's getting the attention he's always hungered for. But we're not stopping yet, because inside this next vault is $1 billion. Now he's one of the richest people in the entire world, which means he won't be needing this house anymore. So instead, I'm gonna build him the biggest, most expensive Lego house in the entire world. Okay, that took 3 days to build. The house has 2 separate levels. On the first is this huge movie theater with unlimited popcorn and drinks, this high-tech gaming computer with literally 6 monitors, so he can play games while watching YouTube while ordering a Lamborghini. He even has his own ice cream store, where he gets unlimited free ice cream in every flavor imaginable. Bro is trying to speedrun diabetes. I I even built him a dream Lego room with every piece, set, and minifigure in existence. Look at this, he built his house out of Lego. On the second floor is a money-themed bedroom with a bed made of money and a couch made of money. I built him this huge bathroom with this massive tub, and he's now so rich that the toilet paper is literally money. You'll also find this room, which has his money in bulletproof glass vaults protected by guards. He also now owns a pet shark and a massive wardrobe with loads of designer outfits that are each worth thousands of dollars. On the very top of the house, he has his own tennis court, his own concert stage so he can host parties. He even has his own roller coaster. And in the center of the house, he even has his own pool with slides that go off the second level. And now that he's explored the entire house, this Lego man is ready to host a giant party to celebrate. But instead of calling his friends, he remembers how poor they are and how bad they smell. So he doesn't invite them. So he instead invites the most famous and rich people in all of Lego City. With $1 billion, this Lego man can also afford expensive cars. So I built him a 3-story garage with literally 9 of them. What the heck? He has a whole car dealership in his house now. Like the world's most luxurious car, which has seats that massage your butt. He now has the most expensive and fastest supercars. And this car, which has lots of space to put all his money so he can go spend it at the mall. Wow, each of these cars alone is someone's lifetime savings. As a billionaire, this Lego man can also afford his own personal helicopter. So I cooked him one which leaves directly from his house and will take him to the Lego store whenever he wants. I even built him his own private jet that will take him anywhere in the world he desires. He has a personal pilot, first-class seating with entertainment and free unlimited food, his own king-size bed, and a private bathroom in the very back. Now he can go to Legoland whenever he wants.
Giant Lego plane?
Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to eat that! As a billionaire, he can also afford his own personal servants that each will do different things for him. Like a personal driver, a personal chef, a servant to clean his house, a servant to wake him up in the morning, a personal barber to cut his hair, a servant to massage him, a servant to open the door for him, and a servant to flush the toilet for him. Now, at this point, this Lego man finally knows the true feeling of being rich, but he only hungers for more, which means it's time to open the 5th, final, but biggest vault, which inside has $1 trillion. So now he's not only the richest, but the most powerful Lego minifig in the whole world. So for $1 trillion, I built him an entire army to serve and protect him. I cooked these bulletproof tanks with massive guns, and these huge fighter jets with giant missiles that we can launch at enemies. Soldiers, remove this man's house.
Huh?
Good boy. I even built him an entire army of AI robots that are extremely smart and will do anything he commands. Robots, activate death mode.
On it. Ordering 15 Lego Death Stars to your house.
Wait,
your
no,
total is 21.
Wow, this Lego man is now so powerful that the entire world sees him as a god and worships him. He's also so rich that even Mr. Beast asks him for money. And with unlimited money, he can buy anything in the world he desires, like the Statue of Liberty. But he's not gonna just buy it. Because instead, he's gonna replace it with a huge statue of himself, so the whole world will respect him. And with unlimited money, he can even buy all the gold in the whole world. So using it, I'm gonna build him a huge golden palace where he will dwell and rule the world. So cue the fire building music.
Click, click, click. Click those bricks.
Okay, his palace is complete and literally everything is gold. Outside, he has a gold supercar and a golden pool full of money. And inside his palace, he has a golden bed, a golden couch, a golden toilet. He even eats gold food, like gold hot dogs, gold ice cream, gold chicken, and golden apples. I even built him a golden throne where he can sit and rule the world. Now, at this point, the entire world is his. But there's one final thing he's gonna buy, which is also the biggest and most expensive of them all, because he's gonna buy the entire moon. But first, we need a way to send him there, so I then cooked him this huge Lego rocket ship. Wow, he's the first Lego minifig to ever touch the moon. So to survive here, I built him a huge Lego base, which is protected by this powerful force field. Outside, I built this huge cannon and this tiny moon vehicle so he can go exploring. And inside, he has an entire home all to himself. Wow, this Lego man really went from being a smelly homeless guy with no money to now having the most money, power, and aura in the whole world. But even now, he realizes that he's still alone and has nobody to share it with. So he then decided to return to Earth to reunite with his old friends and move them into his huge mansion where they can all live the dream life they've always wanted. And using his money, he's even opened a free Lego store with unlimited free Lego for everyone. We're almost at 10 million subscribers, so subscribe right now. Comment what I should do next. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for arriving.
In this video, I'm going to build a massive Lego airport full of several different planes. And along the way, I'm going to be putting each plane to the test by simulating different crashes with them. So anyway, let's go. Now, once upon a time, there was a tiny Lego town in the middle of nowhere. But the town is so lame and depressing that we need to build an airport, that way the people can go on vacation. So I went ahead and built this Lego town, its very first airplane. Inside, you'll find a large cockpit to seat 2 pilots, several seats to fit as many passengers as possible, a flight attendant to serve drinks, and a bathroom. And now the citizens are excited so they can board the plane and we can take off to our first destination. But on our way, our plane ran out of fuel and it looks like we're gonna have to crash. So for our first emergency landing spot, I built this giant iceberg in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. Dang, well, that was a lot of turbulence, so hopefully our passengers had their seatbelts on for that. Now, while we wait for this plane to get fixed, it's time to build an official Lego airport to go in our Lego town. Okay, the planes take up a lot of space, so this airport's actually gonna be massive. Okay, I want this airport to have all the essential things that an airport in real life would have. So when you arrive, you first enter this lobby where you get your tickets and check your baggage, which goes on this assembly belt and onto this car outside, which then gets transported to your plane. You'll then be required to go through the security checkpoint where you'll be searched for any weapons or illegal building techniques. Okay, attention everyone, all bricks, accessories, torsos, and leg pieces in the tray table right now. And finally, once you're done with that, you enter this gate where you can sit down, relax, and wait for your plane. Outside the airport, I built this large runway for planes to take off and land, and an air traffic control tower to signal planes when to go. Okay, so far the airport's looking pretty good. We got the plane back from earlier, but I want to keep adding more to build a giant collection of them at the end. So now it's time to build the next Lego plane to add to this airport. So I searched the internet and bought this 300-piece passenger plane. But this one is special because I added a premium first-class seating area with a seat that turns into a bed, a TV, and you get a personal assistant to serve you gourmet meals. Now it's time for our next flight, so we can let the passengers board and pay for their tickets. But for this next flight, we're gonna need to watch a quick video about airline safety, because we're definitely gonna need to know about it after this next crash. So I'm gonna simulate this one in a large open desert full of sand. Wow, the sand actually cushioned the impact, and it looks like the passengers are still in their seats. Okay, before we build our next plane, we need to make our airport bigger. And we still have more space to build, so I'm gonna add a couple new things to it. For people who want to eat while they wait for their flight, I built this small Lego pizza restaurant that serves hot, fresh, delicious pizza. And I also built this small children's playground with obstacles and a slide. That way parents can let their kids play while they wait for their plane. And now that we've upgraded our Lego airport, it's time to build the next plane to add to it. But this one is special because it's only designed to transport large cargo in and out of our Lego town. So now we can supply our town with more vegetables, meat products, building materials, and medical supplies. So it's time to take off to go retrieve them and bring them back to our Lego town. But on the way, let's simulate our next crash. So I built this large forest full of trees. Wow, that is so much less oxygen on the planet. Okay, we need to keep extending the airport and making it bigger. That way we can accommodate more airplanes. This next part of the airport I'm gonna build is an international terminal for foreign travelers coming in from other LEGO countries. So I built this immigration check where minifigs are required to present their passports to make sure they're legally eligible to enter the country. Any illegal immigrants will be deported. I also built this currency exchange booth where foreigners can trade between any form of LEGO payment. And finally, I also built this small travel shop to buy souvenirs. And now that our airport is larger, we can build the next plane to add to it. So it's time to introduce our first LEGO City airline plane, which allows direct flights back and forth from LEGO City. So it's time to board our passengers and head to our next destination. And while we do that, I'm gonna simulate the next plane crash. So I built this small farm in the middle of the country with lots of different farm animals and this large red barn. Crap, it ripped through the entire barn. Okay, a lot of chickens died. The cows are still alive though. The plane just crashed and they're still smiling. Okay, we have one final space in our airport to build. So I'm gonna turn this area into a luxurious private lounge. And the only people allowed in here are the most elite VIP airline members. Inside you'll find massage chairs, a private dining area, and a highly trained chef that will cook any dish you request. Wow, this place looks so fancy and expensive. I can just feel the richness right now. Our airport is almost complete, but we have one final space for one more plane, so the time has come to bring it in. What the heck is this small goofy plane? No, not this one either, it's too big. Okay, nice. For all the rich and famous travelers, I built the biggest plane yet, which is this private jet. And inside you'll find luxurious chairs, a dining table, TV, a private bedroom, and a private bathroom with a shower. Yes! Let's freaking go. The airport is finally done. Look at all the planes we've collected. And with all of these planes complete, we're gonna destroy each and every one of them in a final speed round of crashes. For this first crash, I built this large bridge full of cars. Okay, that's the first plane down, 4 more to go. I also built this giant pyramid using thousands of tiny bricks. And this floating cargo ship armed with guards carrying several large crates. And for this final crash, I want to see what happens when you fly 2 planes into each other. Whoa, look, the pilots are still alive. After all these crashes, I think we've proven that you should never get on a LEGO airline flight. Thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next one.
Stack it up, add it up, stack it up, add it up, stack the bricks, stack quick, let it click, you know I'm
In this video, I'm going to unbox and review over 15 dumb, weird, and cursed LEGO products that I found from several days of searching the internet, and you probably never knew most of these existed, because neither did I. So anyway, let's go, people. This is a LEGO minifigure, but there's actually something special about him because if you rip off his legs, then stick him into the side of your computer, he turns into a USB stick that stores files. But we have to test this LEGO man's true power and see if he actually works. Here's a bunch of random files on my computer, so let's transfer those over. And wow, that actually worked. Whoa, he even has it in real life. Oh, wait, ignore these other files, by the way. Okay, so LEGO's done a bunch of different collabs before, like McDonald's, the NBA, but did you know that LEGO collabed with Adidas to make a pair of shoes? Usually I hate stepping on LEGO, but I'm actually wearing LEGO on my feet right now. But we need to answer the question, do these drip or do I skip? First I want to see how these feel on my feet, so I'm gonna go run real quick. Okay, so I just ran 3 miles, and my feet actually still feel good. The colors are honestly really aggressive, and they're kind of hard to dress, and they also kind of look like dad shoes. Also, you can't connect LEGO to these, but for being really unique and actually pretty comfortable, even though I ran 3 miles, honestly, I'm gonna have to say these drip. They drip so much, I just made a puddle. This is a real-life mug. This is a LEGO mug, but this next product is a real-life LEGO mug that I bought off Amazon. And pretty much it has a bunch of spots on the sides of it to connect LEGO, so while I'm sipping my tea, I can be watching a movie or have Buzz Lightyear watching me. But the real question is how many LEGO pieces can I stick onto this without it falling apart? Here's 100 parts, not that bad. 200 parts, still not that bad. 300 pieces, still not bad. But I don't think I can drink at this point. This next one's from Japan. Pizza! This next product is a giant Lego man, but not only does he look like he gets all the ladies, but he actually can help you get good grades in school, because you can actually take him apart and there's actually school supplies inside of him. Pencil sharpener, pencil holder, stapler, tape, eraser, and paper clips. Pretty much he goes together like a normal minifig. Man, I really wish I knew about this in school. For this next product, we're gonna need to cop us some Mickey D's, because this next product is a Lego McDonald's Happy Meal toy that came out in 2008. Dang, Batman looking kinda zesty for real though. I'm here to save the city. Okay, I gotta be real with you, but this doesn't really look anything like a minifigure. It's bigger than a minifigure, and then also, those legs ain't looking so nice. Why are his legs at such a weird angle? Like, that's how Charlie Brown stands. Oh, he's doing like that one Fortnite dance. Yeah, bust down. Fragile? Yeah, right. In the year 1998, Lego invented this product, and it's called the Brick Vac, aka the Brick Vacuum. If you have an annoying sibling or a kid that just spills Lego all over the floor, then you can take this and just scoop it up. Just run over the Lego with the vacuum, and it gets sucked up into this container. Okay, now it's time to put this vacuum to the test. So here's a bunch of Lego bricks, and I'm gonna throw it on the ground. So I got the vacuum, now it's time to get the floor clean. That took about 12 minutes. The pieces kept getting jammed, so it was honestly really slow. Okay, now I'm gonna do the exact same thing, but without the vacuum. And that only took 3 minutes. Bruh. So obviously the Lego vacuum doesn't work very well, and I can kind of see why Lego doesn't make these anymore. Okay, now it's time for a quick speed round of small and simple but random Lego products. This first product is 4 Lego bricks, and even though they look like real Lego bricks and stack like Lego bricks, they're actually school erasers. So to put it to the test, here's a bunch of things I want erased. So just like that, wow, they're gone already. For this next product, we're going to become a Lego minifigure, because here's a pair of Lego gloves I bought, and pretty much when you put them on, they make your hands look like a minifigure hand. I feel like one of those characters in the Lego games. There's not really much I can say about these. I mean, I don't have opposable thumbs anymore, so I can't really do anything. This is a Lego head, this is a giant Lego head, and this is even a more giant Lego head. Honestly, that kind of looks average. But what's cool about these is they're actually storage containers for Lego pieces, and same goes to this giant Lego brick that you can put other Lego bricks inside of. Okay, can that please stop? Chopstick unboxing. Guess what product this one is? Oh my gosh, it's Batman! Oh, his head even bobbles. Yes, it is a giant Lego Batman minifig, but you know what? Not only does he have a superpower of saving a city, but he also has a superpower of waking me up in the morning. Because implanted into his chest is an alarm clock, so we're gonna put him to the test, and we're gonna see if Batman can wake me up in the morning. Yep, it worked. Okay, have you ever seen these Lego display cases you find at the store? Sometimes they even have little features on them like lights. Well, guess what? I was searching online and actually found one for sale. ASMR time. This one has a feature on it where you can revolve the set. These always hit different as a kid, and these were the things that would keep me stuck in the Lego aisle while my mom would slowly get angry at me, telling me that we need to leave the store. I've always wanted to see how fast I could spin these. Oh my gosh, they glued this thing so much. Here's 2 giant Lego heads with multiple faces on them, and for the next 3 seconds, take a guess what you think these could be used for. Well, most likely you were wrong, because this thing is actually designed to hold an egg. At this point, I genuinely have no idea why I bought this, but it is for content. Just remember that. So earlier, we got dripped up in some Lego shoes, but for this next product, we're gonna get our wrist dripped up, because here's a Lego watch. It's even got a firefighter on it because of how fire this actually is. Okay, please don't make that joke again, Tyler. Is this goated or do I throw it? Well, it doesn't even work, and the back ended up breaking apart and can't go back on, so I'm gonna have to say throw it. Okay, now it's time for our craziest Lego product, but here's some honorable mentions I couldn't buy. Lego underwear, this hat that you can attach Lego to, a Lego toothbrush that even comes with a random Lego person, and I even found this official Lego cigarette lighter that goes under the category smoking supplies. Wow, great children's product, but it looks like you legally can't buy this anymore, which I guess makes sense. I also have this Lego driver's license that I got from Legoland around 6 months ago. I was rocking a Shrek shirt that day. Let's see if I can get pulled over for speeding and show this to the cops. Just kidding, I'm not trying to pay $300 speeding ticket and have my insurance skyrocket. For this final product, we're gonna talk about waffles.
I'm making waffles.
This is a waffle maker. You can cook up some delicious bussin' waffles. ASMR. But when you really look at them, they actually stack like real Lego bricks, and you can make anything you could possibly imagine from these. But I'm a master builder, so I need to make things with these waffles. Okay, Sacred, what should I build with these Lego waffles?
Lego waffles, I think you should build the tallest tower possible with the Lego waffles.
I got you, Chief. Little did I know, this would actually be way harder than I thought. Aw, dang it. But one more attempt and I had my very own Lego waffle skyscraper. Wow, I never knew those two words would go together, but they do in this case.
Honestly, that looks like absolute garbage. Throw it over.
It fell without me even having to do it, so there you go. Let's see what other things we can make with these waffles. Here's a Lego waffle house, Lego waffle car on a road with pedestrians, table with someone eating a waffle on top of it, Lego waffle bed, and even a Lego waffle throne for our giant Lego school supply man. I mean, my mom always told me not to play with my food, but this product is definitely an exception. In my previous video, I announced a giveaway for these 10 juicy Lego sets, and here are the 10 different winners. I already messaged them and shipped out the first few sets, so thank you guys for watching. Also, let's get my beat producer to 1,000 subscribers. See you in the next one. Today, I'm gonna build different boats in Lego, with each one getting bigger and bigger. And along the way, I'll be putting them through extreme tests to see if they'll float or sink. So anyway, let's go. Let's begin with the first boat, which is also the smallest, and it's this tiny raft that can only see a few minifigures. So first, let's see if it floats. Okay, yes it does. But that was only a warm-up, because now it's time to put it to the test. So we're gonna be testing it against this giant whirlpool to see if it's gonna get sucked up or if it can survive. Oh no, the boat's getting sucked in. Okay, now the Lego man is just spinning. Okay, it's time for the second Lego boat on our list. But for this one, I need to make a quick trip to the store. I want this one. Nice. This next boat is a sailboat. The sail is made from this tiny piece of plastic, and inside there's a tiny bed for someone to sleep. Now the first thing I want to know is, can this boat float? Okay, yes it does. Now it's time to put this boat to the test. First, I want to see if the sail on this thing actually works.
Nope. Nope.
Nope, no it doesn't. Okay, next, let's see if it can survive the whirlpool. Wow, I'm actually surprised that just happened. Next, let's see if it will survive getting flushed. Nice, it survived. Okay, now it's time to unlock our third boat, but this time it's a Lego police boat. And this boat has a lot more features. There's a small jail inside to put criminals, and there's even a landing pad for a police helicopter on the back. But just like the other boats, let's see if this one floats. Yes, it does. But now it's time to put this boat through some extreme tests. And we're gonna be doing them at this giant water park, a place where water is literally everywhere. For this first test, let's see if it can handle some waves. And for this next test, we're gonna see if it can survive this giant slide. Nice, it did. Okay, let's build the next Lego boat on our list. But this time, it's a luxurious Lego yacht. There's a slide that goes off the boat. I built this Bluetooth speaker, this mini fridge full of drinks. I built a small hot tub, and inside there's literally an indoor movie theater. So basically, whatever minifig owns this boat definitely has a net worth of $1 billion. So now let's take it outside and let's see if it floats. Okay, it's kind of floating, but it's also tipping. Now, let's see if it can survive a storm. That's a big L in the chat. I spent like 4 hours building this. Okay, it's time for the next Lego boat on our list, but this time it's a Lego pirate ship. It's got cannons that can actually shoot these round bricks. It even comes with a plank. Okay, let's see if this one can float.
Bruh.
Wow, that was very lame. No, it doesn't. And since that boat didn't float, on to the next one. But this time, I built a giant cargo ship. And it's made from one giant Lego piece. Probably one of the biggest Lego pieces I've ever seen. So now, let's see if this thing actually floats. Okay, it does. And like every cargo boat, this thing is supposed to carry a lot of weight. So let's see how many Lego minifigs we can add to it until it sinks. Okay, that's 10 minifigs, 20 minifigs, 30, 40, 50, and 100. Wow, the boat is still floating, so we need to keep adding more. And because I'm out of space, I'm gonna have to build a second level. Okay, that's 110. Uh-oh, it's starting to tip. Okay, 180, 190. Okay, that's 200. Okay, it looks like 200 people is the limit. Unless it's your mom, though. That would only be one person. Okay, it's time to build the next boat on our list. But this time, I built a Lego aircraft carrier. And to go on the ship, I built some fighter jets and these planes. I added guards around the ship to protect it. I built a small tower with a room for people to control the boat. On the side, I added this landing strip so planes can take off and land. And finally, I built this working missile launcher that can shoot in any direction. Okay, now that the boat is complete, it's time to test and see if it will float. This thing's really massive, so hopefully it doesn't break. Okay, it actually floats. But for this next test, we're gonna see if this ship can survive a giant meteorite. But first, here's one made from one Lego brick. Okay, that did nothing. What about this one made from 10 Lego bricks? Or this one made from 100 Lego bricks? Okay, the boat is still floating, but one of the jets got destroyed. And finally, for the biggest meteorite, I built this giant ball made from 1,000 Lego bricks. What the heck? The boat is still floating. Next, let's see if the ship can survive a giant wave. Okay, I give up. On to the next boat. Okay, we have one final Lego boat to test that's also the biggest. But before we do that, here's 10 tiny Lego items that are supposed to float in the real world, and we're gonna see if they can float in Lego. Starting with this Lego life jacket. Okay, it floats. I'm also gonna test a basketball. That one sinks. This duck floaty. Nice. And this fish. Nope, the fish is drowning. Next up, we have this tiny canoe. Nice. Now let's see if it can survive the whirlpool. No, it can't. I also have this kayak. Nope. Or this surfboard. No. Next, I built this tiny log raft made from round bricks. Nope. What about a Lego coffin? It looks like it can float. Yes. What about a Lego barrel? Oh, let's go. Wait, let it cook. Dang, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. And for this final item, it's this tiny ship, but it's special because it actually goes on a minifig. And no. And after testing all those Lego items, it's time for the final but biggest Lego boat on our list. And it's this giant cruise ship made from thousands of Lego pieces. And on the ship are multiple levels with different rooms and hundreds of people. So for this next test, we're gonna need to put a giant dent on the back of the ship. Okay, step 1 complete. And now that this ship has a giant hole in it, we're gonna put it in the water and watch it sink. Wow, not gonna lie, but that was kind of sad but satisfying to watch at the same time. Comment what you want to see me do with Lego next. Thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next one.
On my minifigs, put your place against up in the air. We be cruising to the city like we just don't care. We be running up the Lego money like an ATM. I be dripping with the Lego watch, catch me with the bands.
In this video, I'm gonna build a massive Lego airport full of several different planes. And along the way, I'm gonna be putting each plane to the test by simulating different crashes with them. So anyway, let's go. Now, once upon a time, there was a tiny Lego town in the middle of nowhere. But the town is so lame and depressing that we need to build an airport, that way the people can go on vacation. So I went ahead and built this Lego town, its very first airplane. Inside, you'll find a large cockpit to seat 2 pilots, several seats to fit as many passengers as possible, a flight attendant to serve drinks, and a bathroom. And now the citizens are excited so they can board the plane and we can take off to our first destination. But on our way, our plane ran out of fuel and it looks like we're gonna have to crash. So for our first emergency landing spot, I built this giant iceberg in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. Dang, well, that was a lot of turbulence, so hopefully our passengers had their seatbelts on for that. Now, while we wait for this plane to get fixed, it's time to build an official LEGO airport to go in our LEGO town. Okay, the planes take up a lot of space, so this airport's actually gonna be massive. Okay, I want this airport to have all the essential things that an airport in real life would have. So when you arrive, you first enter this lobby where you get your tickets and check your baggage, which goes on this assembly belt and onto this cart outside, which then gets transported to your plane. You'll then be required to go through the security checkpoint, where you'll be searched for any weapons or illegal building techniques. Okay, attention everyone, all bricks, accessories, torsos, and leg pieces in the tray table right now. And finally, once you're done with that, you enter this gate where you can sit down, relax, and wait for your plane. Outside the airport, I built this large runway for planes to take off and land, and an air traffic control tower to signal planes when to go. Okay, so far the airport's looking pretty good. We got the plane back from earlier, but I want to keep adding more to build a giant collection of them at the end. So now it's time to build the next LEGO plane to add to this airport. So I searched the internet and bought this 300-piece passenger plane. But this one is special because I added a premium first-class seating area with a seat that turns into a bed, a TV, and you get a personal assistant to serve you gourmet meals. Now it's time for our next flight, so we can let the passengers board and pay for their tickets. But for this next flight, we're gonna need to watch a quick video about airline safety, because we're definitely gonna need to know about it after this next crash. So I'm gonna simulate this one in a large open desert full of sand. Wow, the sand actually cushioned the impact. And it looks like the passengers are still in their seats. Okay, before we build our next plane, we need to make our airport bigger. And we still have more space to build, so I'm gonna add a couple new things to it. For people who want to eat while they wait for their flight, I built this small LEGO pizza restaurant that serves hot, fresh, delicious pizza. And I also built this small children's playground with obstacles and a slide. That way parents can let their kids play while they wait for their plane. And now that we've upgraded our LEGO airport, it's time to build the next plane to add to it. But this one is special because it's only designed to transport large cargo in and out of our LEGO town. So now we can supply our town with more vegetables, meat products, building materials, and medical supplies. So it's time to take off to go retrieve them and bring them back to our LEGO town. But on the way, let's simulate our next crash. So I built this large forest full of trees. Wow, that is so much less oxygen on the planet. Okay, we need to keep extending the airport and making it bigger. That way we can accommodate more airplanes. This next part of the airport I'm gonna build is an international terminal for foreign travelers coming in from other LEGO countries. So I built this immigration check where minifigs are required to present their passports to make sure they're legally eligible to enter the country. Any illegal immigrants will be deported. I also built this currency exchange booth where foreigners can trade between any form of LEGO payment. And finally, I also built this small travel shop to buy souvenirs. And now that our airport is larger, we can build the next plane to add to it. So it's time to introduce our first LEGO City airline plane, which allows direct flights back and forth from LEGO City. So it's time to board our passengers and head to our next destination. And while we do that, I'm gonna simulate the next plane crash. So I built this small farm in the middle of the country with lots of different farm animals and this large red barn. Crap, it ripped through the entire barn. Okay, a lot of chickens died. The cows are still alive though. The plane just crashed and they're still smiling. Okay, we have one final space in our airport to build. So I'm gonna turn this area into a luxurious private lounge. And the only people allowed in here are the most elite VIP airline members. Inside you'll find massage chairs, a private dining area, and a highly trained chef that will cook any dish you request. Wow, this place looks so fancy and expensive. I can just feel the richness right now. Our airport is almost complete, but we have one final space for one more plane, so the time has come to bring it in. What the heck is this small goofy plane? No, not this one either, it's too big. Okay, nice. For all the rich and famous travelers, I built the biggest plane yet, which is this private jet. And inside you'll find luxurious chairs, a dining table, TV, a private bedroom, and a private bathroom with a shower. Yes! Let's freaking go. The airport is finally done. Look at all the planes we've collected. And with all of these planes complete, we're gonna destroy each and every one of them in a final speed round of crashes. For this first crash, I built this large bridge full of cars. Okay, that's the first plane down, 4 more to go. I also built this giant pyramid using thousands of tiny bricks. And this floating cargo ship armed with guards carrying several large crates. And for this final crash, I want to see what happens when you fly 2 planes into each other. Whoa, look, the pilots are still alive. After all these crashes, I think we've proven that you should never get on a Lego airline flight. Thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next one.
Stack it up, add it up, stack it up, add it up, stack the bricks, stack quick, let it click, you know I'm
This is a tiny Lego house. And today, I'm going to be building 11 of them. From a level 1 house to a level 100 house. Each one getting bigger, more expensive, more dangerous, more secret, and more cursed. So anyway, let's go. Okay, for our level 1 Lego build, it's actually the world's smallest Lego house. Outside, I built this tiny flower, this doorbell, and this tiny mailbox which can fit a single envelope. And once you enter, you'll find that an actual minifig is living here. First, I built this chair which can also transform into a toilet. In front is this dining table, this puny TV screen, and this tiny kitchen with a sink and food. The house even has a second level. If you climb this ladder, you can sleep in this tiny bed, which is just big enough to fit a minifig. Wow, I think a literal prison cell has more room than this house. Comment if you would rather live here or be homeless. Okay, the next house on our list is the level 10 house, and this time, I'm gonna build it somewhere very cold. Because this next house is a tiny frozen igloo you'd find in the middle of the Arctic. I built half of the satisfying ball, which I made using these tiny plates. To enter, you crawl through this tiny hole on the front, and inside is a small room for someone to live. So I built this tiny bed, this table with food, and this small kitchen for someone to cook. This would be the perfect place to survive a winter storm. What happens if we put the sun next to it? Okay, we've now unlocked the level 20 house, but what makes this one special is that it literally moves. So I built this big Lego RV that someone can actually live in. But despite how big the RV is, once you enter, there's literally no space to even walk. So to fix that, I built part of the RV which actually slides out to allow room to walk. So I built this bed, this kitchen, a couch with a table, and a small bathroom with a toilet, sink, and shower. Okay, let's drive off to Legoland. Okay, it's time to build the level 30 Lego base, and for this one, I want it to be extremely secret and somewhere nobody would expect. So to do that, I'm gonna put it inside a literal toilet. Wow, there's actually a lot of space to build in here. So now we can lock in and cook up the base to put inside. And my plan is to build a secret survival shelter. I first added this bed, this wardrobe to put clothes, a couch. I even added a huge TV and a Nintendo Switch to play games. I even built a small kitchen, a dining table with some chairs, some emergency food rations, and some emergency survival weapons. Let's go, we're ready to add the base to our toilet, so let's see if it fits. Oh, let's go. There's no way someone's finding this. Let's go, it still flushes too. Okay, next up is the level 40 Lego house. And this time, I bought this big Lego set made from 600 pieces.
Purple stars in the bank, like I'm in free play.
Okay, the build is finished, and it's the house from the movie Up. There's this very unk man, this dog, and this squirrel. And the actual house itself is very colorful. Inside is this bed, this clock, this couch, and this music player. The house even has literal balloons attached to it, which means when I let go of it, it should levitate into the sky and fly. Yep, that did not work. So instead, I'm gonna attach actual balloons to the house and make it fly like it does in the movie. So I went to the store and bought their entire supply of balloons. Okay, I think we have enough. And we're gonna attach them one by one until the house lifts off the ground, starting with 1 balloon. Okay, what about 10 balloons? Okay, 20 balloons. I then tried 30 balloons. Oh, it's starting to lift off the ground. 40 balloons, 50 balloons, 60 balloons. Look at this. Oh my gosh, it's actually about to float. And finally, 70 balloons. Oh, let's go! I swear I'm not touching it. Wow, this is the most unemployed thing I've ever done, but this was definitely worth it. Okay, prepare for a rough landing. Okay, it's time to build the level 50 house. And this time, I'm gonna build one that literally floats on water. So I built this huge, expensive yacht that only the richest, most famous people in all of Lego City can afford. It has literally 3 levels. On the first level is a bedroom, a kitchen, a dining room, and a private bathroom with its own shower. On the second level is this gaming room with couches and this huge TV screen. And on the third level is where the captain sits and steers the boat. The boat even has a literal slide attached to it, this tiny jet ski which attaches to the back, this small floaty. The boat even has its own hot tub and a literal landing pad for this futuristic drone that can transport minifigs on and off the boat. I built the boat from this huge Lego piece that actually floats, and I even attached this small motor on the bottom which will push the boat forward. So it's time to put this boat in real water and sail off to Legoland. Wow, okay, I think the boat is too tall and it also weighs too much. Okay, we built a house that moves and one in a literal toilet. But next, what if we build a house in space? So for the level 60 house, I'm gonna build a literal survival base on the moon that an actual person could live in. I made 3 separate buildings and I connected them by these small tubes that can transport people between them. This first one is a small sleeping pod full of beds, this air purifier so people don't die, and this special high-tech spacesuit that literally lets you fly. In the second building, I built a small indoor garden so we can grow, cook, and eat our own source of food. And in this third final building, I built this small science laboratory with a computer, this rock full of rare crystals, and a high-tech AI robot to assist us. Okay, for this next Lego house, I'm gonna build one in an ancient Egyptian pyramid. Wow, this pyramid is huge, which means we have plenty of space inside to build. And you might be wondering, how the heck do you enter it? Well, it turns out I built a secret doorway, which opens when you pull this tiny Lego piece. Once you enter the pyramid, you'll find this huge throne room for a pharaoh. I built him his own throne made of diamonds, a servant to prepare him food, and another servant to read him messages. And for those who disobey the pharaoh, I built this prison and this cage full of snakes. I even built a secret room inside this pyramid. If you move the pharaoh's throne to the side, I built this tiny treasure room with a literal mummy inside. Okay, so we built a house in a pyramid, but next, what about a literal castle? Okay, the castle is finished and it's extremely dangerous. It's protected by this huge deadly pit which surrounds the entire castle, and I filled it with literal lava using these clear orange pieces, so if you try entering, you'll simply fall to your death. The castle is even protected by these guards armed with bows and these tiny spikes on the wall, so if you try climbing it, you'll get poked in the face. The only true way to enter is this drawbridge, which can lower and raise to allow people to cross the lava. Okay, now we're ready to build a house to go inside the castle, so I built a tiny peaceful home where a literal king is living. Outside is this well and this tiny farm full of chickens, which is an unlimited food glitch. Okay, let's see if the castle can protect the king. Okay, one bro disappeared, but the castle survived. Okay, we're only one house away till our level 100 house, but first is the level 90 house. So for this one, what if we build a house on top of a literal skyscraper? So I built this giant tower with several levels, and on the very top, we can put our house. So I built this luxurious, expensive penthouse where you literally live in the sky and have a view of all of Lego City. I built a private landing pad for a literal helicopter, so the person living here can fly back and forth from their house and the Lego store. I also built this tiny cactus and this huge swimming pool which literally hangs over the edge of the building and seems physically impossible. I built the water using these tiny studs. I even built the entire pool from glass so you can see below you as you swim. Just pray it doesn't break. Oh, there he is. I even built this tiny platform with a literal bungee jump. And once you enter the house, I built this tiny apartment, this bed, a couch, a large kitchen, and this expensive PC for gaming and streaming. I even built this tiny bathroom with a toilet and shower. Wow, we're so high in the sky that planes have to avoid hitting us. Let's see if it can survive some wind. And now, it's time for the final boss, most expensive and biggest house of them all. And I'm gonna build this one on its own private island. Okay, the house is finished and I built it for this famous rich Lego man. And it has literally everything you could possibly dream of having in a home. Like its own private water park, an NBA-sized basketball court, and a literal rock climbing wall where if you make it to the top, you win the newest free iPhone. I even built this house its own boat to transport people on and off the island. The house itself is even made from 3 separate levels. On the first is this huge aquarium with rare exotic fish, and this dream gaming room with a gaming PC and this driving simulation game. On the second level, I built an indoor movie theater with a popcorn machine, an outdoor trampoline, a bed made of money, and a literal bath where you can bathe in money. And for the third final floor, I built a small skateboard park, a mini golf course, and I even built a literal indoor roller coaster. And now that our Lego house is finished, it's time to invite the people of Lego City to pull up and celebrate.
I be shining street up, like a ninja go. Protect the golden weapons, yeah, I can't let go.
But just as they're doing that, it looks like we've received an emergency tsunami warning. No way, they actually survived. Comment what I should build next, subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Roll up with my niggas.